And that's going to do it. Michael DiBenedetto Plummer wins the Pro Tour here in Atlanta.
After 10 years, Seth Manfield is once again the world champion.
Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipse champion, the Big Dane, Christopher Larson.
Nathan Steuer is your Secrets of Strixhaven champion.
Happy Pro Tour Sunday and welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Magic the Gathering Marvel Superheroes live from Amsterdam here in the Netherlands. It's been a fantastic tournament so far. We started with 362 players. Now only 8 remain. And for the first time in 15 years, we have a draft on Top 8 Sunday. We've also got 17,000 people here for MagicCon Amsterdam, all cramming into the convention center here, celebrating Magic in all of its various forms. $50,000 is on the line for our first place finisher, as well as the title and a beautiful trophy. Hey, welcome into the news desk, everybody. I'm Maria Bartholdi, your host for the weekend, joined by Frank Carson and Riley Knight, and I am so excited for a Top 8 draft. I was thrilled the moment they announced it as a limited player, but I want to know, Frank, what are you most looking forward to today?
Well, Maria, on this day, where we're also going to announce more information about the return of the Magic Pro Tour Hall of Fame, I'm looking forward to seeing if reigning player of the year Ken Yukuhiro will be able to win his second Pro Tour. He's already done it once, last year in Constructed, and I can't wait to see if he can also take that trophy when the top 8 is decided by draft.
I know, I'm so excited to see it. Riley, what are you looking forward to?
One of the things that really stands out to me about today is just the sheer quality of players that we have. It's not only Ken Yukuhiro with 500,000 Pro Tour top finishes. We've got Yuichi Ichikawa. There's Alex Rohan, who has the second highest limited win rate in the Pro Tour. Eduardo Sajgalik, who has been around playing this game for several thousand years at this point. These are some of the best players in the world, and they're going to have to bring their A game because we've got some young challengers ready to unseat them. I can't wait to see the standard of play that's going to be on display today.
Yeah, well said, Riley. But how did we end up on today? Let's take a look at our tournament schedule and find out how things broke down, starting with Friday, where it all began. We kicked it off with 3 rounds of Marvel Superheroes Draft, followed by 5 rounds of Modern Constructed, and then every player with 12 match points or better came back to battle on day 2.
And Saturday had a similar structure, 3 rounds of draft and 5 rounds of modern. Modern really showed its diversity from brute skill to energy to Cosmogoyf, but there was way more on the line, with the top 8 players advancing to today's single elimination draft.
And this is where we are today on Pro Tour Sunday. Our top 8 is limited Marvel Superheroes Draft. It's not very often that we get to play best of 5 in limited, but that's what will be taking place today. 3 out of 5 games, sideboarding after game number 2. And at the end of it all, Maria, we will be crowning a Pro Tour champion.
Indeed, we will. And that champion will go home with $50,000. Not too shabby. Second place goes home with $30,000. $15,000 for 3rd through 4th. 5th through 8th go home with $9,000. That is what is on the line. We've had a fantastic tournament so far. Yesterday was very exciting across the draft and modern rounds. If you missed any of the action, Riley's got you covered with our day 2 highlights.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Maria. And it wasn't just the action taking place here in the Pro Tour Hall, it was across the entire convention. MagicCon was playing host to the Pro Tour this weekend, with thousands of Magic fans gathering here from all around the world. But as our attention turned to the Pro Tour on day number 2, we opened things up, of course, with another draft. Second of 3 across this weekend. And already, as people hit the draft tables, they came out of the gates running and looking towards that top 8 berth that was awaiting a select few players. Into the constructed rounds, we saw some old decks, we saw some new decks, we saw some wild situations as people finally made their way into the top 8. Qualification after qualification was locked up. There were laughs, there were tears, there were ups and downs, smiles and frowns. We had a bit of everything yesterday, but at the end of the day, 8 players gathered to form our top 8, and those are the players we'll be zooming in on today. We're going to get a look at the 8 of them on the screen here after having made it through. They would have been relieved to have clinched those spots as the day closed out, but then of course the pressure, the excitement, the tension builds now as we head into the draft itself on Pro Tour Sunday.
Well, they have battled over 2 days of grueling competition, and here they are, your top 8.
Eduardo Sajgalik, Canada. Bernardo Torres, Portugal.
Alex Rohan, United Kingdom.
Ken Yukihiro, Japan.
Lorenzo Gruppi, Italy.
Timo Bertram, Germany.
Mattia Oneto, Italy.
Yuki Ichikawa, Japan.
Well, when the players arrived here in the building this morning, they did not know their seating in their draft pod. Well, why is that important? That's important because you play the person seated across from you. So would they be playing a friend? Would they be playing a foe? Perhaps a teammate? Let's find out.
Welcome to the feature match area where we will be seating our top 8 players for Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes. In seat number 1, from Japan, Ken Yukihiro. In seat number 2, from Canada, Eduardo Sajgalik. In seat number 3, from the United Kingdom, Alex Rohan. In seat number 4, from Italy, Lorenzo Gruppi. And now in seat number 5, facing Ken Yukihiro in the quarterfinals, it's Timo Bertram. In seat number 6, facing Eduardo Sajgalik in the quarterfinals, it's Bernardo Torres. In seat number 7, facing Alex Rohan in the quarterfinals, it's Yuki Ichikawa. And finally, in seat number 8, facing Lorenzo Gruppi in the quarterfinals, it's Mattia Oneto. These are the players in the top 8 of Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes.
And you can see the reactions all around the table as the players learn who they'll be battling in the quarterfinals. You saw some laughter there from the Italian teammates who know, unfortunately, they have to face each other in the quarterfinals. Sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles, but some really exciting matchups there. We've got to look forward to in the quarters, Eduardo Sajgalik versus Bernardo Torres. Incredible drafter in Eduardo Sajgalik. So excited to see that one. Here we can see another shot of the players around the table this morning. Now selecting their packs, which are of course random here, but they each got to pick one, which is a really another fun moment for the players, Riley.
Yeah, I really like this. I like the fact that they have to pick which packs they. So it's completely. If they get really bad packs, it's completely their fault.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
I mean, it is completely random, of course, but still, it is nice to see all the excitement around the table as the players decide which packs they are going to open in the draft.
Oh, look at this. Yuki doesn't want to pick. Yuki doesn't want to pick. He doesn't want to be the master.
I wouldn't want to either.
Oh, no, he's absolving himself of all responsibility. Hey, man, these are the cards I had to play with them.
Yes. What I want to see is somebody to be like, trade?
Yeah.
Trade?
You want to swap?
No.
Release pack?
No, I got this.
Oh, well, this is just incredible stuff here this morning. And like we've said, this limited format is truly awesome. So, Frank, I want to know what these players are thinking about as they sit down this morning as far as strategy is concerned.
Yeah, absolutely, Maria. Marvel Super Heroes is an awesome limited format with 10 archetypes. And while it is not the most synergy-driven format, it is important to draft a coherent deck. For example, white-green often favors heroes, whereas black-red often favors villains. But which color pair actually clinched the most 3-0s at the Pro Tour? Well, we ran the numbers, and combining the data from Day 1 and Day 2 drafts, white-blue and white-green took the most trophies, which was actually in line with expectations, as many teams consider these to be the deepest archetypes. Still, the relatively shallow black-red archetype still overperformed with 6 trophies, all from Day 1, which does show the importance of finding the open lane in draft, rather than just forcing a favorite archetype that the whole table is fighting over. That said, the largest number of trophies combined were actually claimed by decks with 3 or more colors. Between land cyclers, multicolor cards and green mana fixers, it is very well possible to splash some bombs and reap the rewards. Now, before we actually get to the draft, let's do a quick review on some of the key mechanics, aspects and commons of this limited format. Now, as I mentioned, white is widely considered to be the best color, with good creatures, efficient removal and impressive depth. But of course, everyone knew that going into the Pro Tour, so the color is often heavily contested. Removal is relatively scarce in this format, so drafters may have to take it highly and then patiently save it for opposing bombs. Many of the common removal spells in this format feature Teamwork, a new mechanic that leads to a creature-centric format. Meanwhile, in terms of 2-drops, there are not many good ones that actually attack, making it difficult to build dedicated aggro decks. The good 2-drops are the ones that do something later in the game, and the new power-up mechanic is actually ideal for that. Yet, when your 2-drops don't really attack well into the opposing 3s and 4s, well, the ground tends to get gummed up, and this often leads to board stalls. In such games, flyers tend to excel, so as a result, Marvel Super Heroes really takes us back to the core fundamentals of limited Magic. Now, finally, as I mentioned, red is widely considered to be the weakest color. To move into red, well, you'd better have a good reason, such as getting past the Photon Blast Barrage, which is an uncommon that has incredible synergy along Hawkeye, or when picking your own Red Hulk. Still, red lacks depth at common, so it is unlikely to be a very popular color, but that may also give some opportunities if it is really open, Maria.
Like you said, Frank, this rewards good knowledge of the fundamentals of draft.
Yep.
And here we are seeing it at the highest level. Well, let's find out who our featured drafter will be here today on Top 8 Sunday. It's none other than Ken Yukihiro, who is in his 9th Pro Tour Top 8, which is absolutely incredible. His first one was back in Avacyn Restored in 2012. He is your reigning Player of the Year, your Pro Tour Final Fantasy champion, and had a Top 8 at the most recent World Championship as well. Take a look at the broadcast team who will be joining us here today on coverage. We have Paul Cheon and Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth, as well as Corey Baumeister and Ailey Loney a little bit later. Well, I could not be more excited for a Top 8 draft. So for the first time in 15 years, let's see it. I'm going to pass it on over to Marshall and Paul.
Yes, thank you, Maria. This is a really special moment for you and I, Paul. We get to commentate a draft at the Top 8 of the Pro Tour. Never done that before, and let's just say the excitement level is high in the building. This isn't something we get to do every day.
No, I mean, I've been doing this for, I think, over 10 years at this point, and this is going to be the very first time. You've been doing it even longer, and we actually get to cover a Top 8 draft. It's going to be best 3 out of 5 matches. Really, really exciting to see. I've been really, really enjoying this format. Lots of great players here, some limited specialists as well. Really, really excited to see this draft.
That's right. We're going to be watching Ken Yukihiro. You see where he's seated here. There are no easy seats in this Top 8. It is a stacked Top 8. You see Eduardo Sajgalik and Alex Rohan sitting right next to each other, and also downstream of Ken here as well. Eduardo and Alex seem to be the best kind of limited aficionados. If there were specialists in the field of our Top 8, those would be the two that you would pick. But of course, you really can't make a Top 8 of a Pro Tour without being good at limited. It doesn't work that way. If you show up and you don't know how to draft, your Top 8 chances are really close to zero.
Yeah, it's very, very, very difficult. If you want to make the Top 8, I think kind of you need to go at least 4-2, which means you have to go at 2-1 in at least both of the drafts to really kind of put yourself in this position. So everybody here certainly understands
Good morning,
what's
Top 8.
important in this format and how to
This
draft.
time, please
That's right.
take your pack
As you
labeled
see,
A,
we have our draft
remove
judge
the
Matt
outer
here.
band,
He's going to be doing
and count
a
down 14 cards
timed
face down
draft
in front
here
of you.
for our top 8, of course. That means that every
If
action
you
is
do not
going to
have
be
14
dictated
cards,
by
please let me know.
the judge. This is to make sure that there's no mess ups. You know, sometimes if you kind of just let people throw packs around the table and they all get piled up on one person, none of that's going to happen here today.
Please pick up the
Huge
pack. You
pressure
have
on
50
Ken. Pack
seconds.
one,
Right.
pick one of the top 8. What does he find?
All right, so your
Trickster Stratagem he's pulled to the top.
Yeah, that's the best blue common there. But my favorite common in the format, undercover scroll there hidden beneath
Oh, I saw
the
it.
cards there. So there's an undercover scroll there in the pack as well. So those are some of the cards that I would be considering here. Let's kind of fan out the rest of the pack here.
Well, he's not going to take Kunlun Warrior, right?
So at the end there is a Hawkeye. That's the rare Hawkeye, which is an extremely powerful card. However, it is a red card, and red is considered to be the weakest color. Red is something that you want to be when it's passed to you. You don't necessarily want to first pick it. If you want to stay most flexible, I like something like an undercover scroll because that allows you to draft 2 or 3 colors and really kind of stay very, very flexible. Also, I just love the card.
He's pulled it to the top
All
there,
right.
and he's pulled it to the front.
Okay, well, there's that. But at the same time, Trickster Stratagem is also
Draft.
extremely powerful.
Oh, we took the
Shuffle
scroll.
pass.
Oh, we have
13
a scroll
cards to
drafter.
your
A
left.
man after my own heart, Ken
Wow.
Yukihiro, undercover scroll, pack one, pick one. Of course, you want to take a rare, but if
Pick up
not,
the pack.
you want to
You
take
have
one of the premium
45
commons in the
seconds.
set, and this is Green's best common.
Now he finds a premium removal spell at the common slot and Agent Maria Hill. If you want to move into perhaps green-white, green-white has had a very good win percentage in the format, taking that second spot only to blue-white.
Right. And of course, this is kind of, we're still early in the draft, right? Where you just kind of want to take the objectively best card and try to read the signals. The pick one undercover scroll doesn't mean anything because you can just certainly move out of green. So you just kind of take what you think is best. Maria Hill is very strong. White is considered to be the strongest color, but Cruel Alliance is a premium removal spell, probably the best common removal spell in the format.
5
It's just so
seconds.
flexible, and you can splash it. So I might be leaning towards that card here.
Yeah, undercover
Draft.
scroll means that
Shuffle
you
and
may be
pass.
looking for
12
splashes as well.
cards
Let's say you end
to
up
your
being
left.
blue-green. A Cruel Alliance has a really good chance of making it into your list, for example.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's
Pick up the
Alex
pack.
right
You have
there.
40
Curious to
seconds.
see how he handles this
Right.
highest stakes of draft that we have available. Oh, very nice. An hour of defeat. Was there anything else in contention? Oh, Baxter building. Why he does draft like you. Paul.
I mean, the cycle of uncommon lands in this format, every single one of them are highly playable and extremely strong, better than many of the commons in the format. My favorite, of course, being Avengers Tower, that because the hero archetype is quite strong. But given that you've already taken that Cruel Alliance, it just seems nice to try to cut off black and just take another premium removal spell here in Hour of Defeat. But I can totally understand Ken looking at that Baxter building just because it provides mana fixing
5
and
seconds.
inevitability in the late game.
There's a Frozen in Ice in the pack, which is a nice card too, but
Draft.
no reason to go to a third color when
Shuffle and pass.
both those
11
cards are fairly
cards
comparable
to, your
to
left.
each other. So it is going to be undercover scroll into Cruel Alliance into Hour of Defeat. That's a good start.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Pick
You
up
know,
the pack.
those black
You have
spells too. If
35
black dries up,
seconds.
highly splashable. If you wanted to stay a base green deck here.
Now this pack looks like it's a bit worse than those first 3 picks for Ken.
Yeah,
Ninja of the Hand is the black card if he were to take it.
yeah, that's the best black card to take. But I just feel so much worse than something like a We Say Thee Nay. Right?
Yeah.
You could just perhaps take it because it's just, there's not a lot of great 2-mana plays in the format, and that is one of the best things to do. I really, really enjoy this card. Now, perhaps it's a little bit worse in an open decklist
5
format
seconds.
where your opponents can play around it. This is a top 8 draft. Take Up the Shield's also certainly strong, but there
Draft.
hasn't really been a huge
Shuffle and
indication that
pass.
white is open.
10 cards.
So that is actually surprising because we've already
left.
taken 2 removal spells, and this is a very creature-heavy format where
Pick up
you
the
really
pack.
do want to
You
have
have
a
30
high
seconds.
density of creatures. So when you already have the 2 removal spells, those slots kind of get eaten up.
Yeah, Take Up the Shield as your first white card is not
Right.
typical. It's a 4th pick. Now, this next pack,
Yeah.
wow, it's interesting because it's not clear at any point here. The best card in the pack looks like Frozen in Ice.
Yeah, and the way to approach this format is you have to just find the open
5
lane here.
seconds.
We're not seeing a whole lot of green cards here, and the best card is Frozen in Ice. So it does look like blue is open. Remember, the previous pack also had We Say
Draft.
DNA, which is one of
Shuffle and
blue's best
pass.
commons. So had you
9
taken that, for
cards.
example, you can take this Frozen in Ice and then perhaps
your left.
shift over to blue. Or just be mindful of the fact that you passed that We Say
Pick up
DNA
the
4th
pack.
pick,
You have
and then you got a
25
Frozen in Ice. So blue seems like it might be open here.
Let's see what's next here for Ken.
There's an AIM Scientist. I do like this card a fair amount.
Yes.
I think just picking every deck kind of wants 1 to 2 land cyclers in their deck. It
Wow.
just makes your deck very, very flexible.
Ken kind of immediately took
What did he
Kingpin's
take?
Enforcers.
No.
2/3 lifelink. Yeah, he did.
That is really
5
surprising to
seconds.
me because Kingpin's Enforcers is, for me at least, kind of been kind of a medium
Draft.
level filler card.
Maybe
Shuffle and pass.
medium minus?
Right,
Yes.
8 cards.
and meanwhile, AIM
your
Scientist,
left.
even if you end up in a blue-black deck, it's just better than the Kingpin's Enforcers, right? It cares about drawing cards
Pick up the
and
pack.
gives you the mana
You have
fixing. So
20
Ken
seconds.
really trying to cut off black here by taking that Kingpin's Enforcers.
Well, there's a Kang Temporal Tyrant, so if he wants to be blue, well, I guess he does. He already took that Kang Temporal Tyrant. That's the uncommon Kang.
yeah.
And maybe he's going to move towards blue-black villains here.
5
if you look at
seconds.
his pile, it does work for that. 2 removal spells. Or
Right.
sorry, 3 removal
Draft.
spells, the Enforcers and the
Shuffle and
Tyrant.
pass.
And he can just kind of get rid of
7
the other
cards.
cards.
Yeah,
Your left.
I haven't really been all that impressed with King in general. I mean, I would have even perhaps considered the Rocks and Brutes
Pick up the
out of
pack.
that pack, to be honest.
have
But
15
you know,
seconds.
Ken does look like he has a preference here and maybe wants to move into blue-black here, or perhaps even splash some of these cards. So still open-ended here for Ken. It looks like he's definitely black, but really still trying to figure out
5
where else he
seconds.
needs to go.
Okay, well,
Draft.
we are 8 picks in, and that means that we get to take a quick look at what's going on, not just with Ken, but at the rest of the table as well, because we are in the top 8 here, and it's really interesting to see how the table dynamics actually play out. Those have a huge effect on who ends up with a really good deck, who's cutting who's passing to who, that type of stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
So let's take a quick look at what's going on with the rest of the table here. We'll start with Ken. And we don't know yet.
Yeah, we don't know.
Maybe blue-black?
Yeah, I mean, he did pick up a bunch of black removal spells. It does look like the blue cards are flowing, noting that we did see that late Frozen and Ice, a pretty late King, and some of the land cyclers as well, and a counterspell. So that's probably where I would be looking to go if I was Ken Yukihiro.
Now, Ken is passing to Eduardo, who's got, he opened Earth's Mightiest Heroes, and then he took the Hawkeye
Right.
that got passed to him. And then it looks like he's picked up some white, blue.
He's all over the place. And that's a
Blue.
green, a red, a white, and a blue card in a
Eduardo-
land. So Eduardo's staying very flexible here. We have no idea where he's going to end
Yeah,
up.
he could end up pretty much anywhere from that start. Now, Alex Rohan, again, another player that we really have our eye on for his incredibly good limited win rate here at the Pro Tour. He first picked Cosmic Cube, then Stature, blue card, blue card, blue card, blue card, red card, blue
Okay,
card.
well,
so far, heavy blue for Alex, and maybe he's going to be in that spot where he can solidify blue and then pick a second color a little
Yeah,
later.
absolutely. That's what it seems like here. He just taking the blue, seeing what you open. If you open a bomb in another color, you can certainly move in. But hey, always great to be starting with a rare in Cosmic Cube.
If we move over to Lorenzo Gruppi, he also started off with black cards, it looks like, and then moved into white. Yeah, so it looks like he's just straight up black-white to start things off. Looks pretty solid, too.
Yeah, I mean, this is certainly, you kind of have a nice mix of both. Madame Mask, excellent top-end card, couple of premium removal spells. I love Burrow backup, so decent start for sure here for Lorenzo Gruppi.
Now he's passing to Timo Bertram. Let's take a look. Ooh, Monica Rambeau to start things off. And then a lockup, a Crusade. Wow, so he's in white, and then it looks like he's dipped over into blue a little bit, but he has actually all white picks with just one blue card.
Yeah, just took a bunch of white cards, but I will note that the tail end of the draft, the last 3 picks certainly not looking as exciting with 2 Crowd of True Believers in the stack. But of course, Monica Rambeau, one of the best mythics in the format.
Yeah, they say 3 is a crowd, and he's already 2/3 of the way there. Bernardo Torres is next up. First pick Mjolnir, a red card, then Madame Mask. And it looks like, yes, he ended up, at least thus far, in black-red.
Yeah, just took that one Ant-Man's army, but after getting that 5th pick Ares with the Madame Mask and Mjolnir, I imagine Bernardo is going to be looking to go into black-red here.
Which is kind of sad.
Yeah,
That's not really where you want to be. Next up is Yuki Ichikawa. First pick Kazar of the Savage Land, and then She-Hulk Jade
Great start.
Defender. That's really nice. What did we end up with? Green with some feelers. It looks like Black Panther Vanguard maybe going to white, Hulk Smash maybe going to red.
And yeah, it's one of those spots where you want to be base green, but that leaves you flexible because green has access to a lot of mana fixing, so you can kind of go any direction, but probably just base green. Let's figure things out later.
And then last up is Matteo Oneto.
Ooh.
First pick Jennifer Walters, Super Adaptoid, Dark Deed, Helicarrier Strike.
Okay.
So this looks
Black, white. Well,
white is kind of the color that you want to be, and then maybe you can still figure out your other color. And then, of course, this is a player passing to Ken Yukihiro for this pack, by the way, so keep that in mind.
Yeah, so Mattea definitely going to be looking to try to find green mana somewhere to be able to play the flip side, the sensational She-Hulk side of Jennifer Walters. But yeah, just noting that lots of white cards there, so Ken Yukihiro is certainly going to be getting cut off in white in packs number 1 and pack number 3.
Right, so he's going to have to keep that in mind as he continues his draft because, well, that's how draft works, Paul. It really depends on what you're taking. That influences what the people next to you are taking, and you have to really figure out what they're doing more than what you're doing.
Yeah, absolutely. So, even kind of going into this, and we were just trying to read what was available, blue certainly seemed open, right? We did see a bunch of the cards, and the person feeding to him was not in blue, so kind of a good place to be. But the question is, does he have enough? Did he pass too much blue? We'll find out.
To your left.
Okay, so let's finish up the first pack. Ken, if I had to guess now, it feels like he's content to start moving in the blue-black direction, but we've still got a lot of picks to go.
Yeah, I mean, he did take the blue-black land, which certainly helps out a lot here.
There's a Visions of Villainy. That's a decent pickup for the deck.
It's certainly a fine card here.
Draft.
Even if you put rewrite history? I guess you have an Hour of Defeat and Cruel Alliance, but that's a card that, to me, at first, it looked really exciting, but it's really underperformed for me.
Yeah, it's really hard to make it work.
All right.
And then he gets, what, an Ultron?
Yeah, which is, especially in a pod like this,
sure.
If you're going to be blue and black, you're going to be playing
Draft.
the villain deck. A fine filler card.
It really is fine for that deck,
left,
yeah.
right.
Rewrite history, though.
Yeah,
Pick up
this
the
one
pack.
is a little more interesting. You need a
Have a
lot of
card draw
spells.
spell.
Right. So now we have the option of taking
Draft.
Unliving Legionnaire.
Unliving
Shuffle and
Legionnaire.
pass.
Oh, I like the Unliving Legionnaire.
No, yeah, the
cards to
Pimp
your left.
Particles just cycles.
Pick up the
Unliving
pack. You
Legionnaire
have
in a
5
best of 5
seconds.
limited format can be a really good sideboard card if you play a grindy matchup.
Totally.
Draft. Pass 2 cards to your
If
left.
you can power up one of those
Pick up the
Unliving
pack.
Legionnaires
You have
late in the
5
game, it can
seconds.
be devastating, and that's just a common.
Right. But maybe, the thing with
Draft.
Pimp Particles is
Please pass
if your
the
draft
last
kind of
card.
goes wrong, you can always just kind of put it into
Just
your
play
deck.
it, yeah.
At this
Okay, well, that
time,
is pack 1
you
for
will have
Ken.
a 60-second
little
review
all
period.
over the
I will
place,
give
but
the
there's
5-second reminder again.
The vision of something
Please
for
pick
me.
up your cards.
Yeah,
You have
not even
60
a ton of
seconds.
power. Has a lot of interaction, though, because if you do plan on playing the Frozen and Ice, hey, you have 3 basically unconditional removal spells out of pack 1 already, right? In the Frozen and Ice, Hour of Defeat, and Cruel Alliance. But one thing you can notice here, though, is no green cards, right? You first picked that Undercover Scroll, but you didn't see any Go Nuts. You didn't, I think maybe there was 1 Pet Avengers. You didn't see any Ant-Man's Army. So might be tough. Might be a tough spot here to go into green. So I think Ken really just trying to solidify himself with a blue-black shell and kind of see things moving forward from here. The only pick that to me that was really interesting from Ken's side is the decision to take Kingpin's Enforcers over AIM Scientists. When you're already looking like you might want to be blue-black, also it gives you that flexibility of, hey, look, if you open a bomb that you can splash, well, that's what the basic land cyclers are there for. Also,
5
keep in mind,
seconds.
Ken, right now, no 2-drops.
Yeah, he has
Five.
Undercover Scroll, but
Please return
assuming
all of your
that's not-
cards to a
Yeah, no
single
We Say
face-down
DNA,
pile.
Wow.
no Red Room Recruits, no Bold Biochemists, no Widow's Bites. Those are the types of cards that you really need to just kind of fill out that part of your mana curve.
And
At
you
this
still have
time,
2 packs,
please
but
remove
you would like to get there.
the
And
outer
that
band
is
from
something
the
about
pack
this
labeled
format
B.
that you notice once you start
Counting
drafting it, that the
counting out
good
14
2-drops are
cards
actually
face down in
kind
front of
of
you.
not around. You
do
have to
not have
prioritize them,
14
and you have to
cards,
play a few 2-drops that
please let
maybe
us
you
know.
wouldn't be as excited about in a normal format, just to try to make your curve right. So that's something that Ken's going to have to be very
Please keep
conscious
that
of
pack
going into
separate
these
from your
last 2
drafted
packs,
cards.
because you still need them.
Right,
Just because
definitely.
there's not a ton of great ones around does not
See no issues?
relieve you
Go
of
this back.
the
Again, we are passing right
mana
this
curve
time.
requirements that really every limited
Pick up
deck
your
has.
packs. You have 50
Okay,
seconds.
pack
All right.
2, pick 1. Let's see what Ken gets. Oh, the Coming of Galactus.
This pack is loaded. So there's another Undercover Scroll. There's a Killmonger. We got a Herbie in here. I mean, there's going to be something for everybody almost in this pack. But of course, Coming of Galactus, absolutely incredible bomb here. Something that you can absolutely splash. Or perhaps just say, you know what, I'm going to fight people for green. Maybe I'm going to be a base green-black deck and maybe try to splash some of the blue removal spells. But Ken Yukihiro absolutely going to be taking the Coming of Galactus. As you can see there, 5 mana, kill a thing. Chapter 2, lose 2 life. Chapter 3, lose 2 life. And then, of course, you make a giant 16/16
5 seconds.
flying trampler here.
Coincidentally,
Adds up to 20.
their life is at
Draft.
16 when you attack.
Shuffle.
That is a
Pass.
flavor winner.
How lucky.
Galactus comes
to
and
your
he
right.
devours.
Indeed. Yeah, and of course that first chapter, blowing up anything,
Pick up the pack.
you know, that can buy
have
you the time you need
45
because it does take
seconds.
a little while.
Of course.
Those intermediate 2 chapters don't really do that much. All right, Ant-Man Colony Commander.
Okay.
Oh, Cloak and Dagger entwined.
I do see a shield deployment drone as well, and if you wanted to maybe be just a base blue-black deck and just try to splash the Coming of Galactus, I can see that as well. Ken's mana base isn't great. Cloak and Dagger is by far the best card in the pack. It is extremely powerful, but I'm just a little bit concerned about his mana fixing. Right now, all he has is a blue-black dual land, and he's trying to play Coming of Galactus and possibly also Cloak and Dagger. I mean, he's not even considering the shield deployment drone here.
It would
5
be
seconds.
really close between those 2 for me.
Right.
I think
Okay.
I would go for Cloak and Dagger at
Draft.
this point because there's
Shuffle
a
and
chance that your
pass.
green black
12
splash
cards
white or
to your
black white
right.
splash green, and Cloak and Dagger is such a powerful
Yeah,
card
sure.
that maybe you don't end up in blue
Pick up
at
the pack.
all.
And
You
this
have
isn't even
40
this is
seconds.
even more reason to have taken the AIM Scientist in pack number
I
1.
know, I keep thinking about that too, Paul.
All right, well now you got to respect your mana here. There is
Oh, there's a bold biochemist, but Gleaming Bastion.
there is a Gleaming Bastion, and this is not one of the tap lands. This is the rare land, so it
yeah.
comes into play untapped. So that's of course very, very strong.
Wow.
Yeah, he
This
goes,
is-
all right. I took Coming of Galactus and I took Cloak and Dagger. I took some risky picks. Now I need to be responsible with my mana
I
fixing.
need to eat my vegetables, as it were.
Frank Carson would absolutely approve of this pick. Big fan of
5
good mana fixing
seconds.
here. Again, we still don't really know what Ken's base colors are
Draft.
outside of the fact that he's definitely
Shuffle and
black.
pass.
But is he
11
black
cards
green with
to
some
your
splashes
right.
or is he black blue with some splashes?
Pick up the pack. You have 35 seconds.
There's another land, but
Okay.
unfortunately it goes into a color. The only color Ken hasn't touched yet
Is
which
red.
red. But
Yeah.
there is a Clawsonic Subjugator and a Kid Loki.
Yeah, and I think this is just
Claw's
going
good.
to be a pretty easy claw here for Ken. I think it's one of those, when in doubt, if anything's close, just take the black card.
Black card, we know.
right?
Black card,
you
is
know
what
it's
we
going to
know.
make it into your
Yes.
deck.
I will say, Paul, taking a look at the first 3 picks here, has not solved the 2-drop problem yet.
No, not yet, not yet.
And
So
that's why I keep thinking about those AIM Scientists, because
5
worst
seconds.
case, you use your
Turn
second
2.
turn just to get a land.
Absolutely. So yeah, this is going to
Draft.
be a rough if
Shuffle
Ken
and
finds
pass.
himself playing
10
against an
cards
aggressive white
to
deck,
your
for
right.
example, on the draw, and they just play a turn 2 Brave Brawler. You're going to be in a tough spot.
That thing's going to hit you 2 or 3 times.
Pick up the pack. You have 30 seconds.
Let's see what Ken finds here.
Nothing. Okay, there's a blue-green land,
Blue,
so
green, but is the blue really a thing still?
I mean,
Well, he's
well,
gonna
he
take
took
it.
that thing fast.
Holy smokes.
I mean, to be fair, there really wasn't any. It's all red cards, right? And that's the one color that he's not.
Yeah.
So it really was the only option. So Ken just taking the land here, going, you know what? I think there's a chance I might be just full 4 colors here.
5 seconds.
He's got 3 dual lands already, right? We've got the
Draft.
blue-green land, the blue-white land,
Shuffle
and the
and
blue-black
pass.
land.
9 cards to your
Probably
right.
would love to pick up a surveillance room, right? Just to be able to.
Yeah,
It's
actually.
slow,
Pick up the
but
pack.
you get to
You
at
have
least
25
play all your
seconds.
cards. And this could also be a situation where you can get a Quinjet in here, right?
Yes.
Just because you're playing 4 colors.
So there's Visions of Villainy.
I like Pet Avengers
Wow.
here if you want to maybe go green.
Echo.
Echo?
Perceptive Prodigy.
Yeah, you know, so this is one of those cards when you first read it, you're like, wow, I'm going to
5
go crazy with
seconds.
this card. I'm going
Mm-hmm.
to copy everything and it's going to be great. In practice, it's been
Draft.
pretty underwhelming for me.
It is difficult to
Shuffle
set
and
up
pass.
for sure. Also,
8 cards.
I mean, maybe
to
that
your
pack
right.
wasn't great anyway, but I'm just not convinced that Ken
He's
is
blue.
blue, right?
Right.
Pick up the pack. You have 20
Like, this
seconds.
is the first blue card out of this
Like
pack at all.
Pet Avengers, if you're green, has so much more upside. It is such a stronger card than Echo.
And there's a Serpent Specialist.
Right.
That would do a good job of helping to shore up that early game.
But then you're moving into green. If you want to stay blue, you can take the Atlantean Cavalry
5
just for your
seconds.
curve. But now he's taking the Specialist here. So Ken,
I like this pick.
yeah, I like it, but
Draft.
it's a little bit all over the place because previously
Shuffle
you took the
pass.
blue card. So
I would
you're,
7 cards.
Get away from
to
blue.
your
That's what I
right.
mean. But the issue
Agree
is
with
Ken
you.
is just kind of waffling between green, blue, and black cards,
Pick
and
up
you
the
can't
pack.
just play.
You
You
have
can't just play all of
15
these cards on
seconds.
curve.
Right.
It's just not realistic.
There's the best possible for him. the Roxanne Brutes. It's black and it's that 2-mana
Right.
mana fixer.
Yeah, he's 100% going to take that. Now, he
5
is looking
seconds.
at the Synthoids just because he doesn't have
He
he doesn't have
needs
any
it.
2-drops,
Draft.
and
Yeah.
it will smooth out your draws. But
Shuffle and
you also,
pass.
I mean, Roxanne Brutes is
6
something that you
cards
can do
to
on
your
turn
right.
2 to help find the missing piece.
Pick up the pack. You have 10 seconds.
Another
There's
Roxanne Brutes.
another one. I think I would just take the second
Yeah,
one.
just for your mana fixing, like you're
feel
just
like two
You're just
you
trying
want.
to play all the cards here. But hey, you know what? Wiccan Conflictor,
What?
Coming of Galactus.
Draft. Shuffle and
Dream
pass.
big.
Oh, he took
5
Wiccan.
cards
All right,
to your
so
right.
yeah, I mean,
Oh man, what colors is he?
Pick up the
at
pack.
least
You
Wiccan
have
is
10
splashable,
seconds.
right?
Is he
It's-
just Sultai and we just can forget about Cloak and Dagger?
You know, I'm not going to make you any guarantees right now. We are still, this is a free-flowing draft is what I'm
Draft.
going to go with here because I still
Shuffle
don't
and
know
pass.
what
4
Ken's
cards
colors are.
to your right.
Outside of he has black, a bunch of powerful
Pick up the
cards,
pack.
but
You
we
have
don't know what his
5
second color
seconds.
is.
Okay, well he took Restorative Technique, so that if he does end up in green,
Draft.
Yeah, that
not
gives
a,
you the fixing.
not great,
Shuffle and
but
pass.
it does help.
3 cards to your right.
Not that he's going to have anything to put
Pick
a
up the
counter
pack.
on.
You have 5
Yeah, so now,
seconds.
okay,
Is
so
that
now
a
you can
Quinjet?
Oh, and that's an indication. It's like, I need a
Draft.
2-drop.
Shuffle
I
and
want to
pass.
be green
2
because
cards
now
to
you
your
can
right.
play your undercover
Pick up
scroll
the
as
pack.
well, and now
You
you
have
have
5
two 2-drops to
seconds.
play. So now
Okay.
it does feel to me that Ken is going, hey, I'm going to go black. I know green
Draft.
was
Please pass the
heavily
last card.
contested, but I'm going to go black green anyways. I don't care.
You
I'm going to
will,
try to get some
I
fixing
will start
and then
a
splash some of the blue
90-second
cards,
review timer
which
at
makes
this
that
time.
echo pick a little bit even.
I will also
You
give
know,
that
it's
5-second
probably
warning
not
once
even going to
again.
make his deck.
Please pick up your drafted cards. You have 90
Ken
seconds to
really
review.
needs to dial in here going into the third pack. He's in the review period now between pack 2 and pack 3. And this is where he really needs to get disciplined about what colors am I playing and what am I not, and what do I need. And if I were him, I would be looking to minimize blue. I mean, maybe there's a card that makes it in or something, but who cares about Echo, Kang?
He does have
Wiccan.
He does have 2 blue duels, so it's effectively free, right? When you have 2 blue duels plus the undercover scroll and a land cycler and an island, that's 5 blue sources. So he's probably going to at least try to play the Wiccan. I don't even.
Splashed Wiccan?
I don't think he's just going to have enough playable cards.
Oh, I see.
Unless he does go for the splash. I don't think that Echo is going to make it in though, because that is an extremely poor splash.
Yeah, he doesn't need Pim Particles either. Ooh, careful.
Yeah. But yeah, and now you can play that Serpent Specialist, which is certainly something that you can play early as well. So hey, I mean these are 3 plays that you can get going on turn 2 or earlier.
What are the priorities here for Ken going into pack 3?
I mean, just kind of continue filling out the curve with the 2-drops here. He's actually pretty good on removal. Like I mentioned in pack number 1, he did get 3 removal spells, and he's got a Cloak and Dagger and a Coming of Galactus out of this pack. So he's got 5 spells that kind of kill anything that you want. So yeah, can you use another removal spell? Sure. But
5
I would
seconds.
just be more interested in just trying to pick up Ant-Man's Army, Undercover Scroll, cards of that
Time.
nature for the early
Please
game.
return your cards to a single
And then, of
face-down
course,
pile in front of you.
Ken would be open to any bombs that maybe came his.
Yeah, he's certainly set up for that here.
Please go ahead and take your final
All right,
pack,
pack
labeled C.
3,
Remove
pick
the outer
1,
band. Counting
top
down
8 of the
14
Pro Tour.
face
This
down
is the
cards.
pack that could
If you do not
push
have
Ken's
14
deck
cards, please let
over
us
the
know.
top or sink it.
Ken,
Let's see what he gets.
already, pack 2 certainly got some really powerful rares there in Coming of Galactus and Cloak and Dagger. Can you follow it up with a 3rd premium rare here?
And as with pack 1, we'll be passing to the left.
Ken's counting.
Pick up your pack. You have 50 seconds.
Hero in
Okay,
training.
yeah.
There's a web up,
Okay, certainly splashable.
a gorilla.
Don't want to be first picking that. I know it's a 2-drop.
What else does he see
There's a
here?
super villain lockup, but that's just worse than web up. So he might just take the web up here, just
Oh,
because
man.
the thing is he's going to be splashing that Cloak and Dagger anyways. So just take the web up here and just have another great removal spell, because the next best card is just so much worse than web up.
Maybe he could wheel that Fisk Tower or the gorilla.
Yeah, I think he would love to just table the gorilla for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Also, it's an answer to his Coming of Galactus, right? So he's
Oh.
like, hey, this
Yes.
is a best of 5 setting, right? These types of things actually matter, and being able to take the cards that allow your opponents to deal with the best
5
card in your deck
seconds.
could be a thing.
Okay,
Draft.
so he does take the web up.
Shuffle and pass.
This checks one of the boxes that
13
you
cards
mentioned, Paul.
to your
Yeah,
left.
he could use another premium
Yeah.
removal spell. Unfortunately, it's off color, so it's a little less than
You can't play it
Pick
at
up
turn
the pack.
3.
Yeah,
that
Dual
often.
Alliance would have
45
been really
seconds.
nice.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Ooh, there's Aim Scientist Agent
Hour of
13,
Defeat?
Hour of Defeat.
Okay, now this would be removal spell, I believe, number 7, but Agent Sharon Carter on the splash might be a little bit rough. I mean, part of her power is just the fact that you can play her on turn 3 after getting a 2-drop in play. She's a lot worse if you just kind of play her on turn 4 or 5. I mean, still can draw you that card, of course, and that's value, but it's kind of tempting to just take an Hour of Defeat here, right? It's just an on-color premium removal spell and doesn't tax your mana that much.
Right, and any black card just feels like relief because that's the one thing you know you're going to be able to do.
Ken wants creatures here. He's not moving away.
Wow,
Whoa.
Agent 13,
5
Sharon
seconds.
Carter. He just took 2 white cards.
Yeah, the thing is, I mean, it's just, it is
Draft.
far too late to have
Shuffle
white
and
be
pass.
your base color here.
12
So now we're
cards
looking
to
at
your left.
Agent 13, Web Up, and Cloak and Dagger as a splash.
And then also,
Pick up the pack.
I mean, probably
You have
not
40
Echo,
seconds.
but Kang and Frozen in Eyes.
Right, for the blue.
Yes. And then,
Right.
by the way, that means you're black-green base, and you have like 4
Yeah.
black green cards or something like
In
that.
this pack, the only land is a blue-red land, unfortunately. And Iron Man doesn't do much. You might not want a second copy of Wiccan either. So
Wow,
pretty much a
horrible
blank
pack.
here. But can't really take We Say, okay, but you're
You
not
can't
blue.
play that.
You're not base blue, so I suppose you can board it in though, right? It's one of those things where if you do play against the somebody who has a lot of bombs or a superhero
5
Civil War,
seconds.
you can think of it as something that you can bring in because you're already splashing other blue cards. I wouldn't be main
Draft.
decking this card, but I think
Shuffle and pass.
it can be a
11
useful
cards
sideboard card to have
your
answers
left.
against bombs.
I guess that was a pretty bad pack. If
It
that's,
was.
If you're taking a
Pick up the pack.
sideboard
You could have taken-
splash
35
saving
seconds.
a
You could have taken the Thing, I suppose, just to have a top end threat, but that was it.
right.
Okay,
oh, and
that's a
look
good
at
card.
this Spider-Woman Secret Agent.
Another non-black or green card, but if you're splashing white and blue, you can't cast it off of either. Right?
Does
It is
Ken
a
think
hybrid
this
card.
is the first pack. Look at that.
This is a new deck.
Web Up Agent 13. We say the name Spider-Woman. That's a perfect start in this
look at
format.
this. It's like, check out my second deck here that I'm drafting on pack number 3.
The problem is he wasn't these colors really.
He's got Coming of Galactus,
5
Undercover
seconds.
Scroll, Gorilla, Serpent Specialist, and now he has this. So
Draft.
curious to see kind of
Shuffle
how
and
this
pass.
all ends up
10
here.
cards.
I mean, Paul, we're 4
to your
packs.
left.
We're 4 picks into pack 3. Like, have the wheels come off?
Pick up the pack.
How
You
is
have
he going to
30
cast all these
seconds.
cards? Well, now he gets a Widow's Bite.
There's a Widow's Bite, and then there's also Red Room Recruit, but I think you prefer the Widow's Bite here. Widow's Bite on color, so just really important thing to play early,
Yeah, it's
especially if you're going to be a base black deck.
Ken.
So, and you have enough unconditional removal. You just don't need a
What is
card
he
like
doing?
Supervillain Lockup, unless you're just trying to switch back into white. But that's just not something you should be looking to do in pack number 3. So I think he's going to
5
just take
seconds.
Widow's Bite here.
Ken.
No, he's not going to take the Lockup.
Wow.
Draft.
Wow.
We are now
Shuffle
5
and pass,
picks in, and
9
4 of them
cards
have been
to your
white.
left.
Until this, he had 1 white pip in his deck for Cloak and Dagger,
Pick up the pack. You have
theoretically.
So now
25
he's just
seconds.
full on 3 colors?
So he's black, white base now?
No,
and
I think he's
gonna-
still going to be green. He's got 3 green cheap things to play. Well, okay, at
I
this
mean, he
point,
has more white cards than green at this point.
well, I think they're basically tied. I think at this point, you have to take the Quinjet. Like it's the only
Oh,
way your
God,
deck
yes.
functions.
There
so
we go.
He's
5
certainly going to be
seconds.
looking to play this card
I
here.
mean, he might even need another one of those.
He does have a restorative
Draft.
technique, which
Oh, yeah.
is
That's
kind
and
of plays a
pass.
similar role. Yeah.
8 cards to your left.
I mean, certainly this deck doesn't lack
Pick
power.
up the pack. You
It's
have
just-
20
That's true.
seconds.
It's just so you can just so easily get run over here. Ant-Man's army might be nice here if you want to be base green, but if you're moving away from that, then you just take something like a Herbie,
Yeah,
which hey, at least this is a card that you can cast no matter what.
I am not predicting what base
5
color skin
seconds.
is at this point. I still assume black is making the cut. That's
Yes.
my one.
Draft.
That's a good
I'm
guess.
going to hang my hat on
Shuffle
that.
I
pass,
assume he's going to play
7
Coming Up
cards
Galactus.
to your left.
Maybe.
He's gotta.
Pick up the pack. You have 15 seconds.
Okay, Surveillance Room also lets you cast everything.
Surveillance Room is a gift.
Yeah, he's going to be happy about that. So Surveillance Room, got some dual lands.
You can
got
also
that
turn
seconds.
jail the card that you couldn't cast anyway into the grave.
Sure.
Draft.
And the thing is, he doesn't even have that many
Shuffle and
cheap things to
pass,
play.
6
Surveillance Room
cards
also just puts you
to
another
your
turn
left.
behind if you're actually using the mana to filter.
Pick up the pack. You have 10 seconds.
Okay. Rapid Rescue, go back
Actually,
into green.
yeah, if you're back in green, then you want it.
Yeah, but
Draft.
I'm not going to pretend
Shuffle and
to
pass,
know
5
what the
cards
second color is
to
at
your
this
left.
point because he has equal parts blue,
Pick up the pack. You have
green,
10
and white
seconds.
cards here to choose from.
It feels like Ken is flying a little too close to the sun with this deck. He is trying to have it all. He's trying to take the most powerful cards
Shuffle and
across the
pass.
board,
Yeah.
out of 4
cards
colors,
to your left.
and he's trying to
Pick up the
cast
pack.
all
You have
of
5
them.
It feels like
And
a,
it doesn't feel like that's going to work out for
it
him.
kind of feels like it's a Secrets of Strixhaven draft deck,
It
right?
does.
You're just trying
Shuffle
to draft
and
some
pass,
kind of
3
multicolored
cards to your
soup
left.
deck here.
Pick up the pack.
And
You
he
have
does
5
have decent
seconds.
mana fixing, I will say. But the deck does look slow. But if he does play against other slow
Draft.
decks, and you get to
Shuffle
the
and
point
pass
where you
2
can play out
cards
your
to your
Cloak
left.
and Daggers and
Pick up the
Coming Up
pack. You have
Galactus,
5 seconds.
perhaps it can still work. But I'm curious, number one, is his mana
Draft.
fixing good enough?
Please pass
Number
the last
2,
card. At this time,
is
I'll
his
turn you over
curve
to
good
Head
enough?
Judge Alfonso.
What is he playing? Right?
I have absolutely no idea. I can't even speculate what the final list of this would look like because there legitimately will be multiple different directions that you could go with this. The issue that I see, Paul, is that I don't see a non-greedy default where you can say, you know what, okay, I got a little crazy there, but I'm not going to play many of these white cards, just like the Cloak and Dagger and the Web Up or something like that, and I'm going to go back to being green-black, and I'm going to, dip my toe in the blue and the white just a little tiny bit. I don't know if he even has enough critical mass to make that happen.
Yeah, I'm just really curious to see kind of how this deck's going to look. Also, with a deck like this, you kind of need a decent amount of card flow as well, just to be able to kind of go over the top, right? And he's going to be, and I don't even know that, even picking up a Visions of Villainy out of that pack 1 could have been useful here, just to make sure that you can get to your bomb. So really curious to see what the end product here is for his draft.
Yeah, I mean, when you step back a little bit, what is your overall thoughts on how everything went?
I think Ken needed to solidify himself. I think he stayed a little too flexible too late. And at some point, especially after the end of pack 2, I think you just have to decide, okay, I need to be green-black. I don't care if there's an Agent 13. I'm just going to take the Hour of Defeat and just try to at least have a somewhat responsible mana base with some light splashes here and there.
Other splashes.
Right?
Yeah.
But I feel like every time there was the choice between kind of the safe, solid pick or the slightly more powerful card, Ken went for power.
Yes.
And so if he draws his mana, yes, his deck's going to look incredibly powerful. Also, he's got a ton of interaction.
Yes.
Lots and lots of removal, so he can deal with any of the bombs. I just don't know if the deck will actually function if his mana fails him.
Yeah, that mana is going to be the question for Ken Yukihiro. Did he fly too close to the sun, or maybe just the exact right height? We're going to take a short break here from Amsterdam. When we come back, we'll be in the quarterfinals. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to coverage here of Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes. We are in Amsterdam in the Netherlands. And Paul, we just drafted in the top 8. We have a draft top 8 to decide the trophy here. That's what it looks like right there. We watched Ken Yukihiro as he drafted an ambitious deck. I'm not sure exactly what to make of it, but we do get to see what that deck actually looks like. Let's take a look at the head-to-head here. This is going to be Ken Yukihiro versus Timo Bertram in his first top finish.
And, well, Ken's all 4 colors, which we predicted. But what is his primary secondary color?
His primary secondary color. Here's Ken.
Here we go.
Black,
He
white, blue, green.
Wow. Okay, so he's black-green.
Is he?
I'm going to say black-green because there's 5 swamps and 5 forests. Right? So we're a black-green. We're splashing.
Okay, but he has 4 actual green spells plus Coming of Galactus.
Yeah, but because the green cards are the only things he can play early.
Exactly. That's why he has so many forests.
But he's splashing We Say Thee Nay.
No way.
He did not have enough playables. There's a decoy ploy in this deck as well. Wow. There is the Quinjet. He is not playing. He is not playing the other ramp spell there, right? The restorative technique. So just relying on the Quinjet. Yeah, I mean, this is a black-green deck playing a bunch of white cards and splashing Kang, a counterspell, and a Wiccan. It's got a lot of power, a lot of interaction.
It's not every day you see the curve of, Gorilla into Agent 13 into Kang.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
All right.
This looks too greedy. Honestly, this mana base does not look like it can support wins here. Timo Bertram on the other side, did he keep it closer to the vest?
No, he did not. Well, it's a nice streamlined looking blue-white deck here.
Thor, did you get lost?
And then there's 2 mountains and a Thor. I'm not sure that that's necessarily worth it here. We do have a couple of spells you can cast, but I mean, it's not even like if you hit a Helicarrier Strike, it's not even that good. So you need to hit Burdock's Crusade, Trickster Stratagem, or Burrow Backup. So really surprised with the Thor Splash. Certainly a powerful card, but has a couple of land cycles, going to try to make it work. But this might be a rough matchup here for Ken, just because Timo has a mana curve, right? And is primarily a 2-color deck there.
Yeah, he also has Monica Rambeau there, which requires a red mana.
Right?
Maybe it was
I guess you're doing it anyways.
One more red.
But Thor is double red.
Thor's double.
Double red's kind of hard.
All right, let's bring out our players. There's Ken Yukihiro in top finish number 9. First top finish here for Timo Bertram from Germany. Big smiles from both of our players. Quick reminder, since this is the top 8, we are going to play best 3 out of 5. First player to win 3 games will win the match. The matchups in this case, the play draw in this case will go to the higher seed. And that's going to be Ken this time.
And Ken's...
Oh, or maybe Timo. Unless Ken decided to draw.
It's possible.
I mean, it actually is possible.
But probably don't want to draw against Timo's deck. By the way, Timo drew both of his mountains.
Which could be a good thing or a bad thing, I suppose.
Couldn't play his Bold Biochemist on turn number 2. But hey, Ken actually, hey, look, if you draw your mana, the deck's pretty solid, right? And he drew the 1-drop and has the Quinjet. So at least for this game, Ken with the mulligan, but will be able to play all of his cards. Meanwhile, on Timo's side here, using one of his 2 AIM scientists to go find that missing land here. Probably just going to be leading out with an Ultron drone. Ooh, found a lot more lands there.
Not exactly fireworks here in the early stages, but there's the Quinjet. That's a really good thing for Ken.
Right, because when games get to the point where things slow down and you're just not under a whole lot of pressure, then you have to like Ken's side, especially with his mana draw here. Meanwhile, on Timo's side here, just a bunch of lands. He's probably just going to be running out the same scientists here. Connive away one of those excess lands. Certainly not the second mountain, though, as he does have the Thor in his deck. And big turn here for Ken. There's the counter spell here, and actually keeping it up here.
Instead of casting
Wow.
Herbie,
Could have played a Herbie here.
I guess he does have Spider Woman as a backup plan as
Right,
well.
so kind of keeping both options here available. Now, Timo actually drew Trickster Stratagem here, which would be pretty nice because it would kind of open the doors here, right? You can just target the specialist and attack with both of your creatures. But perhaps just happy with this trade, and Ken is like, okay, I'll trade your 1-mana thing. I'll trade my 1-mana thing for your 4-mana thing.
Yeah, that's a good
very
trade
happily.
For Ken, yeah. Timo sitting back with the Ultron drone.
This is
so
like,
that he can power that up later. And in the meantime, he's going to go for a power up right now.
Yep.
And Ken's going to use up all of his mana here with Spider Woman
Right.
and Secret Agent to lock down the powered up Brave Brawler. Then he's going to play a land. And what else?
Cloak and Dagger here, probably.
Yeah, Cloak and
Okay.
Dagger.
All right. And this is probably,
Well, take a look at the hand.
yeah, targeting the Ultron drone, but then Ken gets to choose to exile either the Ultron drone or perhaps an interactive spell here in Timo's hand. And Timo does have that Trickster Stratagem, for example. So it could be one of, and Timo's not on land number 6, right? He's got 5 lands in play, so might just take the Stratagem here and just hope Timo doesn't draw land number 6 next turn.
What do you think about Ken choosing to be on the draw?
Oh, he did choose to be on the draw.
Well, he's a higher seed.
He's higher seed. I mean, I totally get it, right? Just given his deck specifically. I think in most instances you're supposed to play, but you want to maximize your chances of drawing all of your colors, and that extra card could certainly matter here.
Knowing about supervillain lockup in hand is pretty nice for Ken.
Right, yeah, just not going to be turning the Cloak and Dagger sideways here. And actually, what did he take? The Bold Biochemist. Okay.
He must just be looking at it as next turn, you could just go land Bold Biochemist, draw cards, and
Right.
I can fall behind pretty badly to that.
And Timo going, all right, well, I have other things to do with 6 mana here. Hitting you for 4 and still making a 2/2 this turn.
Yeah, this is why Timo didn't want to trade off the Ultron drone earlier. It's
Right.
actually pretty good.
Yeah.
For a colorless common, it does work. Here comes the token.
All right. Ken has access to Wiccan or Herbie plus We Say DNA. I imagine probably just want to go with the Herbie here and have that counter spell up because you can counter the Trickster Stratagem.
Always go with Herbie, Paul.
And hits a land here. Does he want to? Yeah. There's plenty of mana here. Has the counter spell up. Doesn't really want to attack with the Cloak and Dagger. Actually just doesn't have any attacks here. There's a 2/2 in play on the other side.
Right.
Yeah, I was like, I wonder what Ken's even considering there.
He's feigning something.
Right.
But he does just have We Say Thee Nay, which should be pretty good here.
Yeah, definitely. Timo doesn't really have a whole lot of other options. No? Well, actually drew U.S. Agent John Walker.
Be a good target for We Say Thee Nay.
Yeah. It's also tempting to just try and target one of these creatures that's locking down something with Trickster Stratagem. The Ultron drone, at least, is still a pretty free attack here if you're on Timo's side. And if you're aware of the splashed We Say Thee Nay, gonna have to try to choose which one you want to get countered first. And
this is going to have Ken tap.
Yeah, Ken, of course, knows about the Trickster Stratagem. Might just let this resolve and keep up the counterspell, because if you keep up the counterspell for next turn, you can play Wiccan and then counter something and then flicker Herbie, for example, and get extra value.
Oh, wow, that's much, much better. How much do you care about U.S. Agent John Walker?
I mean,
it's
it
a
is
threat.
it is pretty good. It's a pretty big threat, but I think Ken is going for the value play here. And I mean, we created that token, so it did resolve here. But now Timo gets to get in for a pretty big attack here.
Does he get 5 damage?
Looks
through
like
here?
5 damage, yeah, coming in.
Yeah, that's big, and Ken
Yeah.
doesn't really have any great way to interact, so he's just going to go down to 12.
Yeah, down to 12. But hey, I mean, this is now the power of Wiccan. Somehow Ken has access to double blue mana here.
Maybe his mana base is great. I mean, that is the upside to what Ken has done here, right? Is that if this game goes long enough and he gets his mana under him, he should have the most powerful deck in the room.
Yeah, very, very possible. I don't know all the rares that other people opened, but certainly, you know, Cloak and Dagger, Coming of Galactus, very, very good top-end cards. So now we got the Wiccan here, 5 mana, 4/4. You can flicker anything, and those permanents come back at the beginning of the next end step here. So if you have any good come into play effects, you can get a lot of value. It doesn't target tokens, notably, so you can't use it to just kill the drone token on the other side. But hey, you can block with Herbie, flicker that thing, if you have a spell that you can play.
Yeah, in this case, Ken's a little more constrained.
Right.
And Teemo really does have to open the door as well, though.
Yeah, I mean, it just
the idea of him not casting one of these spells seems not likely.
And now with Wiccan in play, because Wiccan says other permanent, so if you're going to cast this Trickster Stratagem, you're going to have to target the Wiccan here, because if Ken has some kind of spell and you target some other creature with Trickster Stratagem, you can simply just save it and flicker that creature. All right.
Here he goes. Trickster
Targeting
Stratagem on Wiccan.
And this will almost certainly be countered here.
Yeah, and Ken can...
You can play you can pay the teamwork off of the Herbie, right? And because it's going to get, if you want to get the value, might as well tap it, and then exile it, and then it'll come back in and draw you an extra card. You certainly don't want to flicker the Ultron drone, and you don't want it. There's just no good. Yeah, there's just no good targets on the other side.
Yeah, if you flicker U.S. Agent John Walker,
they just get another shield. Right? It is not legendary, the shield that is.
And you can't flicker the shield or the token. The 2/2.
Oh, but does he know about supervillain lockup?
Yeah.
Whatever you teamwork, you can supervillain lockup. So that's what Ken is considering here. Wow.
That's really funny.
Yeah. Teemo actually has the answer. So it's like, what are you okay getting locked up? And he's like, okay.
Target Herbie.
Target Herbie. And I assume he's going to use the lockup here on the Cloak and Dagger.
Yeah, now the way is clear, and he would love to, he actually has 2 of them in his hand.
Right. So any target, right?
Right. Especially because Ken knows about one of them.
Yeah, and I don't know if Ken is in a position here to attack with the Wiccan anyways. Now, Teemo does get in for a decent-sized attack still, right? That's a 5-power Ultron drone getting in there.
Yeah, with Ken at 12.
Yeah, down to 7. Will Teemo hold the villain? Nope. Gonna use it here.
Gonna use one of them.
Yep. So Bold Biochemist gets returned to hand, so Teemo can play it and activate it next turn.
That worked out really well for Teemo, all told.
Yeah, but Ken just wants to find more spells here, right? Got that Herbie back. Drew an extra card here. If you can find a removal spell and flicker Herbie again, that would be great. Did not. But found a mana sink play here. Ultron drone certainly helping gum up the ground here, because all of Teemo's creatures are ground creatures. And hey, flickering Ultron drone is also not terrible, right? If you have the mana, if you can play the spells, you can just generate an extra chump blocker every turn if you need.
Yeah, what if Ken can flicker the supervillain lockup? As long as he doesn't have a tapped creature, it'll just
come into play and just do nothing, right? So Ken really digging for a spell here. Is not interested in maybe blocking here with the Wiccan. Getting in, but remember, he is at 7. However, you have the Ultron drone, you have the token that comes from it, and you have the Quinjet that you can crew up as well if you need an extra way to block.
That said, the second copy of Supervillain Lockup could take out Wiccan. And
and it absolutely will.
Yeah.
And there's Ken does
that line of play.
Yeah, and Ken doesn't have any way to save it here. And feels like a really, really great opportunity to do so. If Ken had a spell, you feel like maybe there's a decent chance he would have cast something that turn,
yeah,
right?
And what could he even have?
Right, and do you want to give him the opportunity to play a spell to exile the supervillain lockup and then have Ken get back his Cloak and Dagger? But it is tempting to utilize all your mana and just play Bold Biochemist and activate on the same turn. But it also, it still just feels like the way that you lose this game is just through various Wiccan shenanigans.
Yes.
So if you can get it off the battlefield, you should absolutely try and do so. Because you can still just play the Biochemist.
You can still just play it out.
Just if you want an extra
power it
creature in
up
play.
later, yeah.
Or you can keep it in your hand if you're afraid of a removal spell and you absolutely need to draw the cards. Because Ken is not really attacking with any of his ground creatures.
Ken's down to 7 life. Teemo at 16. He's only taken 1 hit so far.
Yeah, I think Teemo just trying to figure out any attacks. He can basically make this attack and just trade with an Ultron drone like this, and
So it's a double block.
Yeah, and trade with the Ultron drone. Can move the Sturdy Shield around later if you like, and if you're going to be going for the lockup anyways, you can at least use your mana that way, right? You can lock up the Wiccan and move the Sturdy Shield onto another creature.
Yeah,
Yep.
I like this play from Teemo a lot.
Yep, absolutely.
He
Using
did tap his
blue
blue
though,
mana, so
not representing any blue spells here.
no, and he's not
Right.
going to cast the Bold Biochemist this turn either.
Yeah.
That signals to us, but
And I like moving it onto the U.S. Agent John Walker because there is a 1/4 that can block on Ken's side. So you want to have a 4-powered creature to attack with. So now
yeah,
Ken,
that was a really nice play from Teemo.
Right?
It would have been really tempting to just go for the full 6 mana use, get those cards into your hand, but getting Wiccan off the board really does help with shenanigans. And he's got Decoy Ploy.
yeah, 1 target.
Yeah.
It gets a villain and a hero if you have both.
Yeah.
And when you're playing a 4-color deck, good chance you can get both into your graveyard. But right now, there is simply, most likely, you're just going to be looking to get Ultron Drone back here and just play it. Oh, actually waiting here.
You can see that the supervillain lockups have also kept 2 creatures, not in the graveyard for Ken, but
Right.
in exile.
And now it's Bold Biochemist time here for Teemo.
Yeah, he drew another land for the turn anyway, so nothing else to do.
Yeah, and if he does have any cheap spells, you want to Bold Biochemist and activate, right? If you have a Take Up the Shield or a Helicarrier Strike, you want to give yourself the opportunity to find one of those cards here.
Absolutely. Figure out what you got before you make your combat decisions.
I draw 2 cards.
This is what Ken did not want to see. He's really
Right.
hoping that Teemo just finds some lands here
Right.
and kind of runs out of gas because he is too.
It's a
Brave Brawler, what
Brawler.
else?
I think it's just, and a shield deployment drone.
Okay,
So
so
find some action.
Fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially when you have that Sturdy Shield too, right? You're
Yeah.
just happy making any trade, and then you just continue moving the shield over to other things.
And we're going to just continue to see these trades happen, it
Right?
looks like.
And Ken's
although,
setting up this block nicely because he's got that decoy ploy.
that's right. He's
Now
got
you
a hero now.
right now you have a hero and a villain in the graveyard, so a trade he's absolutely happy making.
Yeah. He could even recast the Spider-Woman this turn. So here's Decoy Ploy.
Yeah,
Going to get back Ultron Drone and Spider-Woman. This is some good
Right.
grind
you
here.
can keep the Brave Brawler tapped down here,
Never even got to untap.
right? So it just ate a creature for free, basically.
And a land off the top here for Ken.
Yeah, Ken still needs to try to find some way to turn this around. I think he still just playing defense the entire time. But given that he's got the Ultron Drone now, I think he can attack with the Herbie here because it's not really going to be chump blocking anything.
Yeah, Ken's got to be wanting to see that coming of Galactus off the top of the library.
Yeah, that would be huge.
He could use that to do so much nonsense. He could get back Wiccan. He could take out a key threat on the other side.
Right.
You talked about Wiccan plus that card. Kind of interested in that transaction myself, but
With all the cards that we see in Ken's deck, he could have even used that that Unliving Legionnaire. Probably would have just played it in his deck.
oh,
Right?
100%. It's better than like 4 of his
He
cards.
took like a Pim Particles, I think,
He
right?
did.
And I don't think that made it in.
I'm going to look. It didn't.
Yeah. Splashing Pim Particles would be a bit ambitious.
Well, I think that is exactly how I would describe Ken's deck. A bit ambitious.
That is fair. That is fair. So-
At least Ken is splashing big, right?
Right.
He's going for
I mean, Teemo
Max power.
isn't really able to attack anymore, right? I mean, that's a 4/5 in play. None of his creatures can actually attack through it, so he's kind of on the play my stuff. Now, Brave Brawler can certainly attack next turn, so probably just going to be deploying all of his threats here. And then probably move the Sturdy Shield over to the Shield Deployment Drone, because then you turn that into a 3/4, and that can actually block both of the flyers on Ken's side.
Yeah, even with the 2 spells in hand here for Bertram, though, Ken is very, very close to finding something
Yeah, I mean, he's
that
basically
could blow this game open.
right. He's basically stabilized at this point, right? It's a fairly, Teemo just doesn't have fantastic attacks anymore. That decoy ploy did a lot of work.
Shield deployment drone here for Bertram.
Man, coming of Galactus, killing one of those supervillain lockups.
Ooh, seriously, get back Wiccan.
Right,
Let's
right.
go.
All right, so Teemo using all of his mana here. Certainly if you're on Teemo's side, looking for that Thor. There's a Trickster Stratagem in the graveyard too.
So both players really just hoping to
Right.
draw the top of their curves here. Ken really wants to see the coming of Galactus, and he found Undercover Scroll.
Yeah, with wow, I'm shocked.
It's not even
I'm shocked that it's a 1/1
full
here.
grown.
I guess when all your stuff gets exiled, that's
and
what
when
happens.
you bring back your creatures.
Right.
to-
Oh, and Teemo wasn't able to actually move the Sturdy Shield over, of course, as he played and leveled up or powered up his creatures.
So we'll have to do that next turn.
And now I don't know Ken's in a position here to attack with this flyer because he is losing the race, right? I mean, I guess you can attack for 5 here in the air. No, Ken chooses not to because Teemo can also gain some of that life back with the Brave Brawler.
That's right. Yeah, I don't think that Ken would be able to win the race from this exact standpoint. He's close.
Yeah. And Teemo also doesn't necessarily have a great attack. Like if you move the shield over to the Shield Deployment Drone, that becomes a 3/4. Ken can double block and just lose either the Quinjet or the Herbie. And then Ken is going to be the one, was going to be the person with the only flyer in play.
Yeah, so Teemo may just want to not even bother.
Yeah, perhaps even move it onto their Brave Brawler. That would turn that into a 5/5 lifelinker.
And just send it in.
Yeah, but then Ken can just double block with
A drone and a token or something.
or right, exactly, and then you lose the drone, and then your scroll becomes a 3/3 as well. But you get to gain some of that life back.
Yeah, none of these are particularly enticing attacks here for Bertram.
Yeah, I think
I think he wants to be in a position. He's
Right.
like he feels like he is the aggressor with Ken down to 7 and with some decent creatures. But if you actually take a snapshot of what the board state looks like post attacks, it's not much. There's Burrow backup off the
Okay.
top there for Bertram, but is that even good here? Not really.
I mean, it just kind of adds more to the board.
Yeah.
I wonder if Teemo's considering, if I play this, will I be able to get a big attack next turn? Should I save it in case I draw Thor?
Okay.
Right, just so that I have another spell and I can just burn you out by playing the backup Plux the Trickster Stratagem.
No, that's interesting. And also he may be considering that attack with the Brawler or something to clear out some of the potential blockers. Because one plan he does have with the Burrow backup is what you said, Paul, just keep using that shield and just keep equipping stuff and sending it in.
Right. And
But it looks like he is actually going to attack here.
Wow, okay, so Teemo gonna kill the 3/3 flyer
Oh, okay,
here.
but that's actually not a creature anyway, so
Right.
the scroll stays small.
So now it's Burrow backup time. Ken.
Okay.
Yeah, all right. And
This
now,
is good.
Now with all these creatures in play, Ken might actually want to potentially keep Herbie back to just trade with one of these 3/2 Vigilance tokens. Certainly a possibility here.
That Sturdy Shield doing good work here for Teemo as well. It's really, he's equipped it multiple times. Anything good off the top here for Ken?
Just both sides, right? They're
Oh,
just
another
looking,
land.
both sides are looking for their respective mythic rares here.
All right, Herbie did actually jam.
Okay.
I guess he's decided I'm not going to be trading this off
Right.
regardless, so let's race. But he really can't against the
Teemo
Brave
also
Brawler.
draws a land here. So
Wow, both players with
Yeah.
lands. They're
Teemo
like
needs-
halfway through their libraries.
the problem is these 3/2 tokens can't really attack through the Ultron drone.
right?
Yeah, so if anything, you might need to just put it on the Brawler here, gain a bunch of life, and if Ken does offer the Ultron drone trade, then all of a sudden your other tokens get unlocked.
Yeah.
Yeah, so given that there wasn't really a great attack, I don't know if I love that attack with the flyer.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
Because that allowed Ken to actually start getting in there with the Herbie.
5-5.
Yeah, so 5-5. The only way to get rid of it, though, I mean, this is a good attack, right?
It
Because
is.
there is no great profitable block for Ken. The only good block is sacrificing your Ultron drone, which would, like I mentioned, unlock your 3/2s to attack on the following turn.
Ken would love to be able to put the 2 tokens plus the Spider-Woman, but losing Spider-Woman unlocks the same problem next turn.
Yeah.
Okay, so he does clear away the Ultron drone. That is
Right.
profitable, and the life gain's going to be nice since Herbie's chipping away in the air.
Absolutely. So now back up to 14. You can move the Sturdy Shield over to probably the 3/2.
Yeah, one of the 3/2s.
Just because you need a 4-power creature to attack through Spider-Woman.
Right. But he's going to start sending those over one at a time.
Right.
And here's another
Right,
top
another
deck
draw.
opportunity for Ken
What can you
Yukihiro.
find? It's a land.
Gleaming Bastion. He's drawn 2 lands in a row.
Right. Now Ken's going, can I attack now? Oh, he's going for it.
Herbie's frisky. Down to 12 goes Teemo.
Remember, the scroll is a 3/3 here. So if the 4/4 attacks could line up a double block with the scroll and the 2/2 would be my guess. Can Teemo find
Ken
something?
does lose that over time, right?
Of course, absolutely. And that life gain from the Brave Brawler is huge here, because otherwise Ken might have been winning the race with that Herbie. Oh.
What did he find?
Shield Flying Car.
Oh, holy
huge draw.
smokes.
You can either unlock your Brave Brawler to have that attack, or you can flicker the Bold Biochemist and draw 2 more cards.
What a rip for Teemo
And
Bertram.
it's gonna eat the Herbie, right?
Totally.
You flash that in when Ken Yukihiro attacks, and you're gonna eat the Herbie, and that's Ken's only route to victory at the moment.
Totally.
Huge draw here from Teemo.
Teemo is just like, yeah, I'm just doing what I was doing before.
Just land go.
Yeah, attack this thing. Re-equip onto another 3/2. You know the drill
shake
here,
your
Ken.
head.
Nothing
Shake your head. I'm
to
done.
see here. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
All right, Ken. Can you
Come on,
find?
Ken. Find something.
Now Coming of Galactus is not as good this turn because of the flying car.
That's right.
Oh, that is a claw.
Oh, that's really good.
So not going to lose Herbie.
Herbie lives.
not going to lose Herbie. But
a Clawsonic Subjugator.
Ken's still not going to be happy.
That's right. Because it's just going to force the flying car here.
Yeah.
And the question, though, is do you want another threat or do you want more cards?
I think I would be leaning towards cards.
Mm-hmm.
I think 2 cards is probably more valuable here
than one
Brave Brawler, because you already have some other creatures to attack with, and I like this. And you just don't power up until end of turn, so you discard the land because of the claw in your hand. That comes in end of turn. It comes in. You still hold priority so that you can use the 4 mana, because the power up would still cost 4 mana from the Bold Biochemist.
Because it did enter this turn. So this comes in. Now pay 4.
Pay 4 mana.
He's just double checking the wording on power up, but yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
You do not have to have cast.
Everybody was wondering.
Yep.
Just
it's true. It's true. And here's 2 more cards on end step, and
Can
then
you
a
find a
draw
Thor?
step as well.
Thor, a removal spell. I mean, Thor into Trickster Stratagem is that's just going to be the game,
That's
right?
gonna
I mean,
be
that's
devastating.
4 damage coming in. Oh, and this is a
Murdoch's Crusade for Spider-Woman?
For Spider-Woman. Are there any enchantments? Don't see any.
Don't think so.
But hey, unlocking the Brave Brawler also is very, very big here.
Yeah, so he ended up getting both.
Yeah.
Plus an extra land for his troubles.
Right.
Wow, this is massive turn here for Teemo.
And
that flying car might have been the thing that propels him to this game 1 victory.
Yeah. And just attacking for 3. Oh, and also the ground creature?
This one? This one also, yes.
Okay, so he's like, oh, you're also attacking with that? Well, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
All right, so that'll be a 2-for-1 here.
So
you
just
can kill the
2
token, right?
Yeah,
Because of the prevent any recursive effects. And this is still a lethal attack next turn because you can crew up the car and then move the Sturdy Shield over. And here you can use a Murdoch's Crusade on the Spider-Woman to unlock your Brave Brawler. I wonder if Teemo's going, do I even need to?
Is there something better?
Coming of Galactus.
Right.
Right?
But he's just going to do it now. He's going to say, you must top deck something incredible. And honestly, is Coming of Galactus even enough at this point?
Right, because there's
it just blows up 1 creature.
Yeah, there's effectively 5 creatures in play.
Right. What does he find? Anything for Ken Yukihiro? He's got 2 lands in hand. He's flooded out.
Okay.
Hour of Defeat. That's interesting.
Certainly keeps him alive, and it is an answer here to the flying car.
And Surveil is huge at this point in the game.
But he's still going to have to make some bad blocks here. He's at 4 life.
Yeah, he's in a really bad position.
I mean, I don't even know if after combat, I don't even know if Coming of Galactus is good enough here. I suppose
so.
you can kill the lockup and then get Cloak and Dagger. Would that be good enough? Maybe.
Oh,
We'll see here.
to maybe try to turn it around, sure.
Yeah.
Because we do note here that Timo Bertram is out of gas once again.
He's drawing a bunch of lands here.
Yeah. 2 planes and an island in hand for Timo,
It's just
but
12 lands, and also there's 2 lands in the graveyard too.
yeah, he is flooded out really hard. I mean, even harder than Ken somehow.
Yeah. Really, really tough spot here for Ken.
So he kills the shield flying car.
Right, but then you have to
What does he have to block?
You have to chump block the Brave Brawler because that's a lethal attack. I mean, you have to actually block
and then
both
he has
of them.
to block something
You're
else,
actually
too,
chump blocking 2 creatures here, going down to 2.
and losing your board.
Exactly. So I think
Yeah.
Timo's got it here.
There was another land there
Yeah.
for Ken Yukihiro, but it doesn't feel like there's outs. This format is not known for its sweepers. There's basically none.
Yeah.
So ways to come back from this point in Ken's deck, I don't think there are any.
Right.
And that's going to be game number 1 going to Timo Bertram. A drawn-out affair to start things off, and Timo ends up just scraping over the finish line.
Yeah. And I mean, that's where any type of 2-for-1 effect really gets you there, right? And for Timo, just being able to activate the Bold Biochemist twice, really, really big there. And on the flip side, Ken has a powerful deck with lots of removal, but as I mentioned before, not a ton of card flow.
I mean, you'd hope that a game going that long would end up in Ken Yukihiro's favor.
Right. Yeah.
If you get outground by the other deck,
By the blue-white, somewhat aggro deck.
right,
Yeah.
with just a little splash of red for, well, Thor, but
Right. A little splash.
just a little dash.
Yeah, and can Ken even beat a Photon? Right? If
Oh.
Timo just plays Photon,
No way.
there's just so few ways to actually
I
handle
don't even
it.
know if he has enough flying in his deck.
Right.
Like, not if one of them gets removed.
Yeah, so even if the game gets drawn out, I mean,
He'd
Timo
have to
can
counter
still
it.
just have the ways to kind of go over the top. Yeah, that's right.
And you see the Roxanne Brutes getting
get a
land cycled
forest,
here
probably.
after the 2-drop into 3-drop.
Hey, he's
for
got all his
Bertram.
colors.
Yeah.
Blue,
Yeah, he
black,
does.
blue, black, green, white.
3 lands, all the colors.
So you cannot say that you lost because of your greed.
His mana has worked thus
That's
far.
right.
He's going to probably just have to fire off
Cruel
Cruel
Alliance.
Alliance here. Oh, no, he's got
Oh.
Cloak and Dagger.
Yeah. Against a blue-white deck, you just can just, as long as you don't attack or block, right, because of double supervillain lockup,
I mean, you say blue-white, but is it mono-white?
can get the island with the burrow backup. Yeah, so taking the Helicarrier strike here. And so on Timo's side, perhaps just leaving the Ultron drone back, like, or you can attack, but then Ken can attack you back and gain you a bunch of life because Timo doesn't have a follow-up play here. Draws a second copy of Captain Marvel, not ideal. But I suppose against Ken's deck, Ken's going to have to kill one, and then you can just follow it up with another.
Yeah. But in the meantime, the way is clear here for Timo Bertram. He gets to just bash with both creatures as Cloak and Dagger not wanting to engage in combat with these creatures.
Yeah, but Ken will get 2 of that life back as Cloak and Dagger can attack and give you life link. And then Timo's certainly
Timo's
going
just going to grab an island here.
Yeah, certainly going to get an island here with the burrow backup and then draw Thor probably.
We call that justice.
Absolutely.
And there's the island. He's just going to play it straight away. But that is going to be his turn.
I mean, Ken's hand is very, very nice. He's got plenty of interaction, right? Multiple removal spells, Anna Herbie, Spider-Woman.
The Gorilla is going to be really good this matchup,
Right.
potentially.
It's probably one of those cards you could even like consider holding until Timo fires off one of his many enchantments or artifacts.
Cloak and Dagger in the red zone, as you mentioned, that 4-point life swing there. And
Right.
now Ken just passes a turn back with Hour of Defeat and Spider-Woman available.
Yeah, and Ken actually could just let him attack.
Yeah.
Because then he can just flash into Spider-Woman and eat the Brave Brawler, and then keep the drone tapped afterwards. So
That works.
Ken's probably just going to pass here.
And you see Teemo is just going to be forced to allow that to happen if he goes into it.
Yeah, I mean, Teemo certainly, as long as he, if he just plays the land in his hand,
Then he can have power up
then
ability.
Ken has to tap, or rather, Ken has to play the Spider-Woman before attacks, right? Because you can't actually eat the Brave Brawler then.
Typical play pattern for professional level players is to play your land after,
Right.
if it's not needed. It is here.
Right. Yeah. You need to be
You
able to.
would want to break from convention in this.
Right. Oh,
Interesting. Teemo's
Okay.
only going to attack with Ultron drone.
nice. Okay, so playing the Spider-Woman and say, you know what?
I'll just do it the other way.
Right,
then,
and I'll just block.
Yeah.
Sure. Teemo's like, I knew what you had. And Ken's like, well, that's fine.
And then there's Captain Marvel as the follow-up here for Bertram.
Yeah, and Ken does have the multiple ways to deal with it here.
You can keep that rapid rescue available if you'd like. Oh, he's not going to. He's going to play Gorilla,
And Cruel Alliance.
and then
exile
Cruel
it.
Alliance it. Very nice.
Gains you a bunch of life, and,
And
you
then
still have
does
the.
he just get to jam here?
Yeah, because the next turn, Teemo can play land number 6 and power up the Ultron drone, so the Spider-Woman just can't block either of the creatures in play. Or, excuse me, the Brawler can't even attack.
Right, it's on lockdown.
Whole game, game whole. Was it on 22? So I think I'm on 19 now.
Yeah, 22 minus 3.
24?
Sorry.
Yeah.
90, yeah. 21, 19?
Yes.
Okay.
Clearing up the life totals here.
So Ken's at 21, actually. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's hit twice with Cloak and Dagger and only taking the
Right.
minimal hit there.
And I guess if you're on Teemo's side, you're going, well, you know, you had the removal spell, but hey, at least that kind of unlocks my second Captain Marvel. But of course, we know that Ken has another removal spell here in hand to deal with Captain Marvel.
Yeah, we see
in our
Teemo
defeat.
respecting that. Oh, how about this off the top instead?
Wow.
The coming of Galactus has arrived.
Oh, okay. Well, that's what he was looking for in game number 1. The best card in his entire deck here has the capability of winning the game all by itself.
Does Teemo have any answers for it?
He's got one Murdoch's Crusade at the very least. Does he play 2?
Take a look.
But Teemo's still fighting here.
Thank you.
And does have 2 copies of Murdoch's Crusade, so he has outs. He needs to draw them before the 16/16 Galactus token enters the battlefield.
Tick-tock, as they say. I guess
Rapid rescue.
I guess at this point he could just use it on the token.
Right, yeah.
I mean, at that point, I mean. So
Right,
he
you
has
get-
one
you
extra
get one
draw
extra
step, but,
turn,
I mean,
sure.
if it gets to attack, you're probably dead.
Right. Ken can still play out this Herbie here. Get extra value. Just does so much work.
4 cards?
3.
All right, Teemo
Down to 17.
down to 17 has
Not much going on.
2 turns to find an answer. Of course, super villain lockup would also work, right? I believe.
Oh, he found Murdoch's Crusade off the top. Oh, my goodness.
Wait, does he have the creatures here? Can he do both? He can kill the Spider-Woman
Yes.
and Coming of Galactus.
Yes, he can. That could actually turn things around.
Wow.
This is why Murdoch's
Unreal.
Crusade is such a high. You know, because if you ever just kill a creature with it, you're ahead on mana.
Right.
But if you happen
if
to
you do
get
both?
this is 9 mana worth of spells for 2.
I mean, this goes from Ken looking like he's just straight up going to win the game in 2 turns to, hey, we're back to an even game.
I just got a text from Galactus. He can't make it. Wow, Murdoch's Crusade off the top
Unbelievable.
for Teemo.
2 copies of that card. Huge draw here from
He
Teemo.
attacked first. Okay, that's because he has U.S. Agent John Walker,
And
so he
that's a
can
4
use
power creature.
that to pay the teamwork
Right.
cost.
And yeah, certainly
Ken,
out. He's like,
hold
all
on,
right,
buddy. No, he
time out."
says.
Oh,
Oh, you saw that look from Ken Yukihiro. That's what
Yeah.
he needed to not see.
brutal. Great draw there
Wow.
from Timo. Now Ken still has a lot of action in hand.
Did you see him grimace when that
Oh,
went on? That he's like,
sure did, Marshall.
anything but that. I was so
sure did.
close.
Now Ken, lots of good options. Can still hit in the air, right? I know that was.
I would just give up.
I know that was rough, but you still just have the Ultron drone here. You can play that and make a token, so that might make things difficult here. Just having that 4/5 in play makes it pretty tough for Timo to get good attacks, and even with the sturdy shield, if you put that onto the Ultron drone, that's a 4/5. You can still kind of set up some double block situations here. All right, going for King instead here and keeping up Supervillain Lockup as a trick. Ken would love to find a way to safely attack with the King if possible. Get that connive trigger going, start draining Timo. And now on Timo's side, you need to try to find and line up a good attack here. It's rough. Before it was looking like, okay, well, I stabilized my board. I can just attack freely and get some good attacks in. But now you're facing up against the King. So now are you considering keeping one of your big creatures back, right? Just so that King can't get in an attack. And Timo has a card, right? Yeah, he's got a card that an unknown card.
Unknown
rather.
card,
Yeah.
but one indeed.
And Timo actually getting very aggressive here. That's 3 4-power creatures that can attack. And this is lining up reasonably well here for Ken, given that he does have that supervillain lockup. So he's going to force... he's thinking about blocking the Brave Brawler, forcing Timo to spend all his mana this turn to pump it up, and then using the supervillain lockup to get the Brawler. If he did that, though, he would take 8 damage here from the other 2 creatures.
Yeah, he's going to leave Timo with just the 1 mana left.
All right. So makes him use all his mana, but goes down to 7.
I take 8, 7.
Yeah, that's a big cost, but gosh, it does seem worth it.
You get that life back, right? You at least get one of the life back from the King and the connive.
Yeah, he could even clear out the token and attack if he really wants with the Cloak and Dagger. Ultron Drone, Hour of Defeat.
Yes, things are still looking pretty good here for Ken with the Ultron Drone and the extra interactive spell here and the ability to just kind of swing away with the King.
Yeah.
So now Ken goes up to 8.
And he's attacking for 5 plus the extra drain. Yeah, that's
so
a
Timo
big
down
attack
to 9.
too.
So life total is basically even.
That very aggressive attack from Timo did not work out.
Right.
Mainly because he committed himself to paying the 5 mana for the Brawler.
Right.
Don't think it was wrong, but it didn't work out great. He drew
Thor
God of Thunder.
That's not going to see play for a bit.
That's so rough for Timo. It's his greedy splash, and it's just staring at him in hand.
I guess it would
now.
have won him the first game.
Yes, it would have. For a really long game where his mana really gets under him, that is his most powerful spell. But in a normal length game, he is almost never going to be able to cast it.
Right.
And as you can see, he's miles away right now.
Miles. And now Timo just doesn't even necessarily have a good attack lined up here. You can move the shield, I suppose, over to the Ultron Drone. Draws an island. At least be a mountain, right? Give yourself some hope.
No kidding.
If you went mountain and somehow survived, playing that and then using Murdoch's Crusade on the Ultron Drone and then dealing 2 damage to the Cloak and Dagger would have been huge.
Yes.
Yeah. But as it stands,
he's miles away from that.
He is miles away from that.
This is a risk that Timo knew he was taking when he put Thor God of Thunder into his list. There are going to be games where you draw it, can't cast it, and you have to just live with it.
I mean, I imagine you're not going to be able to cast it in 30% of your games, right? It's a double splash.
I mean, it's not advisable. Like, I would guess that having Thor, God of Thunder in this list
and 2
versus
mountains,
any common, you pick it,
right?
That's a creature in either of these two colors is going to be minus win rate.
Yeah, I think the only argument is because he's got the Photon in his deck, to be able to play the other side, you absolutely need at least one mountain.
You are doing the red
Right.
thing regardless.
All right, Hour of the Feet here. This is lining up a really, really big attack here for Ken Yukihiro. Killing the shield, so now you can attack with the king, right? Because if you connive and turn it into a 4/5, Timo would have to double block and lose both of his creatures here.
Wow, everything except for Cloak and Dagger coming in, plus that
Yeah,
trigger.
discard the scroll here. There's a drain for 1, and now the king is a 4/5.
Yeah, he discards the scroll to get the +1/+1 counter.
Right.
And it looks like the avalanche of value on Ken's side has finally added up to enough to
can't double
overwhelm Timo Bertram here.
Right. Can't double block the king because you die. You're at 8 life here. You need to just make really bad blocks just to stay alive here. You got to put 1 card on the Ultron drone, and then you can, I suppose, trade with the token. If you did that, you would go to 2, but you would have new board.
And that's exactly what he's going to do. Down to 2, no board, no spells of castable in hand.
Yeah.
And he's going to have to scoop him up.
All right.
So that means that we get a split of the first 2 games. And of course, since we are in the top 8, that means that we're going to be playing best 3 out of 5. And any games after this point are going to be sideboarded.
Yeah. And if you're Ken, you got a lot of options. He's playing all of the colors, so we'll see what he brings in out of the board.
Yeah, he could really change his deck around. We'll take a look at that and more. But first, we're going to take a short break here from Amsterdam. When we come back, we're going to be finishing up our first quarterfinal. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to coverage here of Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes. Take a look at the Amstel River here in Amsterdam. Beautiful city and a beautiful day for a top 8 indoors here. We've got a trophy to give away. We've got a MagicCon happening. We've kind of got it all. And of course, if you're just joining us, first off, thank you. We really appreciate you taking the time to hang out with us. And second, it is Draft Top 8. We've already watched the draft earlier. If you're just tuning in, you'll have to go back and watch Ken's draft. It was a doozy. We're watching him play now against Timo Bertram, and the players have split the first 2 games. That means 2 things. 1, Game 3 is just about upon us, and we're kind of back to our normal format of best 2 out of 3. And then also it means that the sideboards are in, Paul. Not huge changes for our players here. It looks like Timo took out a Helicarrier Strike and brought in a Super Suit, and Ken brought out Rapid Rescue, and he brought in the Echo Perceptive Prodigy.
Yeah.
It's back, baby.
The splashed Echo. I mean, this is, at least after the first two games, certainly seems like the type of matchup where the games kind of go long, and that is certainly where a card like Echo can really shine. And Ken, once again,
3/4 of the way there.
3/4 of the way there. This is where Ken kind of taking all those lands and playing the Quinjet and the land cycler has made it so that his mana actually seems like it's better than we would have anticipated just by following the draft.
Got good news and bad news for Timo Bertram. Bad news, he drew Thor again. Good news, he has a mountain.
All right.
So he's actually
then
one of his
drawing
aim
Thor
scientists.
isn't bad news.
Is it not?
I
Still can't cast it.
You're close. Hey, you know what the real good news is?
Yeah, Monica Rambeau showed
Yeah,
up.
Photon in your hand.
Totally. That is where you want to be.
And
Ken is not going to have an easy time answering that.
right, especially given how much removal is in Ken's deck. Sometimes you kind of have to play around turn 3 for the sake of your mana curve. By the way, Aim Scientists,
Hey!
Thor is online.
If he goes Aim Scientist for a second mountain, it's going to be just a huge sign to Ken. He didn't. He actually got a
Well, the problem is Photon is double white.
So he's going to have to prioritize
Right.
Photon, which
Yeah.
does make sense. But again, this Thor splash is way too much. That should probably not be in the deck. That said, if he had drawn it in the first game, probably would have won him the game, and he had the mana to cast it pretty easily. So maybe he's gearing up for these slogs and figures if the game goes 10, 12 turns every game, I might actually have a decent chance of casting this thing.
Ken keeping up that counterspell, and this is tough. So you want to play out Photon, but at the same time, Ken is representing counterspell mana.
Which is like the only answer he has.
The only thing he can have. So it's one of those spots where maybe you just don't go for it. Yeah, and this is great. You just play out another thing. But Ken can just run out Hour of Defeat here, end of turn, and can still kind of play that instant speed game because if Timo does nothing, you can still power up your Serpent Specialist.
Really smart from Ken here.
Right.
Right? He doesn't
Yeah.
even flinch at using his counterspell. We say the nay there.
Right.
He just immediately goes for the Hour of Defeat.
Yeah. And he's got the Echo, but can't play it because has to keep up the counterspell mana as well.
So the question is, can Timo kind of entice Ken to either tap out or use his We Say Thee Nay on something other than Photon? Because if he resolves Photon, I don't see how Ken wins.
Yeah, not with this hand. I mean, I suppose Thor, right? But needs to find that second red source. And that's the trouble with utilizing your land cyclers to get non-mountains. Because when you lay out your mana base and you're thinking about playing Thor, you look at the Aim Scientists as red sources. So at any time you use those to get the other lands, I mean, you're just so far away from getting Thor into play.
And he's going for it, and it's going to get We
no.
Say Thee Nay. And Ken Yukihiro can breathe a sigh of relief.
Yeah, that was Timo's absolute best card in this matchup here. So now Ken does not have to worry about Photon Living Light here. Just nearly unbeatable when it enters the battlefield here, especially against Ken's deck that has 7 or 8 unconditional removal effects.
Now Ken has the green light to just start casting stuff.
Right.
Oh, that's incredible.
Yeah. That We Say Thee Nay on the splash coming in very handy here for Ken. Now, if you're on Timo's side, he needs to find a red source.
Even then, how good is Thor here? It doesn't just eat a removal spell.
Well, Ken can't cast Web Up currently. He doesn't have white mana. So he doesn't actually have a way to kill
I
the
guess
Thor God of
what I
Thunder.
mean is if I'm Timo and I draw my mountain, I'm like, sweet, I have Thor.
Oh, you're definitely playing Thor.
But I don't get anything from it straight away.
Well, you have a Super Suit in your hand. So if you play Thor, you can still cast Super Suit and deal 2 damage to something.
Okay.
I mean, I don't think there's too much of a better draw than Mountain. I suppose Bold Biochemist would also be very good, just as a way to draw cards.
I guess I'm mentally comparing it to the Photon.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly not on the level of Photon.
And now Timo's just going to offer this trade. I guess he sees it as inevitable.
Right. But Timo does, of course, have the backup here. You can just Brave Brawler, pump it up. And if Ken just discards a spell here, then the Brave Brawler can't even block the king. Can probably just pitch the Echo. No, he found something.
He found Spider Woman.
Spider Woman.
Is that what
here.
that was?
That's what it looks like here, and just being careful with the mana because he does have a Connive.
Oh, he's just going to play Echo.
Just plays an Echo.
He wants double Spider Woman.
Yeah, that's what
Next
it looks
turn?
like here. And so choosing not to attack with the king here. Okay.
Interesting.
Super villain lockup. So Timo might be okay with attacking with the Brave Brawler here. And then just allow Ken to have that one trigger off of the king. And then just get it with the lockup.
Still no second red source yet for Thor, God of Thunder, to hit the battlefield. But
Yep.
if this game goes a while, you know, he very well may find it.
Right. Yeah, 4 damage coming in, and he's certainly just going to be passing here. Nothing else to do. And this could be a pretty fun turn here for Ken. He can
do some
he can copy
nonsense.
multiple triggers. You can just copy the king trigger too. You can get 2 Connives.
Yeah, particularly like if he found a land here and he did it, but it's Gleaming Bastion.
Yeah,
he actually
look
wants
at this.
that one.
Loot twice.
So Connive once.
Yeah, just 1 drain.
And
but-
it's an island too,
Yeah.
so he'll be happy to get rid of that. The drain only happens on
right.
the
And then
extra card,
yeah,
but
just-
still another.
And then yeah, loot again. And you certainly want to keep the blue-white land so you can throw away the forest.
That's a lot of
cards
sifted through here
right?
for Ken.
And the Gorilla is pretty effective against Timo's deck of double supervillain lockup here.
Oh, but here's
right.
Super Suit.
Super
That
Suit.
will untap his
But
Brawler.
Ken does have the Spider Woman, so you let that resolve, or you can just play the Spider Woman to keep it locked down. And then now Timo will have to use the supervillain lockup to get rid of the king.
This is a nice little flurry here for both players.
Right? Yeah, that would have been an excellent trick had Ken not had the Spider Woman here.
Yeah, the RAF security officer is under Frozen in Ice as well, and that cannot be untapped.
Right.
You know, the normal templating for those cards says it doesn't untap during its controller's untap step, but it actually just says it cannot be untapped.
Yeah, I wonder if just aggressively fetching that plains is going to come to haunt Timo there. I know he kind of needed to get the land, but it's you have so many more plains in your deck that you can draw.
Yep.
Where if Ken does keep up mana for counterspell, and it's just really hard to run at the Photon, maybe it would have been better to just bait something with the Thor first, and then run the Photon when you eventually draw the other plains. Now you're just hoping to naturally draw your second mountain in your deck.
Yeah, he has another AIM scientist that he could pull.
Oh, look at this. Copying the Gorilla so you can kill the
Oh.
Super Suit as well. Look at this Echo out of the sideboard doing some serious work here for Ken
Popping off
Yukihiro.
an Echo. I saw it in the sideboard and I thought, okay, Ken,
Yeah, all right,
you're going full
all right.
power, buddy. He sure is.
Bold Biochemist maybe? Okay, that's a good place to start here for Timo.
Is there a mountain here?
Yeah, or perhaps the second AIM Scientist, or I believe he had a blue-red duel as well. The third natural red source you can draw. Don't see one though. I think I see an Ultron drone and a non-mountain. Oh, that's a Murdoch's Crusade, excuse me.
He's got a lot of targets for that. In fact, every
Oh, wow.
creature on Ken's side.
Okay, that was
is
actually
4 toughness.
That was actually a nice draw. There's a Trickster Stratagem and a Murdoch's Crusade here for Timo. You kill the Echo, you go, oh man, this Echo is a problem.
Yeah. Or maybe just stratagem that one and set
Right.
it back.
2 loots here. Look at this.
Jeez.
Any extra land, you can just filter it away here. And you get the
No.
drain. Just wait till you get to Coming of Galactus, although you do have to be mindful of Murdoch's Crusade, so might not even be correct to run out Coming of Galactus if you draw it.
And he actually is going to actually discard Undercover Scroll here, which is a little surprising.
Yeah.
I
would rather have the
I
lands.
think he has another land in his hand.
Guess he just wants to. Oh, he wants the king to be big enough to attack through the Bold Biochemist, right? As it is a 2/4. So.
Is that important?
Yeah, you get to get in for 4 extra for 4 damage.
Yeah, but he wouldn't lose his king, and he could have a 3/3.
3 cards? 3 cards, yeah.
Yeah, I think as long as the king can stay on the battlefield, I think Ken's okay just thinking, well, maybe I can just continue sifting through all the other cards as well, and I just want to make sure that I can deal enough damage here. But that Bold Biochemist was excellent for Teemo. I mean, just finding multiple interactive spells there to play.
Another 5-drop here, too, with Captain Marvel Spaceborne. So a lot of action here.
Yeah.
For Teemo, somehow Ken's actually the one that's almost out, even though he's seen so many more cards.
Yeah, a lot of good targets, too, for the various interactive spells here, right? Like, you can make the case you can use your removal on any of those cards here.
Mm-hmm.
And interesting, doesn't actually fire off Murdoch's Crusade here. Now, if Ken plays a spell, then that does trigger Captain Marvel, and you can play stuff at instant speed.
Oh, true.
So if
Dependable Quinjet here. Oh, but it's going to be web up, so.
But the trigger does go on the stack, and you can still play Murdoch's Crusade, right? You can
Yes.
still play Murdoch's Crusade at instant speed here to perhaps deal with the king. And web up can't be copied by Echo, by the way. Echo only copies triggered abilities from creatures.
Yeah. So Teemo does have a window here
So good.
where, I mean,
Yeah, it's like, do
it
you
is
kill
funny.
Spider-Woman?
They're all 3 good choices.
Yeah, I think you don't. Yeah, I think it's, do you want to maybe kill the Spider-Woman to unlock your creature or kill the king?
Currently, the web up trigger is targeting Marvel, but he's going to use his first Murdoch's Crusade here
Right.
to exile King, and then Captain Marvel will be gone.
Yeah, because that was a card advantage engine for Ken, and now Ken kind of doesn't have anything, right? He has some lands and that Quinjet in hand.
Yeah, as it sits, you also kind of are taking out Echo effectively because it doesn't have anything else
Exactly.
to do at the moment.
No attack.
No attack, probably run out the Quinjet here.
He's not going to attack, he said.
Doesn't look like it.
Guess he could get in for 1 here.
I guess the Echo has Vigilance, and you
Right.
can attack with the Spider-Woman, yeah.
But maybe he's deciding, nah.
Mhm. Yeah, I think he's concerned about supervillain lockup
Yeah.
there from Teemo.
I
So.
think so too. Okay. Well, you can play the dependable Quinjet, but interestingly, Ken's out of gas.
Ken's out of gas. Game keeps going on.
Cold
every
top
single
decking.
every single turn here, Teemo. If you can find a mountain, now he's got that Murdoch. Oh, he found the mountain. So he found the mountain. So now he can play Thor and then cast Murdoch's Crusade to kill the Spider-Woman.
Wow.
And now he has a huge threat, and Ken has nothing in hand.
Even though Ken's seen so many cards.
I mean, if you're Teemo, you just feel like that is what you need. I mean, that kind of unlocks everything. I know Teemo's probably scared of a potential coming of Galactus off the top. But at that point, are you just never casting the Thor, right?
Yeah, no, you just have to do it.
Oh, and I like this attack because if Ken blocks with the 4 toughness creature, you can play Thor, then Murdoch's Crusade. That would deal 2 extra points of damage to kill off whatever blocks.
So that would actually kill both.
Right. So really nice attack here from Teemo.
And Ken's like, what's going on?
Yeah, Ken is like, okay, this is going to be really bad for me. I think I should just take 2 damage.
Yeah, he's at 18.
Yeah. He's like, there's no way you're just bluffing this attack here, is probably what Ken's thinking. But regardless, this will be a very good turn for Teemo if, of course, he plays out this Thor, the second mountain in his deck.
Yeah, a.k.a. the other mountain.
Can I see? Yeah, of course.
And now Ken's like, wait a minute. I think I figured out what's going on here.
Teemo had a little smirk, too. He's like, all right.
He's like, you know, and I know.
We all know what's
There's the
happening here.
mountain.
There it is.
Let's go,
All
Thor.
right. Thor, Murdoch's Crusade. And he's got a Trickster Stratagem in hand, too, which would then be another 4 points of damage to anything that he wants. This can go to the face, too, by the way.
If he wants to reduce the clock, since he's got the big flyer in the air, But I think he just wants to unlock that Brave Brawler. It's been on lockdown forever.
Right, so he can kill that, and then Thor will go 2 damage to the face.
And even though Echo did do good work earlier, it's not looking great here.
14.
Yeah, Ken's gonna need.
1914, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Coming of Galactus would.
Yeah, no, Coming of Galactus would be the absolute best card here, but just anything to kill the Thor.
And he's got a lot of removal in this
He sure
list,
does.
too. Coming of Galactus is only one of them.
Nope, that is a wicked. Oh,
Rising
that is
Magician.
not going to be enough here. Teemo can Trickster Stratagem the Echo and then deal 4 damage to the Wiccan if he wants.
And at this point, Ken doesn't want to redraw the Echo, so it would just be getting rid of it entirely.
Right.
Wow.
And everything untaps. You
And this
get a
is what we were
connive.
talking about with Thor. It's
Right.
horrible in your opening hand, but if games are going to go long, and so far they all have,
Right.
you want access to a part of that power level.
I will say in this specific matchup, yes, it is looking very, very impressive. Yes, really going to fire this off. Wow. That mountain. I think he's just concerned about a potential spell here.
Yeah, there's 2 mana available for Ken.
But the thing is, the Wiccan can't protect itself anyways.
Right.
So what you do is Trickster Stratagem on the Echo, and then if you point the 4 damage at the Wiccan, Ken can't do anything.
Exactly. So there it is. Trickster Stratagem targeting Echo.
Oh.
What is he doing?
Trigger this.
Is he targeting his Bold Biochemist for value? Okay.
Well,
Ken's seen enough.
Ken has seen enough, and that's game number 3 going to Teemo Bertram. He's up 2-1 over Ken. Can he finish?
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah. Murdoch's Crusade, extremely, extremely impressive against Ken's deck, who has a ton of great creatures that all have 4 toughness and Coming of Galactus. Now Teemo once again, draws the island there and has a 2-drop there on the play. And Ken choosing to draw once again, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, they also did change their decks out a little bit, some massaging here. Ken took out Decoy Ploy and put in Wakandan Royal Guard. He wanted
just another
more
big
power
creature.
and toughness. Yeah. And then Teemo took out a super suit and brought in Ghost Spectral Saboteur, perhaps looking for just another threat.
Yeah. Some way to push damage through, given how slow this matchup has been going.
Okay, we see a couple of 2-drops for our players here.
Teemo does have a take up the shield here. Will be very, very aggressive. Probably wants to use that to protect something, but it's just rough because he has a highly reactive hand here. Just Murdoch's Crusade, Supervillain lockup, and Ken going, you know what, that's fine. I'll just take the 2.
Maybe Teemo thinking, I wouldn't mind trade up the shield for the Gorilla because of Supervillain lockup in hand.
Yeah, but Ken here with land can just go Herbie. Try to hit another land here. Set up perhaps Wiccan on a following turn.
Yep. It's going to be Herbie. Land? No, he just passes the turn
Just
back.
says go and doesn't even attack with the Gorilla. Is that another land for Teemo?
Yeah, it's a Plains, it looks like. Yeah.
All right.
Well, it is land number 5, though.
Yeah, and if you're also in Ken, you're going, please don't play Photon this turn.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, he doesn't have the luxury.
Right. He can't. But this is one of those moments here.
And it looks like Ken's going to say no blocks, and Teemo's going to say, sounds good.
Shield Deployment Drone. Okay. Oh, that was a real draw. Now, the Gorilla does have reach as well, if you wanted to maybe just trade there if you like. Ken needs to find some lands here. And finds probably the perfect land.
Yeah, it did.
The Surveil land. And instantly keeps on top.
That was very quick.
Now, you do have to be mindful that Teemo has multiple copies of Murdoch's Crusade, so perhaps just tapping out for a Wiccan might not be ideal here.
Would he prefer to manage the board with a Cruel Alliance?
Or you can go something like Serpent Specialist, which basically keeps the Brave Brawler in check, and then you can just pass and then cast Spider-Woman.
Okay. And that uses up all your mana for the turn and really does stabilize the board as well. Where if you go for the the Wiccan play that you mentioned, Paul, you're really
Yeah.
opening yourself up to a nice crackback.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, and now Teemo just doesn't really have any good attacks, especially when Ken has 4 mana up. You can't be the first person to flinch and just cast that Take Up the Shield anymore. So I feel like this is a spot where Teemo basically just kind of has to pass, right? Probably just pass and take up your Brave Brawler, because I don't know that you are happy trading your Shield Deployment Drone for a Herbie.
No, and the Brave Brawler for a Serpent Specialist doesn't look good.
Right.
Yeah. Wow. So a little bit of a pause in the action here for Teemo, most likely.
Okay.
Well, he is going to go ahead and trade.
He's happy with this, but
Maybe thinking, back to game 1 when Herbie got blinked with a Wiccan or something like that.
Sure. Yeah, but this is tough. I mean, Ken has a really solid draw here. Lots of interaction in hand.
And he's kind of stranded 5 mana from Teemo by playing the Spider Woman. Now, he didn't actually spend the 5 mana, but there's kind of no point anymore.
Right.
I mean, if you had nothing else to do, you would just do it anyway, because at some point Spider Woman might be gone. But
And Ken Yukihiro once again concerned about Murdoch's Crusade here. Seeing how he wants to line up his attacks.
yeah, Supervillain Lockup also played a big part in game number 1.
Oh, it runs it out. And
Well,
so, of course, now...
There's only one target, or you can only pick one target, right?
Yeah, and certainly Teemo is going to be using it here on the Wiccan.
Yep. But that means that Spider Woman gets to stick around.
Right.
Teemo does decide just to use that mana because why not? But at least for the foreseeable future, the Brave Brawler is going to be under lockdown.
And a Captain Marvel Spaceborne as another play here. Did he play a land for turn yet? Because if he can play the land for a turn, then he can kill the Wiccan and play Captain Marvel.
Okay, well, stage 1. And there's
All
the
right.
land for the turn
There
as
it
well.
is.
So
Okay.
good turn there for Teemo Bertram. He gets to play 7 mana, take out 5 mana on the other side,
Yep.
and put down a big flyer on his side.
But Ken gets to just do the same thing here and use 3 mana to kill the 5-drop here. And he can kind of pick his poison here with Cruel Alliance, Web Up, or Frozen in Ice. Just
Right.
3 different ways.
I guess it would be the one that's most difficult to cast or that ties up your mana in a way that you may not want to later. It's little things that
Right.
make it like you start to think in terms of like, well, maybe if I draw the Coming of Galactus and I want to use removal that turn, maybe I want to get Cruel Alliance out of my hand or something like that.
Yeah, because with Cruel Alliance, you have to tap one of your creatures. So
And is this a good time to do that?
Right. Whereas the other cards, you can just kind of fire them off whenever.
Mhm.
And there's no condition that you need.
But then you also think about the different types of things you may want to hit. Web Up is the more flexible option, for example. He's going to go
Okay.
with Frozen in Ice.
Frozen in Ice, and might be getting aggressive here. All right. Yeah, there's only a 1/1 on the other side of the battlefield here. Okay. He's saying, hey, look, if you have a Supervillain Lockup for my Spider Woman, I can just use my Gorilla to unlock it if I need.
Right. I like that attack.
Yeah.
Teemo down to 23.
23. Remember, Photon always a great draw as an option. And hey, Bold Biochemist was a really good draw here as well. We'll find Teemo more action. This card has truly overperformed relative to, I think, most people's expectations of the card going in. Obviously, it's a fine card. You look at it. But, I mean, in a set like this where the 2-drops aren't super aggressive, the games go kind of long, it's just the perfect 2-drop for most decks. Yeah, and given
there's a Bold Biochemist. Also, an interesting little wrinkle with which removal to choose there, Paul, would be Frozen in Ice, because it actually keeps a creature on the battlefield, and he has 2 of them. It's
Right.
legendary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Little-
this second.
A little tiny.
Yeah.
It doesn't change a lot, but
does
it just loses its text box.
So is it? So would it stay in play if you play the other Captain Marvel?
No, I think you.
It still dies. It okay.
Yeah.
It still dies. Okay. All right, and there is, of course, Thor, God of Thunder, which, if he gets that second red source, will be amazing.
As we said, it's a sketchy inclusion in the list, but if you operate under the assumption that games will go long, it kind of makes sense.
Right.
And at least in this particular matchup, the games have been going long for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Murdoch's Crusade is just so good against Ken's deck here. And being able to kind of buy that back here, find that mountain, and get that Spider-Woman off the battlefield. And you can also kill the Gorilla if you can kind of set that all up in one turn. Alternatively, remember, you have a kind of a one-turn cycle to actually cast it. If he finds a mountain, he even has a protection spell in Take Up the Shield if Ken had something like an Hour of Defeat.
Not a super crazy turn here for Yukihiro, but he does power up his Serpent Specialist and gets in there for 3. Sure.
Yeah. But Teemo's still sitting here at 20 life.
Yeah, he's knocked him back down to 20 at this point.
I wonder if Teemo's considering using that Take Up the Shield here, perhaps on Bold Biochemist, right? Turn that into a 3/5 and hope it works. Hope you can just eat the Serpent Specialist. Oh no, excuse me. He already took the damage. Never mind. I thought this is
back on Teemo's turn here, but he's going to start trading barbs here with Yukihiro. He's going to get in with his Biochemist. This is the slugfest we all hope for.
This is where
we go.
These random power-up cards that don't seem all that strong just really start to overperform.
100%.
You know, Ultron Drone, Pet Avengers, cards of that nature really kind of stand out here.
Right. Serpent Specialist has been the... Ooh, Coming of Galactus. Does he have the mana? I assume so. It is a question you have to ask.
Double black is the question, but he's going for it here.
And here he
goes.
Coming
of Galactus. So now Teemo needs to find that second Murdoch's Crusade or Aim Scientist or a Mountain.
Yes.
So has a few cards he can draw here.
We've seen it before.
Right.
Murdoch's Crusade, excellent. And Teemo has 2 of them plus Thor to buy them back.
Yeah, Mountain, Blue-Red Land. Is it Blue-Red Duel?
Now it's at second Captain Marvel.
Okay,
looks like.
second Captain Marvel. Now Ken is down to 11 here. You can run out that Marvel and have Take Up the Shield for it, but Ken's removal effects are all exile effects. So Take Up the Shield wouldn't even work to kind of protect you against Cruel Alliance or Web Up. Or Supervillain. Well, Supervillain Lockup wouldn't work because, of course, the Captain Marvel has Vigilance.
This is Ken just hoping and praying that the coming of Galactus is around long enough to see Galactus actually hit the battlefield and clean up this mess. Now you see Ken going for a block here, though he is, it looks like, going to lose his specialist.
Oh, man. There's one other part about Galactus, by the way, that usually doesn't matter because you usually just die. When it attacks,
the land thing?
When it attacks, it destroys target land. So if Teemo doesn't find a second red source and Galactus, because Teemo has the answer, he can kill it with Supervillain Lockup when it attacks. But if you lose your mountain, you just won't be able to cast the Thor.
That is absolutely hilarious. Okay, he is going to go for the second copy of Captain Marvel, and look at that. That interaction we talked about actually happened.
Right? Yeah.
Okay, take 2.
Take 2. Okay.
Interestingly, also from Teemo's perspective, he's been able to keep his life total high. He may be able to buy himself 1 additional turn and not just die to the swing.
Right.
You know, normally it's like a couple of other damage plus the 2 means that thing turns sideways and you just lose. That may not be the case, and 1 extra draw step could be the difference.
Right, absolutely. And Ken's hand, though, loaded with removal here. That Undercover Scroll would be a 3/3 if he did choose to play it. Or he can use this turn to play 2 removal spells, right, with the 6 mana that he has available in the Cruel Alliance and the Web Up.
He's going to start with Hour of Defeat.
Oh, he tapped incorrectly. He can't play the scroll anymore.
No, he can't. I guess he can leave up Supervillain Lockup?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose...
Maybe that's what he wanted?
I think he wanted to play the scroll.
I do too.
Right, yeah, because after he did that, he went, oh. So he did tap incorrectly. You might be able to undo that, but I think he already surveilled, so maybe that changes things.
Okay. Well,
yeah,
he will have to settle for Supervillain Lockup.
Now
maybe it's an elaborate bluff.
Maybe well, why would he audibly? Why would he do that and be audible about it?
It's selling the bluff. I don't have Supervillain Lockup.
I suppose so.
Yeah, that's it, Paul. We all figured it out.
If he could have left up the blue-white land in a forest.
Ha!
Yes, because he wouldn't have attacked otherwise. Man,
He got him.
why am I even here, Marshall?
He got him, Paul. An elaborate bluff. Okay,
All
here
right.
we go. This is chapter 3. That means we are one chapter away from Galactus showing up here.
Yeah.
And so far, Teemo has an answer with Supervillain Lockup.
Right, and now there's a Kingpin Enforcers. Do we want to get that Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. off the battlefield?
God, this
or
is so
hold
interesting.
onto our removal spells? Yeah, I mean, can you imagine if Teemo just rips a mountain here?
Yes, if he rips him out, that's perfect.
That's
if
probably game.
If he doesn't,
That's not a mountain.
he didn't,
Yeah.
then it gets really interesting because of what you brought up, Paul,
Yeah.
that if Galactus gets to attack, which it will in order to get villain lockup, the mountain will go away and effectively take Thor out of the equation. And it is in hand here for Teemo.
Right, because he's got 2 mountains and a blue-red duel. So he would need to search out the other mountain and then naturally draw the 1 blue-red duel to be able to cast the Thor.
Okay, so it'd be really difficult
Right.
at that point.
So this is a 3-5 coming in, and Ken going, you know what, I'm just going to block.
I'll block.
And Teemo actually doesn't have anything here.
Okay.
Okay.
Maybe he just didn't think. I mean, Ken's at 9. He kind of has to
Right,
block,
right.
And this is
All
chapter
right.
4.
Galactus is here. Do we have the appropriate token? We sure do.
Oh, look at that. The 1616. It's got flying trample, and whenever it attacks, destroy target land, which is, funny enough, the part that is going to matter here.
Right. So Teemo still has, of course, AIM Scientist, 2 copies of that, a Mountain, and a Murdoch's Crusade that he can draw here to prevent that Galactus from attacking.
Right. Now, he's not going to lose to it anyway.
No, he's not, but it is in his best interest to not lose that mountain.
Exactly. Can he find a mountain off the top or an AIM Scientist to...
That
because
would
it would
be huge.
swing this game
It
back
would
in his
be
favor.
insane. It would have been better earlier because you could have killed the coming of Galactus and Spider-Woman, but
Right.
can he find it? I
No.
think that was John Walker, right?
Yeah, I think it was USA
Yeah.
John Walker. Wow, this is going to be
Okay.
a real game here,
Right,
Paul.
absolutely.
Because even though Galactus isn't going to just clean up the mess, it is going to basically mean Thor doesn't get to come down unless some really weird stuff happens.
And hey, look, Ken can actually just sacrifice the Galactus and draw a card, right, in response to
you're
the Super
right.
Villain lockup. So that's going to be another 2-for-1. I mean, this is
Yes.
effectively going to be a 3-for-1 because it killed something as well.
And that's going to be the name of the game because, we see the players in that grind mode where it's this attrition game, but then they get to their big bomb, and that's what's supposed to kind of put them over the top. And in this case, Ken's big bomb is going to be part of the attrition game, but it's going to effectively take out Teemo's.
All right, so that mountain is not long for this world.
Hilarious that is the thing that's going to matter.
Yeah, I mean, it is just perfect. Galactus just destroying lands. That's just kind of what he does, right? So now we have King. Wait, he should play a land here.
Land.
He should play a land.
Oh. He needed to play that
Oh,
land.
he has Undercover Scroll, excuse
What?
me.
Oh,
He has
okay, he's got
Undercover
the scroll. Good.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And now we're going to see the supervillain lockup,
Right.
and then we're going to see the activation of Kingpin's
Right.
Enforcers. Ken saw all of this coming, and he gets the land, and he
Right.
also triggers the Kang.
Yeah, you get that drain as well. I still think I would have liked to have a 3/3 scroll that can block, right?
Rather than
just
just
play the
not
land.
playing the land.
Yeah. Especially because with the Kingpin Enforcers in play, having a decent amount of lands to play with also seems pretty nice.
Is Ken trying to keep that in hand
For
to
conniving,
connive it away?
possibly.
I mean, every card matters at
Sure.
this point.
Yeah, I mean, you're
Yeah.
kind of committing to it, yeah.
I mean, he basically is saying, I'm going to get rid of this thing with an attack from Kang. This is going to be a mountain, right?
Oh, gosh, that would be brutal. The land destruction mode here, making it so Teemo's Thor just... Because Thor would just be so, so strong here.
Wow.
Okay.
This Ghost. Oh, that's
Yeah.
interesting. Is there... Oh, there's still Cruel Lines and Web up here for Ken.
Right, but you
So he-
can flash it in end of turn to at least get some damage end of turn, right? And then when you attack with the Ghost and you move the Sturdy Shield over, that's 4 damage coming in.
That's right.
And Ken taking 4? excuse me, 5.
He took it?
Yeah, he took it here, so he is now at 5 life.
Whoa.
Whoa, I mean, we're
that
talking...
ghost could thieve a game.
Absolutely. Now, the king...
Does Ken go for a Cruel Alliance on? Is there anything Cruel Allianceable here that he maybe just would want to gain the 3 life on anyway?
Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. probably. That's the most annoying thing in play because it does pump the... it just kind of pumps any individual attacker, right? It's kind of like killing a Sturdy Shield. And you get to gain 3 life.
Yeah, there's a Cruel Alliance on the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. And he did pay for teamwork as well. That's going to be really important here. That ghost can steal a bit of damage that Ken doesn't have currently a way to deal with, at least at instant speed.
Yeah, and the nice thing about doing this as well is it unlocks the board where you can safely attack with the king and not have a double block setup where it would die.
Oh, that too. Yeah, huge. I'm really curious about that undercover scroll tap from before. Like, would he have double blocked on U.S. Agent John Walker?
Certainly could have, yeah.
Yeah, like maybe put the enforcers and the scroll, and then you gain the 2 and only lose 1 creature.
Yeah, I think Ken just really valuing the connive from the king, recognizing how long these games go and every resource mattering.
Yeah, it's not to point out a mistake. It's to say, this is what what he's valuing. It's one thing versus another.
Right. It was very intentional. He didn't forget to play a land. I think it was more, I want to hold that land for all the different connive cards I might have to play. But of course, Ken still needs to be very mindful of his life total here. Teemo has 3 cards in hand. It's like, what can he have here?
Does have supervillain lockup.
All right, King getting in.
Teemo says, hold on a second. I may want to fire this lockup up right away.
Right. You still would get a connive, but you don't get the drain.
Right. But triggers on the stack.
It triggers on the stack. And then, of course, Ken, at any moment, can choose to sacrifice the Gorilla to get it back.
Yes, at any sorcery speed moment, he may decide to do that.
Yeah.
And he probably will.
Right.
But in the meantime, he does get to resolve the connive bit, as you mentioned, Paul. He won't get the additional bonus from King of the Drain.
Yep. Going with the connive here.
And it's just another land. See, this is really showing why Ken Yukihiro valued just having any additional lands in hand, because when you start to flood out, you see the benefit.
Yeah, look, I might not play another land for the rest of the game here, to be honest. Oh,
he's going to gain the 1 life.
It's like, I'll play a land if it gains me a life.
Yeah, that makes sense. That will probably be the last land he plays, though, unless he doesn't have any other way to get through his library. He's going to have to just pass a turn here. Is there a web up target that he cares about?
No, I don't think so. And then, of course, if he passes, Teemo can run out that ghost and at least get in for 1 turn here. And then once the ghost is in play, I imagine Ken will have to use that web up on the ghost.
Oh, he's going to web up? Oh,
no,
okay. He's going to go for the Quinjet.
Okay. Just
everybody breathe.
Right. Just flyer.
On the stack.
And what is he saying with that on
in
the
response?
Stack? Yeah.
That way you can't get We Say Thee Nade.
That's right. So he's going to let the Quinjet resolve.
Yeah. Heads up
Ken
play
only
here.
had 1 mana available for that brief window.
Yeah, while the Quinjet was on the stack. And now for Teemo, this is your game plan, right? It's like, okay, I'm gonna move this 30 shield over to the ghost, but certainly not. I mean, technically a 3-turn clock, but not going to be enough given the fact that Ken does have that web up in hand.
No, it's definitely Teemo's best plan.
Right.
Just won't get across the line this particular time.
And with
then
all
he's going to move it back.
Yeah, with all the mana here. And Teemo still with that Thor in hand, unable to cast it. I suppose never even found a second red source anyways. And there is the sideboard card that you mentioned, Wakandan Royal Guard off the top here for Ken Yukihiro.
He wanted some more beef.
Yeah, and you can put that on the scroll and put 2 counters on that. Ideally, you put it on one of your heroes for the extra counter. And currently there are 2 targets. Spider Woman and the Undercover Scroll.
Yeah, Spider Woman just too juicy of a target for removal as it sits.
I suppose,
right?
I suppose if you care about your life total, could put it on the Enforcer.
Just to get that one
Just to
counter.
attack.
That's
Because then the Enforcers can attack too, right? There's a 2/2 and a 1/1 on Teemo's side of the battlefield.
And this is assuming that he takes down the U.S. agent?
Right. You would have to do that as well.
But I guess he's probably got the web up already tagged for Ghost.
Unless he thinks he can erase the Ghost.
Yeah, I mean, with a lifelinker, he could.
Yeah. But I suppose the way you lose this game is somehow Teemo has something and just Ghost keeps attacking every turn, right? Given the big gap in life total here.
Ken Yukihiro sitting at 6 life. He's down a game to Teemo Bertram. And he is fighting for his tournament life here.
Yeah.
He's found some really powerful stuff this game. I mean, we literally saw Galactus get to attack this game. But yet, Teemo remains at 18. It did have an impact, however.
Right.
Thor God of Thunder is a stretch, to say the least, for Teemo. And with a mountain that Galactus destroyed, it seems almost impossible to get it on the battlefield unless this game goes the full library. Okay, here's Wakandan Royal Guard now for Ken.
Yeah. Deciding where to put the counters. If you target the King or the Kingpin Enforcers, it would put a single counter. If you target the Scroll, with 2 creatures in the graveyard, it becomes a 3/3 Changeling. It has all creature types, so gets the 2 counters.
And Ken can't really afford to attack with King here, can he?
Yeah.
You just can't get rid of web up.
Right, and you have no idea what's on top of your deck.
Right. If it was something expendable, maybe you would prefer, but if it's a land, you have to discard web up or just throw away King. That's not going to work.
Right. I suppose you can attack with the Scroll. That would,
5/5?
that would, I suppose, trade with the U.S. agent John Walker, and that would be it.
I think if you could get that off the board, you may actually want to do that. But it's also currently holding back everything except for the Ghost just on its own.
Right. Now, Ken hasn't played a land yet.
No, he can play his Forest and just web up the Ghost.
I suppose you can also just tap the Quinjet.
Oh, yeah, that too. He could leave Forest in hand if he'd like.
Right.
I guess he's looking at, does the Quinjet potentially need to block, in some scenario here?
I mean, this is just a really complicated board state here, and this is a very, very close decision on what to target. He's going to cast the web up. He's just trying to figure out, do I try to go for some kind of tempo play here and just get U.S. agent John Walker off the battlefield, make a decent-sized attack and try to erase you, or do I just get Ghost off the battlefield and try to play a longer game here?
Yeah, I mean, it's really difficult because the race does get really interesting with the Kingpin Enforcers, but wow.
All right.
He's actually just going to crew up the Quinjet and jam with both. This is a big attack. It's 8 damage.
So now if Teemo double blocks, Ken could, if he could web up the Sturdy Shield.
And kill the remaining blocker.
And kill both of the creatures.
And then that means...
So you deal...
Go ahead.
Oh, I guess it depends on what Teemo chooses to double block with. If he wants to get the Scroll off the battlefield, right? If you double block with, no, it doesn't matter either way.
Okay.
Yeah, because if you block with the 2/2 and the 4/4, that's 6/6. That gets to block a 5/5. So you deal 2 damage to the token, and then 3 damage to John Walker, and then you can use the web up to get rid of the shield, and both creatures would die. So curious to see how he assigns the damage. If he does it on the John Walker, that's not going to be the play. It'll be a land web up on Ghost most likely.
Yeah, that's what he's going to do. I think that the problem with the plan, it is nice. That's really good. It also it increases the clock from 2 turns to 3 turns for the Ghost. And then any hits from the Enforcers further that. But if he loses the Enforcers or just can't gain life somehow, it gets really sketchy really fast. So it looks like Ken's going to take the safer route and maybe just use the web up on Ghost. I mean, that does leave Teemo with not much of a board here.
Right. He's got a 2/2, a 1/1, and a Sturdy Shield. That's it.
Yep.
Yeah. So it needs a big, big draw,
and
but Thor is not an option.
Yeah, for Teemo Bertram, there are many. Oh
just the planes.
Off the top, that is torture.
That is rough here. So Ken, very, very close to turning this around and perhaps evening things up here for the deciding game here.
This is where Ken is just holding his breath that he gets to, that basically Teemu says, yeah, go.
Yeah, I mean, Teemu can't attack, right?
Right.
And
equip the shield,
go. You're not ahead enough to just try to bluff anything here anyways, and Ken is at 6. He's going to block.
Oh,
Yeah.
and he got what he
All
wanted.
right.
Ken Yukihiro immediately untaps. What can he find here? But remember, he's got Kang at the ready as well. He found
Yeah.
a swamp, so.
Yeah, he can certainly just connive something away. Drain, get some pretty big attacks here.
Huge attacks.
Yeah. Right now, there's 4 power represented on Teemo's side here. The only risky part about this is because you only have a land in your hand, King is not guaranteed to be a 4/5 when you attack.
Absolutely.
And if you discard away a land, then Teemo could double block to get the king off the battlefield.
How bad is that for Ken? I guess not that
No,
bad.
not that bad.
He's
He's
jamming.
like, you know what? This is totally fine. I have all this mana. If you want to make a block where you kill my Kingpin Enforcers, I can just sack it and draw a card. We get the connive here.
What was it?
Another land.
Forest. Okay.
All right. So
Draino.
Drain you for 1. And Teemo doesn't have... he has okay blocks here, but he's going to take a bunch of damage this turn.
Including some lifelink damage.
Yeah, and I guess I would be interested in just, at this point you're so behind.
Mm-hmm.
You just go, yeah, I'm just going to try to kill this king here and hope you don't have anything.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. And as you can see, it's a painful situation here for Bertram.
Because that would mean you take 6 damage, and all you would lose is your 1/1 token, right?
Mm-hmm.
Go to 8.
It's a great exchange for Teemo to try to get that Kang off the battlefield and maybe open up a top deck.
Yeah, the alternative is if you just want to kill the biggest thing in play, you can certainly block the Royal Guard, or double block the Royal Guard there.
And lose your board.
But you would lose just the 3/4.
Still get a 2/2.
You
Okay.
you get to keep your 1/1, and then you can move the Sturdy Shield over there if you'd like.
Yeah.
But
It just seems like Kang's more important.
King just has a larger impact here because you can connive every turn.
It also
and drain.
attacks effectively for 4 anyway.
Right. But the Royal Guard plays offense and defense.
Yep.
Because it has vigilance.
Yeah, are you going to be able to win this race? This is where Teemo has to go deep into the tank about the type of cards that he may be able to top deck. I think he recognizes the desperation of this situation. I don't think he's going to be able to race either. He's getting hit by a lifelinker this turn too. Ken's going to end up at 9.
Right, and you can't really allow Ken to just continue sculpting his hand. I think you got to go for the king here.
I like this block here from Teemo.
Yep.
And of course, if Ken has anything, it just all falls apart.
Right. What's Ken going to look to do here?
He's going to just sacrifice the king.
Okay. Yeah, it's better than just trading it for a 1/1, right? It's like,
Right.
do I kill your 1/1 or do I draw a card?
Oh, and he found Rocks on Brutes too. That's kind of perfect.
That's not bad.
He's got the mana for it too.
Yeah, just slam a 5-mana 4/4 menace creature here. No need to land cycle here. Teemo needs
a
to
lot.
String together several cards here to come back from this. And by the way, with an active Kingpin Enforcers, things get kind of tricky, right? Because you can sack one of your other creatures and then kind of move around to counter at instant speed if you'd like.
Ken's Eddie.
Oh, there's a mountain. So the coming of Galactus, the Galactus token. Because imagine if he had the other mountain, he would have been able to stabilize a bit here.
He would have. Murdoch's plus hit something for
Right.
Oh, it would have been beautiful.
Unlock your Brave Brawler possibly, right?
And of course, of the 2 red sources left, this is the one untapped one.
Right, so if he top decks the other one, it would come into play tapped. So he would just be very far away from getting that Thor online. So I think this might be it here, very close to it.
Yeah, he's going to pass the turn back over to Ken Yukihiro, trying to equalize at 2 games apiece. This is our opening match, by the way.
But it's like a 2-hour match.
It is going to be an awesome day today, I'll tell you that.
Oh, man.
Ken flooding out, but he is ahead on board.
Right. Yeah, I imagine Ken's certainly going to be looking to attack with both of the 4/4s here. Might do something similar, though, where he also attacks with the Kingpin Enforcers. And then is he also considering attacking with the Spider Woman?
Can the Quinjet get in the air?
Because you can't really double block the Spider Woman.
You can't really afford
You'll
to.
just die unless Ken is concerned about an instant speed removal spell of some kind. So that's what he has to consider, because if this isn't a lethal attack and the Spider Woman dies, then of course your Brave Brawler gets unlocked.
There's some also really interesting stuff here with Vigilance on the Royal Guard, crew up the Quinjet, sacrifice it, and then the Roxxon Brutes gets to throw a counter somewhere, too.
Right. Yeah, just having access to that Kingpin Enforcers means that just combat becomes close to impossible here.
That's
So
right.
yeah, attacking everything is like, you figure it out.
You figure it out,
I
bud.
have, no matter what happens, I have a pretty good situation here.
That's right. And the cool part is it does need Vigilance here to be able to sacrifice one of the creatures that's not actually attacking.
Right. Yeah, this is one of those
Wow.
spots. I mean, it's basically close to conceding here. I mean, it's basically over. I can't see too many ways for Teemo to, unless it has to be something like a card draw spell into more things.
Right.
And he already played out his bold biochemistry.
I know,
thing.
and even that costs 6, so like
Right.
it doesn't leave you
Yeah.
a lot of room for things.
If he has a hero in training, I think we would have seen one by now.
Can double check real quick, but no.
No hero in training.
0. Have we seen Photon? I guess it doesn't really matter at this point.
Yeah, without any spells, it would just be a
Yeah.
large flyer. Yeah, so makes the blocks here. So now Ken can do the play that you outlined, right?
Mm-hmm.
Turn the Quinjet on, sacrifice it, and put a +1/+1 counter on the Kingpin Enforcers if you'd like to save it.
This, please.
Which it feels like you would.
Yeah.
This row.
And that allows you to also just gain 3 life. Don't quite have lethal. Oh, 4 mana? What's going on here? Okay. Setting a set. Oh, he's just sacking itself. All right, so this gets 6 damage in, but you don't get to gain the life.
This one.
No, it is a bit more damage this turn,
Right.
though.
Yeah. Take 6.
Oh,
Was that
that is
Ultron?
a great draw. You got 6 mana lined up there as well.
Ultron drone off the top there, so
Right.
he'll get to add 2 more bodies.
Yeah, and this
All
is,
of them lethal, by
yeah,
the way.
and this game is over.
Yeah, no sweepers here for Teemo Bertram, as that's not really a feature of this format. And it looks like game number 5 is
All right.
coming here. Ken Yukihiro has a big smile on his face because he's really having to work here.
These games are grindy.
No kidding. As you can see, Ken and Teemo are getting ready for game number 5.
Yeah, take that drink of water. You have been playing Magic for quite some time now.
5 games on the play.
In one match here.
Funny, both of them just have to chuckle
Yeah, I mean,
at
these
what a
are
crazy match this
Yeah.
has been. Wow.
these are some great games.
This is what we signed up for with this draft this morning, is incredible gameplay, combining both the long-term control aspects but also combat, right? Super important to understand combat. We saw really nice plays from both players that game.
Well, that's a lot of 5 drops in Teemo's hand.
Well, he also mulliganed because he's got Thor, so.
Oh, he's got a blue-red land.
Oh, okay. I take it back.
But
But
no,
no
white
white
source?
source? Oh,
No land cycler? You kind of have to throw this one back.
and double Captain Marvel, too.
Yeah.
It's just brutal.
Did he keep?
I doubt it. And Ken looks like he's not keeping either.
So is this Teemo on the play? Wouldn't he resolve his mulligans first?
Yeah, you are correct. Paul.
Unless Teemo either kept that hand, which is not a great hand, or Teemo chose to go on the draw. Just giving Ken a taste of his own medicine.
Okay, so Ken didn't make any changes. You want to know what Teemo did?
Add more mountains?
Yep. And hilariously, for this particular thing, you know what he took out?
Plains?
Yeah, that's right. He took out a Plains for a mountain, which feels like a small
right.
decision, and it really makes a lot of sense, again, given the matchup.
Right.
Okay, I do see Teemo shuffling.
Okay.
But that is painful.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is.
Oh, no, sorry. He was shuffling Ken's deck for him.
So he kept that hand? All right.
He's on the play. He's on the play here.
So Teemo on the play with a blue and a red source, no castable cards. If he draws a land, he can play Ultron Drone.
And if he draws a plains, his hand gets kind of unlocked.
Yeah, is he on 17 lands? I suppose if you're, he's also on 17 lands plus 2 land cyclers. No, 3 land cyclers, actually. He's got a burrow backup in there as well, right? So
Okay.
perhaps just kind of playing the numbers and hoping to get there here.
Let's see if he can find a plains or a land cycler. And I think that's a plains right off
Oh,
the top.
that's a plains right off the top. So
that is business. Cool customer is Teemo
Right.
Bertram, but he's going to be extraordinarily relieved to see that. That means that we have a game here.
we absolutely do.
And
Gorilla.
it's going to be Gorilla turn 2 here for Yukihiro. What does the rest of his hand look like? Oh, he's got the Queen of Galactus in his hand.
Just found that. He's got a nice curve, actually.
He cannot cast it on curve currently.
No, not yet. Okay, surveilling, probably looking for a land here.
If he finds a black source, then he would be able to.
Can he play that?
Oh, sorry.
No.
Oh, yeah, because
Mistake.
He does not have a basic.
Right. It's funny though because he still has a counterspell, so you can still get your opponent with the
Another
counterspell.
elaborate bluff from
another. Like,
Last
he
time.
needed. Yeah.
This time.
Because they look very similar to the tap lands,
Uh-huh.
but that's the rare land, and you need to have a basic in play to actually have it tap for blue or black, or it taps for blue or black the turn you put it in the battlefield.
Kind of funny.
Yeah.
Ken's even laughing like, how,
Right.
how do I not have the ability to...
You just drew all your non-basics.
Right.
Yeah.
Ultron Drone's going to attack here for Teemo.
But Teemo doesn't have a play. Hey, Teemo just drew 3 lands in a row, by the way.
He did. That was that was really nice, although
Yeah.
he really would have preferred one of them to be a mountain because then Thor would be online. But, you know, the way this has gone, he's very likely to be able to cast Thor this game. It's just every game's gone 20 turns plus.
And given that Teemo didn't play something there,
Yeah, what
that
is...
not having the Kingpin Enforcers, you know, depending on where the life totals kind of end up, could be costly, right? You could have just played a forest and had that Kingpin Enforcers in play.
Yeah,
You still
and-
had a land drop for the next turn with the surveillance room, so you could have waited on that too.
What is he going to play here?
I imagine the life linker. Oh no, still.
Now he's going to leave up We Say Thee Nay?
Yeah, but he doesn't even have a instant to play.
Like if Teemo doesn't play anything?
Yeah, if Teemo doesn't play Captain Marvel,
Yeah, because that already happened
right?
last turn. I mean, I think that, you know, Ken with that misstep there, but he would have gotten bailed out
Right. The question is,
if he had a We Say Thee Nay target. Now, I guess, oh, that was a mountain, I think, right?
yeah, no spells yet in the graveyard, but
Yeah.
hey, brought in a 3rd mountain.
Yep.
Can cast it a little bit
I
better.
love that from Teemo. That makes a lot of sense.
And with the backup Captain Marvel, I think you just play out one. I know it can get countered, but you know now you don't have to worry about that. And if you top deck a photon, you can just slam it next turn.
I mean, honestly, I think you're kind of
Right.
somehow happy to see We Say Thee Nay out of there because
Yeah.
that is one of the best answers.
Absolutely.
Though the question is, does Teemo wait until he actually has something to get back with Thor? I mean, that's really the big punch, right?
Yeah. I mean, on this board state, I imagine he's just going to play out the other Captain Marvel
That's what I
first.
was thinking too. Although it could get a little bit sketchy if you look in the hand here for Ken. He has Claw Sonic Subjugator.
Oh, and that's for
Roxxon
2.
Brutes is in the
All
yard.
right. Well, then now you're just going to reveal Island Captain Marvel, right?
I guess.
Yeah.
But then do you just play Thor in lieu of doing nothing else?
Yeah.
Kind of feels like it.
Or just hope to draw a land so that you can just pick up the Ultron. Well, actually, no, you're going to have the land, right? Claw only takes one of the cards. It's
So-
going to take Captain Marvel. So if you don't want to play the Thor, you can just play land number 6 and then power up the Ultron drone.
Okay, and then also I wanted to keep track of if Ken has the ability to cast Coming of Galactus. I have no idea.
Yeah, I believe he does. I see a swamp in play and a blue-black tap land.
So that's and then a
That's
green.
2 black and
okay.
then a green.
So he doesn't even need to use the surveillance room to do it.
Right.
And sure enough, there goes the second copy of Captain Marvel. But that was a powerful claw right there.
Absolutely.
Nabbing a 5-mana play.
Right.
And what was likely to be Teemo's next play, or next spell cast. In this case, though, he's probably just going to go for the Ultron drone.
Right.
I mean, you just really want to get your value from Thor, right?
Yeah. Also, we've played 5 really long, drawn-out games. Ken has a ton of removal in his deck. You want to try to get a little bit of value from Thor. Now, if you had nothing to do, you might have to play
You
it.
may just do it.
But given that you have land power-up, that seems like the better thing to try to go for this turn.
Yeah, it's also slightly more mana efficient.
Yep.
He's going to
There you
use
go.
all 6 mana up this time.
I like this from Timo.
This has been the Ultron Drone mirror match, and it has been really good.
Right, and now Ken.
Does he
I mean,
just
that's a
go?
It's a 4/5. You might just run out the Coming of Galactus here.
I think you do.
Alternatively, I suppose you can just play Wakandan Royal Guard, but if Timo has a removal spell, then you're in a lot of trouble and you take a lot of damage.
Yeah, and you know, the sooner you got the Coming of Galactus out, the better.
But keep in mind, you cast a Claw for 2, and one of the cards revealed was Captain Marvel. The last card in hand, you have to know is better than Captain Marvel. So if you're Ken, is that a read? Do you think he has a Thor as the last card in his hand? It's very likely to be Thor or Monica Rambeau. But if
Yeah.
it was Monica Rambeau, he would have played it already.
So exactly. So here's the question then. What if it was Murdoch's Crusade? Would he rather give up the 5-drop and keep Murdoch's Crusade
I
in
don't think
hand?
so.
Okay.
I don't think
then
so.
It had to be Thor or Monica Rambeau
Right.
as the thing. Now he's going to go for Wakandan Royal Guard here and keep the Coming of Galactus as
All
a
right.
removal spell.
Yeah, and this is kind of the risky lance. If Timo has a Murdoch's Crusade, it's really bad. If you put it on the Claw, though, you would have to double block and you would lose one of your creatures. So he's going for the 5/5. Can Timo find a way to get Wakandan Royal Guard off the battlefield?
This turn and continue to apply pressure.
And
U.S. Agent John Walker.
Yeah, and I think this is a really great read here from Ken Yukihiro. He's like, I know
John Walker's good here,
I know
though,
you have a
right?
great rare in hand. Yeah, yeah. I mean,
You can move the shield over and attack still?
so now this is a 5/7. So now you have to double block, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. So you double block.
And it'll trade off for the Wakandan Royal Guard.
Right.
That's a pretty good outcome.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, he took it.
Takes it.
Okay, so now he's just going to go for
He has to,
the Coming
right?
of Galactus.
Yeah, but
unless he draws a removal spell, I guess.
Yeah. 5 damage coming in. Bit of a...
He did actually draw a removal spell. It's Hour of Defeat.
Hour of Defeat. So you can just kind of pass here if you'd like, or you can just play the Coming of Galactus. Does he... Oh.
He's playing, so he's going to block with Claw and Sack?
Yeah, he's setting up a block sack here.
Man, Ken is playing for the long game.
Right, absolutely.
100%.
With 2 removal spells in hand, but that is a take up the shield. So, wow, that is protection for the Thor. Now, Timo knows Ken has multiple exile removal
Yes.
spells for the Thor. So, you know, you can't necessarily lean on the take up the shield here as a way to protect your Thor. So curious to see what he does here.
Funny enough, though, it does work against both of the removal
Right, it
spells. in
absolutely
hand for
does.
Ken.
It absolutely does.
Yeah, I would say it works on maybe a third of the removal spells that Ken has in his list, and the
Right.
other 2/3 just kind of don't care about it.
And Timo just thinking about some math here, because you could potentially move the shield back over to U.S. Agent John Walker, and then take up the shield would actually kill either of those creatures. But Ken going for the block sack here.
The old block and sack, he finds himself a planes with that.
Yeah, and has access to, next turn, block sack plus Hour of Defeat. And Timo going, okay, this is not looking great for me, but this take up the shield, if I cast take up the shield, I still can't kill anything. I can only deal 2 damage to something if I go Thor plus take up the shield. Alternatively, if you can just cast take up the shield and then play Thor, and then exile to take up the shield just to have that extra spell. But it looks like he prefers keeping the combat trick available, and this is going to work. Ken has Coming of Galactus and Hour of Defeat. If he fires one of those spells off, Timo can protect it with the take up the shield. That would turn
Would it be lethal?
That would turn Thor into a 6/6.
Yeah.
And you would deal 2 damage to the face off of
That's
the take up the
lethal.
shield. Now so then you would have to attack with the Kingpin Enforcers just to stay alive.
Oh, that's right. And lose it, by the way.
Wow.
This is incredible. But then Ken actually does have the answer after that.
Right, he does.
Oh, man. Oh, and he found Frozen in Ice off the top of the library.
Oh, my gosh.
What a rip for Ken, and
Oh,
he played it, too.
That is brutal. That's the perfect card. Now he had what? Web Up and also Cruel Alliance, but
Yes.
to just be able to naturally draw one of those and still have Hour of Defeat up here. Oh my gosh. I mean, Teemo was so close to putting Ken in a really tough spot.
I mean, Ken was going to have to lose his enforcers for nothing just to gain 2 life. And then Ken would also have to have another removal spell. He did.
Oh my gosh.
Frozen in ice off the top for Ken.
Now Ken can probably attack here. Oh, attacks with both. He's like, you know what? I'm okay gaining some life. I'm okay trading my Kingpin enforcers with your John Walker. That's what it seems like, at least. Wow. Unbelievable.
And Ken, just cool as a cucumber, just fires it off and says, I think I know what you have.
Right.
And there's the trade happening.
Yeah.
Ken jumps up to 10. 5 damage comes across to Bertram, down to 9.
Has access to the Hour of Defeat, but certainly not going to run. Now, and this is just going to be Ken. I mean, he's probably going to fire it off, and that will swing the race.
Yes.
And so that's going to be rough. So this is still a bunch of damage. No way.
Monica Rambeau.
Photon off the top.
And he has take up the
and he has
shield.
take up the shield.
Are you
He can
kidding
put
me
counters
right
on
now?
everything. Unbelievable. Now this thing flies. It's got hexproof. Ken does not have an answer.
So Ken just
to
has to manage
Photon.
the rest of the board.
He has to
basically?
somehow win the race. How are you going to win the race against Monica
Well,
Rambeau on
I'll
this
tell you,
board?
the coming of Galactus kills one of the threats and then does 2 and 2.
Right. But
maybe Photon can't attack or
But
something.
you have take up the shield to gain a bunch of life.
Oh, that's right.
Oh my
Photon
goodness.
living light.
One good top deck deserves another here. Frozen in Ice, the perfect answer here to Thor. But now Teemo draws the best card in his deck here in Photon Living Light.
Unbelievable rips. Teemo Bertram with Photon Living Light. What can Ken do?
Now he's got to fire off Hour of Defeat in response if you think your opponent has take up the shield.
Which he
because
does.
because that's less +1/+1 counters distributed amongst the creatures.
Absolutely. And he 100% thinks that he's on that too. Now, does Teemo just fire it off anyway, though?
Of course.
Yeah.
You just save a giant creature and gain a ton of life.
Yeah.
You still get the Surveil here. Wow. And I mean, now what, you're taking 6 damage here? You might need to chump block because of the flyer.
Ken looks upset.
Oh, that is
He thought he
brutal.
had it with that Frozen in Ice off
my
the top.
gosh.
And he knew exactly what was going on. He knew how important that Frozen in Ice was versus the other cards.
I don't see how Ken comes back from this. I think you have to chump block this because if you take this, you go to 4,
And then you're just
then
dead in
Monica
the air.
Rambeau just kills you.
Yes. But if you chump block this, how are you ever winning this game?
Absolutely. Just the absolute perfect top deck here from Teemo Bertram.
He was trying to protect Thor.
Didn't work.
That didn't work out. Instead, he said, well, how about this one then?
How about this one? This one doesn't need protection.
Just back-to-back turns, he played his absolute best possible cards. Ken maneuvered beautifully, but it looks like it won't be enough for Ken Yukihiro here. How could he ever get out of this mess?
Yeah, he at this point, he's just thinking, what combination of draws do I even have to be able to fight Photon?
If you could stack your library.
I suppose if you can find a reach creature or a big enough flyer to block it. But remember, there's a sturdy shield in play too. So Photon's potentially a 5/6 flyer next turn.
Yeah, I don't
see it.
I
But
feel like Teemo could say, pick up your deck, stack it however you want.
Right.
And maybe even then Ken couldn't win.
yeah, because Ken can't even cast Coming of Galactus next turn, right? If he takes this damage.
No.
He needs to play whatever flyer or something that he draws off the top just to get in the way of this Photon.
Wiccan.
I guess this is where, he did have that option to take. I think there was a Pet Avengers in the draft in Pack 1 where he could have taken it.
Yeah.
Certainly would have worked
I mean,
here.
every pick is haunting him at this point because you just think, what could have been?
Right, but certainly Photon, one of the best cards in the format. Hexproof on a card that just has just an unbelievable effect on the board as well.
Can't feel too bad. Nobody beats
Yeah,
Photon.
and he has to jump block here knowing because next turn he has to play Coming of Galactus to kill the Ultron drone here.
Draws his card for the turn.
Right. Can he find another creature maybe to get in the way?
Serpent Specialist, actually.
Right. So you're going to kill that. You're going to kill the Ultron drone.
So he has to survive long enough to get Galactus into play as a blocker?
Yeah, but how do you do that?
That takes forever.
Right. He's doing the math here. The problem is you get Galactus on chapter 4. So that's 2 more draw steps of chump blocking Photon or finding some way to not just get run over, because the sturdy
he
shield
can take 2 hits from Photon if there's nothing else.
Well, but
right?
there's a sturdy shield in play that
so
you
he
can
can
move
only
over.
take 2 hits from.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
So now he's killing the shield, actually. Right, killing the shield here because now you can't move the Photon over. However, if Teemo attacks with everything, you still go to 4 life.
You do, because you just take the extra 2
So
on
it
the
doesn't
ground.
really quite work.
And this, of course,
way.
is all predicated on Teemo finding nothing for the rest of the game.
Right, if he just
Like
plays
any spell.
a Murdoch's Crusade.
Murdoch's Crusade, it
or
just all
something.
collapses. Yeah.
Right.
Let's see what Teemo found for the turn. He is top decking, so
I mean, it has to be something relevant here. Otherwise, you just attack with everything. But this has been a marathon of a match. Teemo probably feels the win coming. Needs to just think through all of the angles here.
yeah, he knows this is his to lose. And he's actually not going to attack on the
look at
ground and
this.
offer that
Because
trade.
Photon is still lethal next turn here and doesn't want to trade his 4/5 for the 1/1.
You
Really
lose
heads
2.
up attack there from Teemo.
So a flyer has to happen here.
Herbie.
Herbie.
Right? Herbie to chump for a turn, find you something else. Maybe another
it
Murmur
was
Skull?
Murdoch's Crusade. It's Web Up.
Oh, it was Murdoch's Crusade. So he has the answer for the coming of Galactus.
He just decided he didn't need to, or he could be
But
patient.
that's not enough, right?
No.
Web up is not enough.
No, Web Up's not enough. This is over.
Can you web up the supervillain lockup? You can, right? And get
Yes.
your Gorilla back, and it has reach, I suppose.
Yes.
That's your only line.
You found it, Paul. You found it, Paul.
This is brutal, but I mean,
and
it's the
Murdoch's Crusade does not interact with this.
Yeah, so
okay.
I mean, it keeps you alive, but with
But the
that
Murdoch's Crusade is just
Right.
insurance plan for all insurance plans
Yeah.
here from Teemo.
Remember, you can put a
Let's go.
+1/+1 counter on everything here off that Murdoch's Crusade.
Right.
If he can find another spell, then that would be a lethal attack because the 2/2 token would also become a 4/4.
Raft
Security officer?
That's a little
Sure.
slow for the win this turn.
Right. Certainly going to play it out here.
Yeah. It can pick up counters.
I mean, it's just so tempting to just play the security officer and just exile the enchantment and just put 3 +1/+1 counters on your creatures. Because
I don't see how you don't
right,
do that.
because the 2/2 then becomes a 3/3, the Serpent Specialist can't even eat it, right? It would trade if you power it up. So I feel like that's what you want to do.
Yeah.
I know you want to maybe get a little greedy and try to also kill a big creature. That's what it looks like Teemo's going for here. The Gorilla has to block the Photon. The Serpent Specialist must block the Ultron drone, and Ken would go down to 2 here.
Yeah, Teemo's
All right.
playing it really carefully, but
Yep.
ultimately I think he could just kind of do whatever he wants here because
Right.
this is going to be it. Ken just doesn't have an answer for anything on the board.
Yeah.
And with that Murdoch's Crusade, Teemo has 3 lethal threats on the other side of the battlefield. There's just no way to get out of this for
Yeah,
Ken.
and that's it.
Wow, Teemo Bertram
man.
is going to win a 5-game match for the ages to start off our top 8 here in Amsterdam. He can't believe it. We can't believe what we just saw, and that is the look of somebody who is relieved.
He needs
That
some
is not
lunch.
joy. That is relief on the face of Teemo Bertram because he just had to navigate and against one of the best players in the world, and Ken Yukihiro played that beautifully here in his 9th top finish, but ultimately his journey will end here.
Yeah, I mean, what an unbelievable match overall. I think just, greatly played by both sides. Just once you kind of, especially once you get to game 3, game 4, you just know everything that your opponents can play. You can play around every single trick, and that just makes the games really complex. But those mythics certainly carrying the day here. Because, I mean, if Ken goes back and watches that game 5,
Yep.
he's going to be like, I was so close.
Yes.
Right? I was so close to turning that around and winning that match after finding that frozen in ice. But then Monica Rambeau off the top. I mean, that's why you draft the cards, right? Because you put yourselves in position to play those cards. Thor, God of Thunder, actually coming in there, absorbing that removal spell, being impactful. But then, of course, that was the first time Monica Rambeau actually hit the battlefield. And we talked about it before.
Yeah.
If she hits the battlefield, Ken's just going to lose.
Yes. And that could have happened on any of the prior games. That's the one that he's splashing for, that Teemo can actually get on the battlefield fairly consistently. We saw varied results with Thor, but we also saw sideboards coming into play here. And it really mattered. Both players recognizing that these games go long, and I want as much punch as possible for Teemo. It even came to boarding in an additional mountain just to say, if this game goes 15 turns, I'm going to get this Thor on the battlefield. That's exactly what happened there. And then on the other side, we saw another 5-drop come in there for Ken, because he says, I just need more powerful things to do late in the game.
Yeah, he brought in the Echo and then brought in, of course, the Wakandan Royal Guard. Perhaps also just putting in another 4-toughness creature to bait maybe a Murdoch's Crusade, so the coming of Galactus can also survive, right? Just putting more beef into the deck there. But yeah, I think that bringing in the extra mountain, he probably should have just had that extra mountain in there in the first place,
maybe,
if you want to play the Thor. But that 1-2 punch of casting a Murdoch's Crusade at some point in the game into Thor, into Murdoch's Crusade is just so hard to come back from. Really, really important to be able to resolve that card.
Yeah, and it was really good in this particular matchup as well. With that Thor, I think my inclination would be to leave it in the sideboard and then to have brought it in during the matches where it's going to go long, and I would probably bring it with a mountain. That I think you'd be better off with a binary of, I'm just not bothering all the way up until, okay, I'm actually going to have a chance to cast this, because right away after game 1, it felt like this is the matchup where Thor's actually going to be really good, and that's what we ended up seeing. Okay, well, we've got Teemo with Riley right now.
I'm here with Teemo Bertram in the feature match area after a marathon 5-game match there against Ken Yukihiro, one of the best in the world. Teemo, how are you feeling right now? Triumph, or is it just relief?
Obviously very relieved. Fantastic player. I felt like I had a deck edge here. I feel like my deck is very good, but obviously fantastic player. Everything can happen. 5 very long games. Finally, I was on the play all 5 games, but it was great and very relieved now.
Got across the line in the end, but talk us through you say that you feel like your deck had a slight edge. Talk us through the draft and how you felt after your deck came together.
Sure. So my first pick was the Monica. So obviously very good card. Puts you very firmly into white with, like, you can splash it or be red-white. Got a lot of white cards. I think the deck is great. Last pack opened up a Thor, which didn't super fit into the deck, so I'm splashing it with a little bit of hope and prayers, but I feel like the deck's nice.
Well, those hopes and prayers did you all right so far. One final question. How are you feeling in confidence-wise heading into the semi-finals? There are some really experienced and talented players in this top 8. This is your second Pro Tour ever. So talk to us about how you're feeling for the semis, maybe beyond.
Obviously, still a little bit nervous here playing against all of these fantastic players, but I feel like I got a good deck, and looking forward to whatever happens from here.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing you continue to play. Teemo, congratulations. Best of luck in the semi-finals.
Thank you.
All right, that's going to do it for our first quarterfinal match.
Wow.
But we do have more. All the rest of our quarterfinals are coming your way right after this break.
If you're interested in playing some Modern Constructed, you can check out Magic Spotlight The Hobbit coming up. Brisbane, Australia, August 28th through the 30th. Dallas in the US, September 4th through the 6th. Once again, that is Modern, which should be very, very fun. You can find out more info at mtg.social/spotlight-HOB. Well, we are in the top 8 here on Sunday at Pro Tour Magic the Gathering Marvel Superheroes. Hey, you wanted some magic on your Sunday here? Well, you are getting it. What an incredible first round of the top 8 we are having here today. Welcome back to the news desk, everybody. Maria Bartholdi here with Frank Carson and Riley Knight, and we are taking a look now at the bracket to find out what's already happened in our quarterfinals. We saw Timo Bertram over Ken Yukihiro there in that 5-game marathon, 2 hours, 25 minutes. Wow.
That'll be a record.
I mean, I want somebody to look it up and just see if it is. That's just incredible stuff there. And I'm sure we have some more incredible stuff in order for you here because we've got some more quarterfinals to get through in our top 8. So let's set up our next quarterfinal that we're going to be seeing here today on Top 8 Sunday Draft, single elimination draft. Alex Rohan will be up against Yuki Ichikawa. Handshake Moxfield versus Team Moriyama Japan. Alex is the #2 win rate limited player in the entire field here at the Pro Tour, so knows his way around 40 cards.
And you can see here, opened things up with the classic Azorius white-blue deck 3-0. A nice clean sweep him in draft number 1. Draft number 2, oh, look at that, a little bit of everything. Wooberg, the full suite. One interesting thing to note about Alex is he was making very, very enthusiastic inquiries as to whether the draft today counts in the overall win rate that we've been tracking.
Yes. And he's up against Yuki Ichikawa with an absolutely outstanding career. This is his 6th Pro Tour top 8, Riley.
Yes, indeed. And you can see a consistent approach to both of his drafts during days 1 and 2 with not only drafting blue-red both times, but also going 2-1 both times. So very, very consistent performance there from Yuki Ichikawa.
We've got an up-and-comer here versus somebody who's been around the traps for a while with 2 interesting decks here as well, Frank.
Yeah, absolutely, Maria. Now, Alex Rohan drafted a 4-color masterpiece. It is base Grixis, and he's splashing green for just the Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur. The mana base, well, it's kind of fine. Like, counting 3 land cyclers and various dual lands, I counted 12 blues, 7 red, 7 black, and 4 green sources, which technically gets my stamp of approval, though really relying heavily on those land cyclers. This deck also has a lot of card draw, with 3 copies of Futurist Forge fueling a whole bunch of powerful cards for even more card draw. This deck will go long. Now, Yuki Ichikawa has a more streamlined green-red deck with a consistent mana base, just a black splash for the Ruinous Wrecking Crew, with 7 2-drops. He can come out of the gates quickly and aggressively. I also want to draw your attention to 2 copies of Hulk, the Golden Common, which is flanked by 2 copies of Hulk Smash. Now, Ichikawa will be rumbling in with enormous creatures, smashing the opposing ones, and he can even use team tactics to create an enormous trampling double striker. He was actually only one of the 2 base green drafters at the table. He picked up all the goodies, and I like this deck filled with strong creatures.
2 very different approaches to this draft format, which I think is fascinating as well with these 2 draft decks here. So let's find out what happens. It's time for some more quarterfinals. Ailey and Corey are in the booth.
Thank you so much, Maria. Thank you, Frank and Riley. Ailey Loney alongside Corey Baumeister. Hey. And after that absolute slugfest of a match 1 that we just witnessed, was it like almost 3 hours?
Yeah.
That Marshall and Paul were yapping about this?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness me. We get the privilege of bringing you the other 3 quarterfinals, a little bit thereof, because yeah, time is of the essence here, friends. We need to crown a champion before a certain time tonight. So we are going to jump straight into this matchup here. It is Yuki Ichikawa up against Alex Rohan. Some pretty cool deck lists between the 2. What do you like from either player's decks here, Corey?
Well, Alex's deck is very, very scrappy. It's a lot of colors. It's kind of all over the place, but there is some power. You know, Moon Girl is excellent. Iron Man, Master of Machines is great. Stature Size Shifter, I like that. And Solid Removal, but it is, once again, all over the place. Yuki's deck is quite strong, very powerful. Definitely like his chances more. And going in for the game 5, Yuki trying to pull off the reverse sweep here.
He sure is. So This is game 5 that we've joined in here. Like Corey mentioned, Alex went up 2-0. Yuki Ichikawa is rallying, attempting the reverse sweep. So the sideboard has come into play here as well for these guys. So let's get underway.
Yeah, and Yuki, of course, been around the top 8, been around the Magic scene forever. Alex Rohan was definitely in that category of best player to not have a Pro Tour top 8. I know he is probably ecstatic to be no longer in that conversation, as Alex is a phenomenal player as well.
Yeah, and also in a draft top 8. You know, this is his bread and butter. He loves to draft.
Yeah, I believe, second next to only Tony Portolon, and Tony Portolon's win rate is
like 75% or something
completely
ridiculous.
obscene, yeah.
Yeah. Ant-Man's Army kicking things off here for Yuki. Other side of the board, we have the Hydraulic Helper alongside Futurist Forge.
Looks like Yuki's hand was full of gas there. I at least saw one Hulk Gamma Goliath there.
It's got 2 of them.
Pet Avengers. Oh, there's some removal
Repulsor
spells.
Blast,
Yeah. So Yuki's hand is stocked, just maybe not mana. So, I mean, I think if you can pick up a land here, that would be ideal.
Yeah, definitely. Well, if we don't have a land, the treasure can blast this Kree Sentinel from orbit.
Yeah, and that's definitely valuable. Alex's deck is not extremely fast, and ooh, that was a land there. I saw Hulk Smash as well, so a plethora of great options here from Yuki.
Yeah, now it's, you know, would you like to develop your own board state here for Yuki, or do you want to try and slow Alex down? That Hydraulic Helper certainly getting the artifacts out ahead of schedule, but decides Repulsor Blast is the way to go, and Alex will take 2 because of teamwork.
Yeah, I like getting the big body off there, just in case there is any way to interact to keep it alive, or of course, if you just try to play a creature or something, Alex could play Cosmic Cube, and you're just kind of really in a lot of trouble. Something like that gets going.
I think 2 of our players had Cosmic Cube in their pool, so not too shabby. I'd love to see that cost and an attack happen, because certainly one of the more powerful mythics in the set.
Definitely. And everybody's deck looks pretty scrappy. I do think Yuki has one of the better decks here in the top 8. But hey, that's what's going to happen at a Pro Tour top 8 draft, where these players have been playing so much limited. They know exactly what good cards to take. The general heuristic of draft is take all the best cards early. So if everyone's doing that, well, there's not many good cards left by pick 3 or pick 4.
For damage is dealt here. We are going to crack that Futurist Forge, draw 2 cards, and I believe these 2 critters will trade. So no more artifact discounts, and we will see Gamma Goliath, the Hulk himself, hit the board.
And there's plenty of power up in Yuki's deck to actually utilize this ability. Most of the time, this is just a 5 mana, huge creature, 6/5 creature, and then whenever you get it to 8, you know, you just supercharge it. But thing in the ice. Trapped in the ice is excellent.
It is
here.
a thing in the ice right now. Yeah, definitely. So that's taken care of. And, you know, the big body, though, is still a little concerning because of the fight spells that we see. Oh, my gosh. But She-Hulk coming in with a save, helping Bruce Banner out there, getting him out of the ice.
I was just going to say, Frozen in Ice is not safe against Yuki's deck. Yuki has She-Hulk and 2 Gorillas, so that is not a very safe removal spell at all.
Sure ain't.
Now, look at this exchange. Like, most of the time when you destroy something like this, maybe you got to recast the card or something like that, but now you just have 2 gigantic bodies on the battlefield that is going to be really threatening here from Alex.
Yeah, you know, the discount is going to come into play, like you mentioned, because there are a couple of powered creatures in there. Oh, all right. We're Avengers disassembled, killing off a land, so that'll prevent the Ruinous Wrecking Crew from coming into play, at least for the time being.
Yep.
All right, okay.
And I mean, that was still 2 for 1-ing a creature that you already put a removal spell on. So technically, to deal with that, Alex just put 3 cards to fully deal with it. So, I mean, an incredible exchange for Yuki. This is going to be a very tough game for Alex to win.
It's going to be. But you know what? That problem he just solved came back because Yuki had the second copy.
Yeah, and that's also a nightmare. But once again, you just got to fight through both of them. That card will win you the game. And we're already up to 7 mana. So next turn, you can attack for 11 with that creature.
Cruel Alliance needed here for Alex. A clean answer to these massive creatures.
He needs a creature.
He needs a creature for teamwork, though. Yeah. Good grief. Unless you can get Abomination out when Yuki's tapped out. Fight it.
Yeah, either way, Alex kind of pausing here. Probably
Yeah.
says it all as just a land pass. Has to just really lead to this really nice Jund deck that Yuki has assembled
Yeah.
here.
I mean, this attack is going to hurt.
Yeah. Let's see if he...
5 1/1 counters on him. That's his power ability. All right, depower. It does cost 8, so
Yeah?
we're 1 mana off there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so depowering him a little bit, -4. Very thematic.
Yeah, it is depowered for now, but usually depower is at its best when it is targeting a creature you're blocking, so that it acts as kind of a removal spell where you get to kill it and draw a card. But
Alas.
man,
Good grief. Here come the Pet Avengers and their controller. And that is the handshake from Alex Rohan. Yuki Ichikawa with the reverse sweep in spectacular fashion, making the Gruul deck look good.
yeah, and I bet even after the first two where Alex won the first 2 games, still they both recognized who has the better deck
Yeah.
here, and it was probably pretty close still as far as win
Wow.
percentage of who would take it down. But big congratulations to Alex making it this far.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
like I said, phenomenal player. Awesome to watch him here, and congrats to Yuki to make it.
Yeah, Yuki could not believe it. You could see he was just astounded that he was able to pull that off. So
Yeah,
big
reverse sweeps
congrats.
don't come every day, that's
they
for
don't.
sure.
They don't for sure. So that is an excellent achievement there. On to the semifinals. Let's have a look here at the bracket and see how things are shaping out thus far. Timo Bertram after an absolute slugfest of a game against Ken Yukihiro will now face Yuki Ichikawa.
That's going to be a good
Woo,
match.
that's going to be a good one. Let's see how the rest of the quarterfinals go. Eduardo Sajgalik up against Bernardo Torres. This should be another good matchup here between these two players. Eduardo was the only player who drafted a straight 2-color deck.
Okay.
Yeah, he was given all of the red and the white cards, and he said, you know what? This is a deck.
Okay.
Yeah, and for Bernardo's side of things, he's playing black, red, and green, so going to attempt to Jund him out. Just the 1 green card he's splashing for in Wolverine, Fierce Fighter.
Very powerful card for sure. And Eduardo largely, had to be considered the favorite going into this as, he is the kind of drafting coach for his team. And the deck looks great. Hyper aggressive here.
I like it.
Love Jessica Jones. Just really low to the ground. Creatures 2 hero in training and 3 blazing crescendos
I mean,
here.
if that 2-drop slot doesn't tell you what Eduardo's trying to do, then he's built it wrong. He's definitely trying to go faster, trying to take advantage of these clunky mana bases that the rest of the top 8 seems to have, stuck together. Bernardo Torres, like we mentioned, Jund-ish, Wolverine, Fierce Fighter, definitely worth splashing for. Plenty of nice removal. He's got Mjolnir, Hammer of Thor there, so that might be pretty critical against all of these little idiots that Eduardo's playing out.
And a nice little combo there. There was Hawkeye with 3 of the 1/3 robots where, you get to supercharge it. And, I mean, black-red kind of viewed as maybe the worst color combination. But as far as Rakdos decks goes, Bernardo Torres' list looks amazing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, really strong.
Yeah, this should be a good matchup here between these players. We joined this in Game 4. Sajgalik on the play, as he was able to pick up a win there after the 2-1 start from Bernardo, and a crowd of true believers. 1 drop here for Eduardo to kick things off.
All right, like Eduardo wants to do, get some beatdowns going. But remember how many 2-drops we saw? None of them are on the battlefield right now. So that is not what this red-white deck wants to be doing.
That is not a good sign here for Eduardo. He would love to have that, but instead he's just going to chip away with this little 1-drop Kree Commando to follow things up. An evasive threat. Bernardo Torres, only 2 swamps currently, so where is our red man?
I think he might be heading to the cleanup phase and discarding a card, because I don't see any lands there when he flashed it there for us. So, oof, brutal. And I mean, hey, this just happened. Keeping the 2 landers on the draw, they're almost always correct.
Yeah.
You just kind of accept that variance most of the time. And this could be a bit of a brutal one.
Could be. Hydra Assault Robot gets chucked in the bin. Kree Commando and Crowd of True Believers in for 3, followed up by Crimson Operative. Finds a land, so 5th turn will be you know, Eduardo will be able to use all of his mana if he's able to do so.
Yeah, it kind of seems like the amount of time the other quarterfinals played was about, they ended their matches about game 2 of our main feature. As that was a really, really long
They got to
one.
take a nap while Ken Yukihiro and Timo were playing.
Yeah, no kidding.
So 5 mana now. We see a lightning strike in hand as Eduardo flashes through his cards. And a big chunk of damage here for Bernardo. And Agent of Atlas, another prowess creature. So he's down to 9. This is a non-game, essentially. Unable to find land 3 or get anything on the board. So Eduardo ties things up at 2-2.
Yep, got to be feeling great about that from Eduardo's side because, well, I mean, his draw was good, but red-white really needs to hit that 2-drop, you know, to really get it going. So let's see if Bernardo can play some Magic this time. It looks like a 3-mountain hand and no swamp and quite a few black cards, but I did see Rocks and Brute there.
Yeah.
So at least has black mana. And that was a huge draw because I also did see Wolverine. So being able to cycle Rocks and Brute for the forest here is going to be gigantic.
Kunlun Warrior hits the board, chucks a mountain, draws a card.
Getting forest. It's bad, I guess.
Pretty good options in hand. I see the Hawkeye. I see Jessica Jones, I believe he's got that in his list.
And one thing I'm noticing here is I don't think Eduardo can remove a Wolverine at all. Like, you know, it's all damage based, so most of the time you can pair it with like a lightning strike. That's not how it works with Wolverine. You can never kill it by just stacking up damage like that.
Well, if you've got the other Hawkeye in, does he have that?
There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
Hawkeye plus lightning strike.
There you go.
You got to have it in play. That's like the only way that you can actually deal with it. But I don't believe Eduardo had the Hawkeye.
He does have that Hawkeye.
Yeah, that was Bernardo. So.
Oh yeah. I don't know. If only they could. If only they could, you know, swap a card here and there, but that would be super illegal and not allowed. So let's get Baron Strucker down.
This is
Here
going to be
comes Jessica
huge.
Jones.
Wolverine on Jessica Jones.
Whoa.
It's just about as good as it gets.
Beautiful. And in for 2, so no extra card advantage for Eduardo off of Jessica Jones.
I did see Hawkeye for Eduardo, which is great. That is one of the best 2-drops. You know, its biggest knock on it is just that it's a red card.
Yeah.
But really powerful.
Sorry, Thor. Sorry, Hawkeye. You're good, but, you know, the rest of the color kind of sucks.
A little bit.
Oops. Drop the Blazing Crescendo. Stop shuffling your cards. Crimson Operative finds a lightning strike, so that'll be a good answer for Baron Strucker. Hydra Overlord.
Eduardo might just be in the situation where he just like forever has to leave creatures back, decides not to, but just try to double block Wolverine. But the amount of things that can go so very wrong.
I don't think you can double block him, can you?
You can. If you deal the damage all at once.
Okay.
Unless you like double block with a first striker.
First striker, then whoopsies. Yeah, that would heal. Okay.
But we also have the Hammer of Thor here from Bernardo. And of course, it's just amazing to play, but also cycling that card against Eduardo's deck is just going to clean it up with the Pyroclasm effect.
Yes, tapped.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, look at this play from Bernardo. This was great. So Hydra Trooper, Connive with the ability on the stack. You discard the second creature, and then you get the villain instead of milling the cards over.
Nice.
Tight sequencing.
Love to see that. Baron Strucker is such a good addition to the Connive deck specifically.
Definitely.
Yeah. So, Crimson Operative off the board. Kunlun Warrior. It's facing a bit of an army building on this side. I don't think Bernardo's going to be too fussed about using the cycle ability of Mjolnir.
Yeah, as long as Bernardo has a little bit more gas in the tank, which I just saw an Hour of Defeat, as well as the 4-mana enchantment that makes Eduardo discard a couple cards as well. So
yeah, Hydra Infiltration.
He's got plenty of gas in the tank here. So this is going to be a tall task for Eduardo.
It is, yeah. You know, Bernardo, hey, turns out when he has lands and can play spells, he puts up a pretty good fight here up against Eduardo's list.
Yeah, Bernardo's deck is actually really, really nice as
Strong,
well.
yeah. Land for turn. Crowd of True Believers in hand. In for 2. Down to 14 goes Bernardo. And Hawkeye and Crowd of True Believers joins the fight. Hawkeye dies immediately. He held his arrow up in a lightning storm, apparently, and got struck.
And Bernardo playing so fast. He can kind of feel it. There's the last 2 cards from Eduardo.
Got him.
And 5 more damage coming in with that last card in hand being Hour of Defeat. So that might be an aptly named card here for Eduardo.
Yeah, it feels like it is going to be that. Bernardo Torres, so many answers, so much power on board. Difficult threats to deal with Eduardo, just with these 2 insignificant creatures at this point.
And another 5-setter in our quarterfinals. I mean, this is exactly what we wanted from a top 8 draft.
Absolutely.
This is awesome.
This draw format is extremely fun. Political triumph at this point. Now I can see why a lot of people are down on this card, but
yeah,
if he gets one more turn, you know, maybe it could help. But I don't know if we're gonna get there.
I was always talking to Paul in the back, and we have different opinions on the political triumph. And I mean, he's an incredible limited player, so we got to trust him on this. But every time I play that card, that's when I draw it. Turn 5 when it does nothing. So
that is gonna do it for Bernardo Torres. Picks up the win there with his Rakdos deck and with the help of 1 Wolverine. So congratulations to him. I've been so impressed with him and his play this whole weekend throughout Modern, throughout the Limited. So, you know, he might have an excellent chance here of taking it all down this weekend.
Definitely. He's got the deck, he's got the power level there, and has been dominating Magic events for a very long time. They're just, you know, a lot of them started on Magic Online, and I love to see a player like that make it into the Pro Tour and capitalize. And now, well, since you top 8, we're going to be seeing him for a long time here on the Pro Tour. So congrats to Bernardo.
Congratulations indeed. Cannot wait to see what he does in the next round, friends. And I do believe we had an interview with him after his match, so let's go check that out.
Bernardo Torres has dispatched Eduardo Sajgalik in our quarterfinals. Bernardo, congratulations on the win. It was a hard-fought affair.
Yes, it was. We went 3-2. Eduardo is a very good limited player. I'm just happy that I could manage to win it in best of 5.
Tell us about the draft and how you feel about your deck after it came together.
I don't like my draft very well, even though it's the best of my my drafts in this entire weekend. But I feel always confident. Eyes on the prize. I will try to get there.
Do you think that your deck could go 3-0? I mean, you know, for all the confidence in the world that you may have, do you think the cards will help you get there?
Let's see. With some help, we always can do it.
I like the self-belief. Bernardo, congratulations on the win. Best of luck in the semis.
Thank you.
Alrighty, so Bernardo, certainly looking forward to the next matchup, and you know, giving his kudos to Eduardo, who is an excellent limited player.
Definitely.
You know, definitely probably the favorite next to Alex Rohan to take down this whole top 8. But both of those front runners have been taken down. So Bernardo Torres now waits to see which of the Italian teammates he's going to fight. Will it be Lorenzo Gruppi or Mattia Oneto? Here are the teammates. So, yeah, friendly fire is enabled here, Corey, unfortunately.
Yeah, they're just like, come on, with the top 8 pairings being random here. They're like, teammates, really? But so far, all the other sets have went to 5 games. Let's see if this one does as well.
Let's do it. Let's jump on in and see how this match plays out. This is our final quarterfinal. Lorenzo Gruppi's deck playing a pretty good mishmash of you know, the villains. You know, got Madame Mask, we got a Killmonger there, Hour of Defeat, you know, and then a lot of 2-drops. So this looks like a pretty strong deck just at a quick glance.
Yeah, pretty strong one. Another one of those decks that's kind of all over the place as far as colors go, but when you're playing against this many great players, it's kind of what it is. But ooh, this is a really nice looking Bant deck. There's Jennifer Walters in the 2-drop slot. Storm is phenomenal. Khazar I love as well. So yeah, this looks really, really nice there.
Yep.
Just maybe like no removal. Basically no removal I noticed there at the end.
So be aggressive.
Yeah,
be
you pretty
aggressive.
much have to.
Here we go. Let's see which of the Team Novo TCG eBay players continues on to our next round. Game 5.
Of course.
Of course we get a Game 5.
Wow, incredible.
Oh my goodness. And as we join this, friends, they have been at this. You probably be able to determine this from the amount of things on the board.
Yeah.
25 minutes already they have been playing this game.
Unreal. Cosmic Cube, I am noticing on Lorenzo's side. That's got to be a big advantage. And, you know, Agent Phil Coulson, pretty dang good card when it lives this long. It clearly hasn't put that many counters on, but Agent Phil Coulson with Captain America is quite the combo. You get to do it twice every single turn, so.
Oh, that's what I wanted to see in one of our featured drafts. I'm not sure if it was Nathan or Martin User, but you know, that along with the guys that tap, the teamwork friends, it's just so good.
It's definitely a Martin Juza card for sure, Agent
Yeah.
Phil Coulson. But yeah, gotta think. I mean, at 6 though, we kind of gotta look how many flyers does Lorenzo have, and I'm seeing.
Well, the Flyers don't help even because Storm shuts them off, huh?
Yeah, I
But
suppose.
Cool Alliance, hell yeah, that's an answer to that. Unlock the Flyers, get in the way of that shield deployment drone with the spy kit attached to it.
Yeah, that's excellent. Now you do have the flying ant to be able to block the drone, so they could trade. But of course, there it looks like we have a tapper. The tapper, you know,
I hate that Roft security officer.
Against Captain America, you just have to tap, you know, not on Lorenzo's turn,
Yeah.
which can be a problem. Otherwise, well, your tapper kind of does nothing. So this is smart. Lorenzo could lose this game in the air with just a tap down during the main phase and then attack for 3 flying type things. So I like getting aggressive here.
Yeah, yeah. Pseudo vigilance on all the creatures thanks to Captain America, Living Legend. Certainly one of the most sought after gold cards in the uncommon slot.
Yeah, and I suppose there'd still be a Cosmic Cube trigger on the stack.
Yeah.
We have a ton of creatures attacking. Agent Phil Coulson's going to activate twice. This could just be getting close to lethal here in favor of Lorenzo.
Yeah, I mean, also Mattia's tapped out, so you've got 2 critters to shove in the way of the biggest dudes.
All right.
So Captain and Agent 13 get counters on them. Untap, do it again.
Pretty good.
Yeah, not too bad, huh?
Pretty good. Agent 13 very much wants 1 creature to attack, but when you can just send them all sideways and win the game, that's usually better.
In this case, stealth is not the name of the game.
Exactly, yeah. And then here is the Cosmic Cube for just
Lordy.
basically anything. So, yeah, this looks like Lorenzo has this ready to go. And for people who haven't seen the entire broadcast, Lorenzo was one of the 7-0 players playing against Martin Juza to see who was going to be the lone undefeated player.
So he can cost something 6 or less. I don't think he has anything else at 6. Oh, my goodness.
Oh,
There's a Widow's Bite that could move the blocker out the way.
Yeah. I think it's a plethora of amazing option here.
Greatest power.
Lorenzo
Yeah,
might
a spell, any spell. Okay.
Lorenzo might be able to put those cards face down and randomize which one he puts into play, and it'll probably be okay.
Yeah, there'll be enough. Yeah, Cosmic Cube is such a powerhouse with a good board.
Yeah, any time a card like that hits the battlefield, if you're ever at parity or slightly ahead, the game's basically over.
Speedball just triggers off himself, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So if you target him, then he gets to decide where it goes. But you know, taking out the Roft guy. Oh, that's a 1/3. Never mind.
Yep. So now, I mean, it's just looking like chump territory. I don't think Agent Phil Coulson was attacking, but I think everything else is. So that's 6, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 damage coming in. So this demands a block.
He could be attacking. He's got vigilance as
Could be, but I don't. I think the motion wasn't there when Lorenzo was attacking, as that's the only good block that
Mattia has on him.
that we'd have. Yeah. Yeah, Mattia could just. I mean, there's no real even good double blocks.
14, 15, 16. I'm counting 16 without Agent.
Yeah. Yep. So there's no matter what going to need to be at least 1 block, and you can't like double block Agent 13 to have some favorable trade. So I think just at the end of this, when we figure out the math, it's just going to be over.
I think so too. Block on the biggest creature, Agent 13.
Yeah, this is when you're Mattia, you're just like, okay, if I block here, what card can I draw that I can maybe sneak through some damage?
Yeah, that gets me out of this because what has to do 9? He's got. Yeah, he would. Would he have to block with Speedball as well?
No, not as well. You can just block with this to stay alive, but then it's like, what
He's
can you
got
draw?
I Am Iron Man.
Yeah, you got to like I Am Iron Man into Panther Pounce. Like it
Well,
has to be some kind of weird combination.
If he I Am Iron Man's on Speedball,
yeah,
it becomes a 4/4, and then you can do it again because you can choose the next target, right?
it just redirects.
Redirects,
Yeah. But there is only 1 flyer, so I mean, like you need a removal spell for the flyer, and then I Am Iron Man. So.
Ooh, okay, let's see. Can you cobble something together here with Speedball?
Sacking a
This is
clue.
Mani's hero, by the way.
Yeah, sacking a clue is
probably not the best start.
That is gonna do it here. A team kill, unfortunately, between Mattia Oneto and Lorenzo Gruppi, but Lorenzo Gruppi is going to advance. So big congratulations there. A stellar performance by this team. They can be incredibly proud of what they've achieved here.
Yeah, it's always unfortunate in the top 8 where you got to play against the only other teammate. But on the bright side is no matter what, you get a teammate into the top 4.
Hell yeah. You love to see it. You know, it's a win-win situation. So it's an awesome result there for the team. Now let's go chat to Lorenzo. He caught up with Riley after his win.
Lorenzo Gruppi is heading to the semi-finals after a win, unfortunately, against a teammate. That must have been a heartbreaking moment at the draft table when you realized you were going to be playing against a teammate and a friend.
Yeah, while sitting, we didn't even know who we were playing, and then I was seat 4, and every name got called, and yeah, the last one was my friend Mattia, and yeah, it sucks that we had to play, but at least one of us is in the semis, and hopefully I can go further.
You can go further. Well, let's talk about the deck that you're taking through the top 8 here. Tell me about how you felt the draft went, and are you satisfied with the result?
Yeah, I think so. The draft was obviously tough. Like, every player here is amazing. I think the deck is fine. Obviously, I have like a really good rare, which is Agent Coulson. I don't have that many heroes, but it's still pretty good. The mana is a bit sketchy, but I mean, I'm satisfied with the deck. Yeah.
And are you feeling confident heading to the semi-finals?
Yeah. Like, every other player is probably more experienced and probably even better than me, but I can take a shot, yeah.
I'm really glad you got that self-belief. Lorenzo, congratulations so far and best of luck in the semi-finals.
Thanks.
He's going to take his best shot, and it is going to be the semi-finals coming up very soon. It's the news desk right after this short break.
Announcing Magic Spotlight Fracture. It's standard constructed in Hartford in the US, October 23rd through the 25th, and in Beijing, China, October 31st through November 1st. Once again, standard constructed. If you want more information, you can find it at mtg.social/spotlightfra. Hello, friends. Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Magic the Gathering Marvel Superheroes here from Amsterdam in the Netherlands on Top 8 Sunday, where for the first time in 15 years, we are doing a Top 8 draft, and it's all for that trophy, $50,000, and of course, the title of champion. Take a look at our bracket and see what's already been happening here so far today. All of our quarterfinals have finished, and it has been a marathon, 20 games, with 4 of them going to all 5 games. So you paid for some magic, and you are going to get some magic here today. Moving on to the semifinals in just a moment. But first, welcome back to the news desk. We are joined by a very special guest, William Huey Jensen, the Senior Director of Global Play Programs at Wizards of the Coast, is here with us to talk to us about some very exciting developments in Magic the Gathering that are coming up soon. The first we're going to talk about is the Hall of Fame, which I think you know something about, Frank.
I do, Maria. When I was inducted into the Magic Pro Tour Hall of Fame back in 2009, it really felt like the greatest honor you could achieve as a competitive Magic player, sort of the culmination of a Pro Tour career. And for you, Huey, I'm sure it felt sort of the same. And you also have several awesome things to announce about the revitalization of the program.
Yeah, it's true. I think till the day I die, there are a few moments in my life I will never forget. One of them is definitely when I got the call from Scott Larrabee saying, you know, you've been elected to be in this year's Hall of Fame class, and I think it's time, and I'm ready, and I'm very excited for the next class to finally be inducted after a bit of a break.
Yes, absolutely. It has been a bit of a while. Like the last class we inducted was back in 2019 when Reed Duke was inducted, and then we've had a bit of a break. So what is going to happen going forward?
So this is definitely not a strict relaunch. It's a bit of a remake. In the olden days, a lot of our system was based around pro points, both in terms of eligibility and voting. We don't give pro points anymore, and we haven't for quite a while. So here are some differences on the screen. We're going to have a new class now every 2 years instead of every year. The voting is going to start soon, in the next week-ish. The results of this Pro Tour will be tabulated, put in. The voting committee is 40 specially selected individuals that comprised of key Wizards employees with competitive Magic experience, coverage people who work in coverage and have been influential to Magic in that way, several other Hall of Famers, and a handful of active players. We'll announce the new class at the end of summer, and we'll induct everybody at this year's World Championship 32 in Atlanta. As for eligibility, we've moved away from pro points, and we're focused on top finishes. It's something that's it's the most coveted thing you can get is a top finish at a Magic tournament for a Magic player. So that is 5 is the number. What defines a top finish will be in the article on magic.dg coming up. I'm not going to try to recite all those now. I would fail. And with one other caveat, in the past, there were rules about timing after your first event or your first pro points. For this year, one of your top finishes, I guess, which would be your first, had to come before 2019, and one of your top finishes had to come after 2019.
Yep.
I know, as far as the committee, like we said before, it's a curated committee. I will spoil all 4 people on this stage. Will be voting for the next Hall of Fame class.
Yeah, and I cannot wait to bestow this honor on the next worthy Magic the Gathering players.
Same here.
Yeah, that's very, very exciting. Something else I'm personally very excited for, and I know a lot of you out there are as well, is the first limited championship, which is coming to my hometown, Minneapolis, Minnesota, June 18th through the 20th next year. I'm a huge limited fan, Huey. Talk to me about this event.
Yeah, I'm also really excited. I wish I could play this one, I have to admit. People always ask, oh, are you sad you're not playing the Pro Tour? And it's like, yeah, a little bit. But I'm going to be extra sad at the limited championship. The reaction and response, engagement, everything here has been super positive. People are happy about it. They go out of their way and have for basically a year now to tell me how happy they are about it. People are loving the qualifiers. People are trying hard to qualify. We've got a top 8 today that's limited. This will be the next limited top 8 we have next year, like you said, in Minneapolis. Just so people know, the last chance to qualify will be at MagicCon Atlanta in tabletop, and then Arena will have a couple more qualifiers for their championship to be announced soon.
And Hall of Famers can use their once per year Pro Tour invite also for this limited championship,
Yep,
right?
they can choose that to be their one for next year.
You can ask these personal questions later on, man. We don't have to take up broadcast time with this stuff. Come on.
What about 2027, Riley?
We've got a big year coming up, Huey. We've got a lot of events across the entire world, and I know many people were excited to learn exactly where MagicCon is headed to next year. I'm very, very happy that I'll be turning up at an event without any jet lag. Huey, tell us about the schedule for Magic's premier events next year.
All right, so first we're going to go to Pro Tour Noctis at MagicCon Detroit in February. That's going to be Modern and Draft. Then we're heading back for the first time in a long time. I'm very excited about this one. MagicCon Tokyo in May. We'll hold Draft and Standard Pro Tour. We'll come back and go to Minneapolis and do the limited championship like we've been talking about. The third Pro Tour will take place at MagicCon Las Vegas, my hometown, in August. And then we'll wrap up back here in Amsterdam with the World Championship 33 in December.
It's a huge year ahead. We're so excited to be taking the Pro Tour and MagicCon all around the world into every region, every major region around the globe, Huey. And it's terrific to be able to talk through all of the very exciting events that are coming and developments that are coming into next year.
Thanks. I'm personally very excited, and hopefully we'll have a lot more excitement to share over the next year about even more so beyond that.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Huey, for joining us here at the News Desk. We're going to turn our attention now to some more matches coming up here in our top 8. Let's take a look at our bracket as we turn our attention to our semifinals coming up here on Top 8 Sunday. Playing single elimination draft. There you can see everything that's happened already so far today. A ton of Magic has been played. So many games, as you can see from all of those results. Let's check out our next head-to-head. We're going to see Bernardo Torres up against Lorenzo Gruppi. Bernardo Torres, a Magic Online Mox champion, has a very good string of Pro Tour performances to his name.
And you can see he did pretty well, unsurprisingly, during the draft rounds. A clean 3-0 record on day number 1, 2-1 with Rakdos on day number 2, but still a very solid and limited performance from him, expecting big things in the feature match area.
Up against Lorenzo Gruppi, this is just his 3rd Pro Tour and his first day 2, part of that Italian team that just ran the tables as far as teams are concerned this tournament.
And you can see he also did very well with Rakdos, 3-0 on day number 1, taking advantage of the fact that it was perhaps a little bit underdrafted. A 5-1 record overall in limited across the weekend. Both these players hot to trot. We'll see who emerges on top.
All right, Frank, tell me what they drafted.
Well, Lorenzo Gruppi drafted white-black, sort of an aggressive curve with an attack alone team. He has, well, we're starting with Torres. Well, he drafted a black-red deck with an aggressive stance. I might even call it a burn deck. There's 3 copies of Hydra Assault Robot, flanked by some Lightning Strikes and Truck Toss, so the opponent's life total will be under heavy assault. There's also a splash for the powerful Wolverine, but one way or another this deck will try to come out of the gates quickly and ping and burn the opponent for the final points of damage. Just a consistent, nice deck. Now, Lorenzo Gruppi drafted the white-black deck. Now, this is a deck with a bit of an attack-alone team, very strong removal spells in there, as well as arguably a bomb and Cosmic Cube that can help you lock up the game when you're attacking. 2 splashes actually, one blue for Captain America and 1 green for Killmonger. So that land cycler in there will have to do some heavy duty, but there is a lot of power in both of these decks. I mean, the quarterfinals were 5-game marathons. Everything will be closely matched. I can't wait to see this.
All right, let's find out what happens in our semifinals. I'm going to pass it on over to Ailey and Corey in the booth.
He said a marathon, Corey. Go on, stretch.
Oh, I'm ready. I'm ready. I could run this marathon all day if we get this limited set. It is a treat.
All right, I'm ready to rock and roll, buddy. Let's do it. It is semifinals number 1. I'm Ailey, that's Corey, and we have 2 players who are itching to get to the finals of this Pro Tour. Both decks look incredibly fun. I must say, Bernardo Torres, if he's able to get a bunch of little dingers down, like this is my jam, right? This Hydra Assault Robot, this is one of my favorite creatures. It's not very good, but in this deck, it could get the job done for him.
Yeah, absolutely. With Hawkeye Young Avenger, it is extremely powerful, being able to turn those 1 damages into 3. You can really get some good combos going. And like Frank was saying at the desk, Bernardo Torres has a good, consistent, streamlined deck. Lorenzo's a little bit more all over the place, but maybe more power. So it really comes down to, will be consistency be key, or will be the little over-the-top aspect reign supreme here?
Well, let's get things underway. Both players with a tap land gaining a life, so no one's winning just yet.
Yep.
Hydra Assault Bot number 1 of 3. Keep track, friends, because these little idiots are going to do some damage if they stick around.
Yeah, and as far as Lorenzo's removal sweeps, you really can't prioritize dealing with the 1/3 unless you absolutely have to. There's Web Up, Cruel Alliance, and Hour Defeat as the hard removal spells. Outside of that, you know, it's Widow's Bite that's conditional, and of course Killmonger, which you have to give something away. But these Assault Robots, kind of a card you can't really kill. So
no, you know, gotta deploy the game plan of try and get some threats down here. Kicking things off with the Brave Brawler. Not going to get through the 1/3 just yet. Hydra Troopers now. Going to mill a couple cards and see what Bernardo chucks in the yard. 2 more creatures. Bet he would have preferred to have those unless his hand is chock full of them.
that's kind of the ideal thing that Lorenzo wants to do to beat these Assault Robots, is just be able to clear the way and connect with one of these Lifelinkers. That's the best way to beat these kind of chip shot damage style of cards.
Deploying some big bodies on board there, so...
I believe we have Ronan, and in hand,
Has he got
we have the stolen Stark Tech. So being able to have some cards to play right now is really valuable. Most of the time, this is just a 3-mana 3/3, but when you can combine it with either some of the powerful white or black equipment, it can do some
really
damage.
good. Yeah. This is going to work out beautifully for him. You know, he can pay 2 life to flash this out, keep Dennis Dunphy, the Brave Brawler, alive, but opts not to this time around.
Yeah, a little risky, of course. You just have the ability to remove it.
Sure. So I'm not going to do that into open mana. Crimson Operative hits the board, exiles a card. Let's see what it is. Truck Toss with 2 red mana to be able to cast it. Oh, I wonder where that's going to go.
Yeah, and now that's actually pretty nice for Lorenzo.
Yeah, that's good news.
Yeah, having that face-up information, now Lorenzo is just going to be able to say, wow, this stolen Stark Tech is just going to be amazing. It's going to counter that Truck Toss because Bernardo has to play it. There's no way you don't play that card when you're gifted a free removal spell.
And, the players do know each other's pools, so he might suspect that with a Ronan in play, there is going to be equipment, so maybe the Truck Toss just goes upstairs.
Yeah, I think you'd still just say, all right, if you have it, you have it, but we'll see.
It's going to lose it either way, huh?
Exactly. Now, if this is attacking in, Bernardo is 100% incentivized to not block because, well, if it trades, then you just don't play a creature, and then Truck Toss does have to go upstairs.
2-drop Agents of Hydra here. If this dies, you're not too fussed about it, so perfect Killmonger target because you get a 2/1 out of it. And here we're going to see the Agent jump in the way here of the Crimson Operative, just in order to upgrade it to a 2/1 with Menace.
Yep, does soak up 4 damage because if there's no blocks, you're going to Truck Toss before damage, get that Prowess trigger. So I'm going to do this. Probably not going to work unless maybe we don't have that in hand. I might have missed saw.
All right.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. Must not have had it.
Might be a decoy ploy, actually.
Oh, yeah, okay. No worries. Yeah, decoy ploy. It's all right. He gets them both back.
Yeah.
He gets a hero and a villain back. Cool. I love recursion.
Yeah.
It never scores highly in terms of like win rates and stuff, but it's just so nice to get like your meat and taters back.
Yeah, that's the kind of card that when you're playing in a perfect world on Arena, on a draft, that's a card that's not going to make the deck. But when you got to get scrappy, like in the top 8 of a Pro Tour here where everyone knows what's good, this card can kind of shine.
Yeah, and when everyone, who's going to be drafting removal if they see it.
Oh, for sure.
16 to 20, the life totals here. Brave Brawler comes on down, powers up, and it's now a 4/3.
Okay, Bernardo can have a removal spell for the Brave Brawler here, is able to then attack for 5 damage and getting a huge lifelinker off the table. That would be huge. If not, Lorenzo being able to back that Brawler up will be very, very strong.
Oh, Madame Mask, one of my favorite uncommons in the set. Instant value the moment she comes down.
Yeah, excellent card here. Getting 2 bodies and getting to do a loot and the power of it just being able to stick around. And whenever you draw that second card again, it's very, very powerful.
Out of the Madames in the set, Madame Mask, certainly my favorite. Sorry,
Definitely.
Madame Hydra.
Yeah, Madame Hydra, you know, you're just forced into red-black. I mean, it's still a powerful card, and they do work quite well together if you can curve Madame Hydra into Madame Mask, but totally agree. This is one of the best uncommons in the set, if you can get it. It just kind of doesn't gel too well with the most popular strategies.
Yeah.
White-black doesn't necessarily want the villain strategy. You know, it's more hero-based, but just a powerful card. You're going to play in pretty much every black.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, if you're able to find any sort of card draw, you're just going to be happy to have that on board, taken away. I think at one point we had the Surveil land in one of our earlier drafts and a Madame Mask down without an answer from the opponent. I saw about 5 or 6 2/1 menace creatures generated off of her. It was crazy.
Or the Connive land, right?
Yeah, it might have been Teemo, the villain's hideout.
I do remember
Villain
that,
hideout.
yep. Yeah, up against Juza, actually. Yeah, anyone who didn't watch the earlier rounds, both limited and modern, it's been a phenomenal show so far. Make sure to check those out after the top 8, of course.
Yeah, don't go anywhere now. Don't touch buttons. Whoa, hey, Cosmic Cube.
Excellent play here. That is the type of card that Rakdos just really struggles to keep up with. So Cosmic Cube here, one of the best cards. If you already have a great attacker, of course, if you're really far behind, it is a card that's not really going to help you out. But the snowball effect it grants.
Yeah.
Even if this creature gets blocked, if you're able to replace it with another 4-power creature, let's say, then you kind of just get the value to keep going. But that looks like a lot
There's
of lands.
a lot of lands, Visions of Villainy, and that's maybe the
I think
the Stark Tech.
Yeah, I think
Still the
so.
Stark Tech. Yeah, there we go. Okay.
Pretty nice. It makes so this brawler is going to be able to gain 5 life and be able to attack again to trigger the cube once again.
Hell yeah. That Cosmic Cube is sweet.
Yep.
1123, right?
Yeah, greatest power from your attackers. And when you do it for 5, that's every single card
Pretty much,
in
yeah.
Lorenzo's deck.
I was
So
about to say, I don't think he's got anything higher than that.
yep, so you are able to just cast your best card on the top 6, and it doesn't care about just creatures or anything. It is a phenomenal card.
Yeah. You like free stuff? Yeah, you modern players, you like free stuff. There you go. Just giving them a, a little bit of a taste from the modern side of things. All right. So post-combat now, Lorenzo up to 23. Bernardo took it down to 11.
Looking to maybe just re-equip over to the villain, but decides to keep it on there.
Yeah. So loses indestructible, but keeps the +1.
And now Bernardo is able to have a nice attack on the way back, but trying to race a build-your-own Baneslayer Angel here with this brawler being 5 power here is just so brutal.
How do we give it flying? We need
there we go.
We need Falcon's wingsuit, right?
Take one? Yes. 20.
And this is great from Bernardo. I mean, that's a nice body to play, but keeping up with the value of Cosmic Cube is just so brutal. The only way you can kind of neutralize the Cosmic Cube a bit is if you're making Lorenzo chump attack, where you're just, your highest power is 3 attacking into a Roxanne Brute or something like that,
yeah.
but
Nope.
that's not what's happening now.
This 5-3 is going to go once again. Once more into the breach. Handing out knuckle sandwiches left, right, and center.
Oh, that was a plethora of good stuff. Hour of Defeat, Web Up.
Oh, nice.
I think that's a Madame Mask as well.
Yeah. You don't have to cast it immediately, right? You may cast from among them. Okay, you do have to.
Yeah.
Yeah, not this turn. So, got to fire it off right now.
I mean, Madame Mask looks excellent here. I don't think any of those creatures on the other side demand an answer right now. I think if you had, like, Baron already in play, Baron Strucker already in play, so Madame Mask and Baron would work off each other, then maybe you have to prioritize Hour of Defeating the Mask, but pretty tough to not just put a Madame Mask into play as this brawler is almost assuredly going to die in combat here to prevent this Cosmic Cube from going. And then you at least have another 4-power attacker that you can send in, or just start sending in villains.
Crimson Operative could jump in the way here of this Brave Brawler, but let's resolve this free spell first, and it's going to be the biggest idiot on the other side that gets the Hour of Defeat.
Wow.
So taking out the Brute, let's see what the top card is here for Lorenzo, if he surveils it to the yard or not.
I think the only thing Lorenzo's kind of sad about is that's just 6 great spells.
Yeah.
You're putting 6 spells onto the bottom. And I'm just a little surprised we Hour of defeated the Roxanne Brutes. That's really Lorenzo saying, like, I'm going to get rid of the biggest creature, and I'm going to force you to have to double block here with Crimson Operative and the 1/3.
Or just
or just single block there to be able to clean it up. But I'm still very surprised we dealt with the Brute instead of the Madam Mask.
Okay. So the Life Linker did its job. 25, Lorenzo's life total, and Burrow backup. How about 2 new creatures to replace the one that just died?
Yeah, that's amazing. Probably the best card up against Bernardo. Now, the one card that can really kind of turn things sideways here for Bernardo is the Hammer of Thor. Being able to discard it and Wrath Lorenzo's board away, it will actually pretty much Wrath away Bernardo's board, but it at least stops the Cosmic Cube from doing its thing.
Sure. Yeah, that's definitely something Bernardo is going to want to find as soon as possible, just to kill off these low toughness creatures.
I might have just saw Mountain and Swamp in hand, and
that's rough.
Yeah, that's probably
flooding
going
out
to be too much, as you can just take turns attacking with these heroes. You kind of don't want to attack with both, as you'll get 1 activation a cube. If you spread it over 2 turns, you can just make sure you're going to get the Cosmic Cube activated for 4, 2 turns in a row instead of just 4 for 1 turn.
Yep. So, pretty sure Lorenzo agrees with you. It's going to send the hero with the Stolen Stark Tech into battle.
I think the hero with the Stark Tech as well as the villain is a nice attack.
Yeah, why
I
not?
like that.
Because what, MetaMask's a 3/2?
Yeah, there's no good double block.
No,
you know, you can put the robot and a villain in front of the 2/1 villain and trade villains. You know, the only time you don't attack with your 2/1 villains is if there's like 2 assault robots.
Yeah. That would just be a chump attack, as some people call it, strangely.
Yep. I think there was Agent Phil Coulson. Agent 13.
Yeah, that's the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. as well.
Yeah. Cruel Alliance. Lorenzo's just having a great time in this game. This looks
Just
like an absolute
hit
blast.
after hit. It has vigilance.
29?
Oh, yeah, he just have
Yeah,
okay.
teamwork.
Yes, teamwork. And now Madam Mask is dealt with. We see the block there on the one here to take care of that. All right, good exchange there for Lorenzo. This game's looking like it's going to go the Italians' way.
Yeah, Cosmic Cube has to be the best card against Rakdos.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
just not many ways to deal with it. We can have Hulk Smash, which doesn't look like we actually have that at all in Bernardo's main or sideboard, so not a lot of anti-artifact cards, and I'm seeing none in his sideboard as well. So
That's going to be rough if Lorenzo finds this in every game.
yeah, no kidding.
Draw a card. If it's a womp womp, we're going to go to game 2 pretty quickly. And just a reminder to everyone, if you've just tuned in, this is best 3 out of 5. The first 2 games are unsideboarded. And we're going to go to game number 2 right now.
Yeah, very clean game for
Yeah.
Lorenzo there, and
Yeah.
we can keep that Cosmic Cube right there. That was the card that won the game, that's for sure.
That card is incredible.
Hey,
I
we left
love
it right there. There we go.
We didn't mean literally, but thank you for taking Corey seriously. All right, let's get game number 2 underway here as the players reset, draw hands. I see Roxanne Brutes into
Wolverine
yeah,
there.
Wolverine, so he's got all the colors needed.
When we saw Bernardo versus Eduardo, that's really how he had just a devastating start. So could easily see that as well. That's something Bernardo needs to do. Bernardo needs to lean aggressively. When Lorenzo has that cube in his deck, eventually he will take over.
Yeah.
So Bernardo has to kind of blink first in that
Yeah,
scenario.
you basically need to put Lorenzo into a position where he can't attack, even if he does have the cube.
Exactly. So kind of a pretty obvious, which card did you draw there from Lorenzo? As he prioritized getting the blue land into place. That was probably the one off the top.
Find a forest time. Thank you, Rocks on Brutes.
I think I saw Captain America there for Lorenzo, so a nice 3-drop to be able to be played next turn. Notably, a card that survives Wolverine's fight.
Yep. But it's fun to see them bicker anyway, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Ooh, that was also Thor's hammer. So, all right, this time Bernardo has some power. And let me tell you, Wolverine is indeed worthy.
Sure is.
That is a heck of a equipment target. There's actually not a lot of creatures that are worthy, the requirement from the hammer.
Yeah.
You don't see that type of, stat line very often where you can only be equipped to red or white legends. So we have Wolverine, Ares, God of War.
Yep.
And then Hawkeye as really the only cards that are worthy.
Oh, yes.
Oh, here comes Wolverine, though, to just eat
Oh,
up this 2-1
yeah.
flyer. It's going to look really good.
Give
It's
him-
a huge crunch.
Give him an old poke in the sky there, get that commander down, and in for a big chunk of damage. Down to 15 goes Lorenzo, and this is the ideal start for Bernardo that he was looking for.
Definitely. And Wolverine, after that fight, regenerates. Such great flavor on that card.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
that's
cool.
That's awesome.
I'm pretty sure this is the first time we've used the word "is healed" or the phrase "is healed"
Yeah,
on a
yeah.
card.
Yeah, I don't know how many times that card has messed people up when they started playing,
Yeah.
including myself.
Oh, yeah. Cosmic Cube still hanging out there. Was it drawn? I see a web up.
I think the Cosmic Cube is just there from
Oh,
last
it's just
game.
there. Okay.
Yeah.
It's just eternal.
Exactly.
Okay.
I mean, you can't get rid of it. So
No.
web up for the Wolverine here, though, is excellent. And now Bernardo's does not have a follow-up. I mean, that is quite brutal here.
Yeah. Rocks on Brutes would have been nice now, but
Yeah.
alas.
And I mean, we know about the hammer, but I mean, that's a third of the worthy creatures underneath the web up. And Rakdos, famously does not have a lot of ways to deal with enchantments or really artifacts.
Yeah, Red's usually got the artifact situation covered, but not this time around. Not in this
Exactly.
deck.
No Hulk smashes.
Oof, Madam
no other
Moss.
shatter effects.
Look at that. Just 4 basic lands, all of different colors there for Lorenzo.
Yep. Might be a bit of, maybe I don't want to play this land yet. Looks like there's an AIM Scientist as well.
Yeah.
So that might be I mean, he kind of looked at his hand like, I'm going to play this 5-drop no matter what. But, Bernardo could kill it in response.
Yeah.
And then you don't get the bodies. So starting with something else makes a lot of sense.
Sure.
Wait for Bernardo to actually tap out.
Get the Surveil. Chuck away. Another creature he's not going to play. Agent of Atlas, I believe? No, what is that?
Yeah, Agent of Atlas to the yard. Now a pretty juicy Hammer of Thor target here. Killing a 4/4 with that always feels pretty good.
Nice. And get the extra ding. Courtesy of the Hydro Assault Bot. Hydro
right.
Troopers gets in there too. So is it safe to say that Bernardo's our villain in this top 4?
Yeah, definitely playing the villain strategy, that's for sure.
So Lorenzo would have been pretty happy to see the Hammer of Thor, Mjolnir, used on the AIM Scientist. Madam Mask kept safe in hand and will now resolve as as Bernardo is tapped out.
Yeah, now you're at the point where Lorenzo, at 8 life already, up against Bernardo's deck, where you have all these ping effects from the robots and Hawkeyes and lightning strikes, all this direct damage that you can really aim upstairs. You have to just try to minimize as much damage as possible, and 5 mana, 2 bodies is exactly what you need here.
2 right you are. What is getting chucked? Do we have a decoy ploy in hand? We sure do, so we'll be able to get something back later.
Ooh.
Heroes and villains in the yard.
Cruel Alliance picked up has to be
Nice.
the best possible card. You really need to gain a little bit more life to feel safe here because, well...
Yeah, if Lorenzo can just stall out until he finds his cube, he's going to be incredibly happy.
Yeah, and now there's just not solid attacks. Attacking with your 3/1 in or your 3/2 into a villain is really brutal. So Bernardo really needs something on this turn. If he just goes land pass or something, you got to feel like Lorenzo's going to be able to claw back into this.
Absolutely. And already 1 game up, so advantage would be firmly in Lorenzo's court. 2 mana. Lightning Strike. respecting Madame Mask enough to take care of it there and then. Can't equip Mjolnir yet. Needs a legendary red or white critter. And like you mentioned, Corey, there's only 2 others in the deck that can do that.
Yep, makes a lot of sense to not offer this trade right now. When you have Ares God of War, you really want to only trade when you're trading up.
Yeah.
You know, if you're trading for a 5-drop or something with your 3-drop, sure, that's fine. But otherwise, Ares God of War is one of the cards that gives Bernardo kind of this bit of inevitability, which, you know, Cosmic Cube does for Lorenzo.
Yeah.
So.
And correction, there's only one other worthy creature, as it needs to be a non-villain as well. So sorry, Ares, you don't get to play with a hammer.
Oh, that's right. Yep.
No hammers for you.
That would be a flavor fail, I suppose, huh?
You are not worthy.
Yeah, so just Hawkeye being able to equip to that. But honestly, if you play 0 cards that are worthy with that, it's still a phenomenal card.
Oh, yeah, it's a
Either
removal spell.
4 damage
Yeah.
to something or a Pyroclasm split card.
Yeah. It's
at instant
great.
speed. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, that card is unbelievable.
Is good. You know, Bernardo would have loved to have picked up a couple more worthy critters, I'm sure, but I think white was pretty contested in this top 8.
2 cards? Yes.
All right. Brave Brawler back.
Yeah.
Powered up, ready to rock and roll and gain Lorenzo some life, as it did in the previous game. Now, 2 mana left up. Is Bernardo sniffing out some stolen Stark tech?
Yeah, that
Or is he going to go for it?
It's an absolute must kill, and it's just kind of
Lovely.
a spot where, like, yeah, if you got it, you got it. But yeah, the lifelink here is way too brutal.
I love this flavor text. Invoking Thor's Wrath is a mistake few villains are stupid enough or sturdy enough to make twice. Beautiful.
Yeah, they really nailed the flavor and the flavor text of this set, that's for sure. So, yeah, getting Brawler back is great. Getting Madame Mask as your villain also looks excellent.
Yeah, especially for another draw off of her and another body.
Yeah, Decoy Ploy, like we were kind of saying, not that good of a card, and in an ideal world, it doesn't make your draft deck. Makes a lot of sealed decks because those get to be a lot scrappier and will make your top 8 of a Pro Tour draft deck when they're also very scrappy, and everybody's decks, you know, look a lot worse than we would if we were playtesting on Arena or something like that. Yeah, deciding between the Scientists, I guess.
Maybe, yeah.
But it seems like those 2 creatures are the slam dunks to me. But
Yeah. I mean, Madame Mask, 2 bodies, an extra card.
And then a lifelinker up against
Yeah,
a
yeah,
Rakdos deck like this is just huge. And, you know, Bernardo doesn't have that many removal spells left in the deck. There's Hour of Defeat, Truck Toss, Repulsor Blast. That's it.
Well, Lorenzo is at 6. If he can do 2 more damage, Repulsor Blast can do that, and then Truck Toss him. That's a lot of ifs, and he needs to have all those things to do it. But, yeah, that could certainly get the game done here for Bernardo.
Yeah, and only 1 card in hand as well. And
It's a big ask.
Exactly.
Come on, Madame. Join us.
Man, when you get 2 activations of that card, even if it's from recasting it after it died, you just feel like you got to be so far ahead, so much extra value.
Yeah.
Able to sculpt the hand a bit. And now there's a big thought. Like, do you play this or do you just go for the big lifelinker here?
Yeah. Yeah, Lorenzo is having a stellar performance here this weekend too. You know, he was one of the undefeateds going into the final round of day 1 up against Martin User, and he's been able to translate that into a top 8, you know, semifinals. He's in it. So big congrats to him. And what is this? Is this his 3rd Pro Tour, 2nd?
Yeah, I believe 3rd. And yeah, he was just kind of saying in the interviews, like, yeah, maybe I'm not the best player. And, you know, even after day 1, maybe didn't have a lot of confidence in himself. But man, we can see him gaining it in real time right now, defeating these great players, getting farther and farther. He's got to understand that he is a phenomenal player. Brought the deck of the tournament, in my opinion. Brood Scale, it put so many people in the top 8. You know, it was kind of just littering the top 32, top 48 of the Pro Tour. So the deck looked great. And, of course, it's a multi-format event where you got to be good at draft, too.
Yeah. Best players in Magic can do it all.
Absolutely.
4 mana. What do we got? Ooh. Oh, yes!
That is a worthy creature.
She is worthy. Hawkeye, Young Avenger. Gets to deal extra damage. And it's doubled now with Thor.
Yeah.
Sorry, with
All
Mjolnir.
the creature that it would deal is doubled.
Oh, man, now we need this little dinger to ding. So, okay, let's work this out. So it doesn't do any extra power base stat-wise. But she's a 2, so she'd do a 4. So this little idiot is hitting for 5.
Unfortunately, it doesn't work like that.
Why not?
Because it is the source dealing damage, not
Oh,
Hawkeye
equal to her
dealing
power.
the damage.
Phooey. Okay, never mind.
So it would
That
still
would've been
be dealing 3 per my understanding, but Hawkeye itself, if you were to attack, would deal 4 type thing. Could be wrong on that. That is, of course, a very kind of obscure interaction, but that's how I read it.
Okay. I'm sure you're right, and I'm sad about it. I mean, hell, even at this point, if a freaking Stark Industries executive pitches up for Bernardo, he can just make treasures and then start dinging for 3.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the robot itself deals the damage, so doesn't double. But still, it's great. I mean, 3 damage. Now all you got to do is play 2 artifacts or 2 villains, and the game is over.
Yeah, the game's over.
And who knows? Truck Toss could be that last card in hand. We haven't gotten a glimpse at it, so we could be 1 villain away.
Yeah.
So this Brawler might very well need to connect. And honestly, if Bernardo were to go villain next turn plus Truck Toss, that small choice from Lorenzo of playing Madame Mask instead of Brawler could be huge.
Yeah.
Because you would be attacking for 4 lifelink this turn, even if it trades with the Hydro Troopers.
Yeah, you don't mind that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Looks like we're teamworking here.
Yeah.
Which,
Cool
that's
Alliance.
excellent.
Ah, phooey. We knew that was there.
Excellent. Gain 3 life, go to 9,
Yep.
get out of reach. Probably deal with Hawkeye.
Yep.
And now Thor's hammer will be impossible to pick up.
Yeah. It's just going to sit there. We're going to see it through the rest of the feature matches. There'll just be this hammer in the middle of the table.
Exactly. Yeah, I can't pick it up at all. Now this game feels like it's going to be very tough for Bernardo to win.
This is a rough spot.
Yeah.
We needed a follow-up as soon as Hawkeye landed.
Yeah, you basically needed 2 great spells here from Bernardo and just playing a land there. And presumably, looking at body language, the last card is either not your best card or maybe another land. So this is very much looking like Lorenzo starting up 2-0 because his hand is Agent 13, Hour of Defeat, and the 5-drop Captain Marvel. So, I mean, just straight gas in the tank for Lorenzo. But that's what's going to happen when you connive multiple times, you bring back 2 creatures from your graveyard. Lorenzo has just had much more card advantage and 2-for-1s than Bernardo has. And that's kind of the name of the game in this limited set. 2-for-1s are king.
Yeah. Actually, Corey, it's Captain Marvel.
Oh, excuse me. Yes. I don't know the lore behind that, so, yeah.
Agent 13 now hits the board. Madame Mask getting in there, triggering this incredibly annoying creature to get clues. If you cannot deal with Agent 13, talk about a snowball effect. You don't even need the Cosmic Cube at this rate.
Yeah, and Agent 13 and Madame Mask is a nice little combo. You get to sack the clue, draw a card, create a 2/1 menace.
Menace, yeah. This is, I'm feeling like we're in scoop territory almost.
Yeah. When you're in the top 4 of a Pro Tour,
You don't,
I feel
yes,
like
of
you
course.
soak it all up. But yeah, I agree. This has got to be just about as close to 0% for Bernardo for this game.
Okay, I mentioned it, but this is just, a little too late there, Stark Industries exec.
Yeah. And that's kind of how these Rakdos style of decks work. You don't usually have a lot of card advantage, so it is very much dependent on your opening hand. And once again, the late game very much favors Lorenzo.
Oh, for sure.
With all these ways to recur creatures, or of course the Cosmic Cube, like we saw game 1. So,
He had a great start, but just couldn't capitalize and
was
get the
very
job done
close
there.
though, that's for sure.
So we're going to take a short break, everyone. When we come back, we will complete our semifinals here. Game 3 of Bernardo Torres up against Lorenzo Gruppi. Coming up next. Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Magic the Gathering Marvel Superheroes here in Amsterdam. Friends, it is the semifinals. I'm Ailey Loney alongside Corey Baumeister, and we have the privilege of bringing you some incredible Magic, some awesome action here between these two players.
We're actually deemed worthy to be able to be watching it. Yeah.
Where's my hammer?
exactly. It's worth a try.
It's not working.
Worth a try, though. Yeah, absolutely.
Man, it would have been so cool if there was just a prop hammer that flew in here. Anyway, hi, friends. Welcome back to the semifinals. We've seen 2 games so far between Bernardo Torres and Lorenzo Gruppi. We have Lorenzo Gruppi up 2-0 as we go into game 3, and now players get to access their sideboard. So, Corey, talk us through some of the changes that these players made.
Yeah, so the changes here are all guided at going bigger here as it's become very grindy. So Bernardo Torres took out the stolen Stark tech as well as 2 of the Hydra Assault robots for 1 decoy ploy. It looks so good from Lorenzo. He had to try it for himself.
Yeah.
Unliving Legionnaire to be able to recur some more things, and then Doom Rain Supreme.
Imagine if Doom Rain Supremes into a Cosmic Cube.
Oh, wow, that's great. Yeah, and then the flip side, Lorenzo took out the Kree Commandos, the Vision of Villainy, and then brought in Ninja of the Hand, as well as 1 Crowd of True Believers. So just minor changes here.
Alrighty. Agents of Hydra, as well as the Assault Robot on board here.
Now the only one left in the deck.
Yeah, you got some work to do, bud. His other friends didn't show up for work, so they got fired.
I guess so. And I mean, it makes sense up against that much life gain from Lorenzo. That kind of small game is not really cutting it, but I do see maybe the best card in both of their decks combined. Cosmic Cube in hands for Lorenzo.
All right, Ares, God of War, makes an appearance, and now any attack is going to feel a lot more safe here for Bernardo. Unless Ares gets bolted into oblivion, of course.
Such a frustrating card to play against.
Yes, yeah, especially with any creatures that have enters effects.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every time I play against that card, I never have the removal spell for it, and I always get eaten alive by it.
Getting to redeploy your Red Room recruits, that sort of thing.
Yes.
Feels so nice.
Looks
Does
like
Lorenzo have an answer for it? Let's find out.
If anything, it just has a Agent of Shields there to be able to have a nice body. I think I saw Agent Phil Coulson as well.
Oh, hey, buddy.
Okay.
He's not doing anything yet, but soon.
Pretty much a must-kill on sight as the popular play pattern after you play that card, believe it or not, is start playing heroes. And if you can put Captain America into play, Captain America the Living Legend, that's how you can just boost that up to a 5/6 immediately.
Gross, I'll say. And
And
that
it's
is
gone.
respected. Phil Coulson. Now you've teched off Iron Man. Watch out. Repulsor Blast takes care of it. Takes 2 to the dome as well, courtesy of teamwork. And we get a villain on board.
All right, so good news here for Lorenzo. Looks like we do have 2 lands plus a creature to play with the Agent, Agent of Shield, that you can play into Cosmic Cube. So, I mean, that's incredible. But, I mean, you're just going to keep getting hit for 4 by Ares here over and over until you find an answer. But the Cosmic Cube, you can really find a way to get it done.
Yeah. And, you know, the blocks kind of don't matter at this point. So Lorenzo's going to get aggressive here. Bernardo takes 3, courtesy of the buff from the agents.
Yeah, you at least have 1, air quotes, good block on the Assault Robot as they bounce off each other.
Sure.
But you're going to be taking that 4
Yeah.
from the God of War here.
Yeah, this guy, he doesn't pull any punches.
Yep. Thor's Hammer would be another nice one here for
Yep.
Bernardo. Being able to clear up the Agent, and then Cosmic Cube only being able to hit 2 drops or something is very mild.
Oh, yeah, comparatively, for sure.
Yep.
Right, there's the block you mentioned. Boing. They bounce off each other. The foot soldiers of respective groups. And there we go. Nice. A lightning strike to take care of the agents, not needing to use a truck toss or anything like that.
And that was basically a free attack. So if I'm Lorenzo, I'm blocking every time too. You know, Lightning Strike is the one Punisher case, but it was quite punishing there. So we might see Captain Marvel here instead of Cosmic Cube.
Ooh, an instant speed Cosmic Cube in our future, maybe?
Yeah.
That could be fun.
I wouldn't recommend it because you really want to play that before combat, but you know.
No. I mean, you can play it on their end step and then attack with it and have your turn to do other things too.
Sure. Then you've missed a activation of it, but you know.
Well, if we're going,
I'm
okay,
picking
fine.
up what you're putting down.
Never mind. Never mind. Cosmic Cube down. Let's look at the top 5. We get to play a 2-drop. What do we find? I saw a Ninja of the Hand. Did we find anything else to play?
I think that's a
dunno.
decoy ploy is
Yeah.
the only thing, which, hey,
Hey,
that's
great.
Yeah.
Whoa, you get full Coulson back.
And agent. So you still get 2 things. It looked like there were a plethora of great 3-drops, though, I think including the ability to exile the Ares God of War. So if that agent didn't block and we just took 1 extra damage, you know, instead you were able to Cruel Alliance away Ares God of War.
That would have been handy.
That block very well could have cost Lorenzo the game.
Yeah. We'll have to see if that's how this game plays out. If Aerie is unanswered, so Decoy Ploy brings back...
Yeah, it doesn't even get Phil Coulson.
Yeah, Phil is just getting shafted here. Poor guy.
Yep, just needs more toughness right now.
Yeah, sure, fair.
You know, Phil Coulson is very good at being aggressive. Right now, Lorenzo is in the defense because Cosmic Cube is all the aggression you need.
Yeah.
You need defense, and honestly, playing Agent Shield next turn, being able to trigger the cube for 3 while holding a 2/4 body back, I do like that quite a bit.
Very good point indeed. So decent blocker. Maybe it won't get lightning struck this time around, but we're going to redeploy the Agent of Shield.
Yeah,
The villain will get the buff, so we get to cost something a 3 mana or less.
Let's see if we have Hour of Defeat before combat. Excellent.
Nice.
Yep, that's kind of what Bernardo was representing. He kind of knew this was going to be coming with the Decoy Ploy being cast next turn, and now Cosmic Cube on 2 is much more tame. There's a real possibility you can whiff on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see. Is the top of the deck kind to Lorenzo?
All right, there's at least the Connive 2-drop that you're able to put into play, the Red Room Recruit.
Okay, that's not bad.
Yeah, you got to be happy with anything that isn't a whiff.
Yeah, if you can get anything for free, like you mentioned, like you'll be happy with it.
There's Lorenzo keeping track of the bottom 10 cards.
What do I have the chance to draw here?
Exactly, or better yet, what won't I be drawing?
Yeah, very, very true. So, random to the bottom, draw. Anything useless is going to get chucked here.
And now just having this as a 1/2 or a 2/3 is great, and throwing down the Agent of Hydra, just be able to chump block Ares God of War one more time. Still looks like advantage to Lorenzo, but a couple good plays in a row from Bernardo. He might be able to sneak this one out, but so far, this has felt like a really bad matchup for Bernardo.
It has,
not played out very well.
I mean, he's doing what his deck needs to do against what Lorenzo's got in his deck, so it's just a little rough, you know?
Yeah, and there's a Decoy Ploy that just looks so much worse than than Lorenzo's decoy ploys have been. And now
he's got to get aggressive, and the Roxanne Brute's a menacing creature, so see what he can pull off with it.
Just doesn't have too many heroes in black-red where you could get 2 things off that. And half the time, the removal spells from Lorenzo is exile-based, so the 2 heroes you have of Hawkeye and Wolverine almost always are going to get web-upped or crueltied.
They won't be long for this world here.
Yep, but the flip side of that is that would have been another 1/3 robot, but that's a draw off the top.
Okay, hey, buddy. All right, Wolverine, Fierce Fighter comes on down.
That was a great draw.
Yeah. Whack out one of these creatures. That's a lot of damage going in too, right?
Yeah.
7, 8.
So now the decision is between the Menace or the Red Room, I would assume. And it's basically, do you want to try to push more damage? Or do you want to eat up more power from Lorenzo? I like this play.
Down to 6 goes Lorenzo Gruppi. Bernardo at 13.
And I think that was Captain Marvel as well as that True Believer that got sided in.
Yeah,
so being able to play 2 bodies this turn is excellent if that is indeed what I saw. But once again, Cosmic Cube only triggering for 2. I feel like we've kind of gotten lucky to get 2 pretty good hits. But
he did have quite a fair amount of 2-drops in his deck.
Yeah,
if I remember correctly. Have we seen Dennis yet? The Brave Brawler?
I don't think so.
Maybe he's next.
Yeah. Also has Widow's Bite. That would probably be one of the... That's actually not that good. Doesn't kill a single thing.
Death Touch on the attacker could be useful, but there's no blockers, so...
Exactly. So yeah, I think you're right. I think the best hit here is Brave Brawler, and that would be awesome.
Yeah.
And yeah, now even Lorenzo considering not attacking at all. And it doesn't stack with Cosmic Cube where you attack with two 2/1s and it triggers for 4 or anything like that.
Yeah, it's just whatever is the biggest attacker triggers. So let's see, 5 cards. 6 cards. 6 cards.
There's the Brawler. All right.
Hey, buddy. Oh, and it gets to pump it up.
And, you know, kind of just as good. Got to put 4 lands on the bottom.
Yeah.
As well as...
Hell yeah, that's awesome.
As well as the Shadow Stalker as well, which is less than ideal.
You want Miss Ronan. It doesn't gain your life.
So now it does look like we're a little bit short of being able to power up Brawler and play a 5-drop, but it is pretty tempting to level up the Brawler here over playing Captain Marvel, but it's a close choice for sure.
I'm very tempted to get this Brawler up.
Yeah.
I'm going to do it in combat. Okay.
Yeah, I like it now. But I would have been tempted actually to play the Captain Marvel and the 1-drop if the True Believers is the other card that I saw, which looks like it is.
1 mana.
Okay, so big draw step. If Bernardo can find a removal spell for the Brawler, I think Bernardo wins this game. And if not, I think it could go the other way.
Yeah, Lorenzo's done a great job of stabilizing here. Let's see.
That being said, Ares God of War can get chumped by, let's say, a villain or the True Believers. You leave the Assault Robot back, and then Wolverine Connect puts Lorenzo to 3. I think that seems safe for Lorenzo because if there was a Lightning Strike, you're going to kill the Brawler anyways.
Yeah.
So it just can't be Lightning Strike, basically. I suppose it could be Repulsor Blast, but you'd probably cast that as well. So if I'm Lorenzo, I'd be like, it's not Lightning Strike. I'm not going to play around it.
Yeah.
Because it kind of can't be.
So 2 attackers here. Ares along with Wolverine. Got 3 blockers. How does Lorenzo want to split them? Just chumps.
Yep.
Nice.
Reasonable as well.
Yeah, so no death on attacks, no ability to redeploy these creatures as blockers or get the fight off of Wolverine.
And now Lorenzo is setting up a fantastic next turn, and is just really hoping, please just play Roxanne Brute, allow me to attack for 4 with the Brawler, trigger the Cosmic Cube for 4, get a great card, and then gain 4, go up to 10. And then you really feel like, you know, if we had the advantage bar, it'd be swinging right back to Lorenzo.
Yeah, Lorenzo is certainly in the driver's seat if he's able to get to next turn with the Brave Brawler.
I think this game looks so different, too. If that 1 block on Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't met, I still would have made the block, too, for what it's worth. But it ended up being that Lightning Strike was so good.
Yeah.
But here it is. Looks like Lorenzo has that play that I just highlighted. It's going to look excellent. And then has a follow-up of playing Captain Marvel. So he's set this up very well for this exact moment. And still really would love to hit Web Up or something for...
for sure.
Ares God of War has done some damage so far.
It has. Ares can't protect the defenders, though, so Bernardo, I'm sure, would love to get this thing off the board.
And I think you have to. I think you have to block with Roxanne Brute no matter what, but maybe not. That was Web Up. I think that 3rd card was Web Up.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure was.
Oh, boy.
I think that was Killmonger as well, which is another very tempting card, but...
I mean, yeah, Web Up's just a clean answer, right?
Yeah. And, of course, Lorenzo doesn't know how Bernardo has sideboarded, but we know about the 4-mana 3/2 flyer that can pick up Ares God of War versus Web Up. It's gone. There's no way you're bringing it back. So Killmonger looks a lot more tempting here, but I think if Lorenzo had the perfect information we did, Web Up would be a little bit more of the pick.
Yeah, Unliving Legionnaire able to resurrect something. It does look like we're going for Killmonger, though. Another body on board.
Yeah, God, that's so close.
Yeah.
So close.
Well, let's see what he sacrifices.
And pretty soon, I mean, now this is 20 total cards on the bottom. So
Mhm.
now you got it. You know, you could do a count to make it specific. How many cards we have in Battlefield in hand? It's probably around 15, 16. So pretty soon.
Yeah, we're gonna start recycling.
And it is not. You know, you do have to do it kind of random. So he'll know his draw steps are in that first pile. He'll be getting those cards. So he will at one point be able to know exactly what he's drawing.
Yeah. This deck is very good from Lorenzo Gruppi. If he continues like this, he's got an excellent shot of winning this whole Pro Tour.
I am shocked Ares God of War is still on the battlefield.
Same, dude.
Lorenzo prioritized keeping his own lifelinker alive, which does sound pretty solid.
Yeah.
And it's definitely a more aggressively slanted plan. We'll see if it works
Does he have
out.
anything in hand, or is he flooding out again?
Yeah, we'll see. And that is kind of the problem with, you know, Rakdos is you are just, you know,
Yeah, 'cause that's
hoping whatever's on top of your deck. You don't really have a lot of card draw or a lot of scrying, a lot of manipulation.
You don't want to kill him. You don't want to kill the Wolverine, because Killmonger would at this point. There's two creatures in the yard. You don't want that coming back and then killing your flyer or taking out the lifelinker, more importantly.
Yeah, Killmonger, does only have 4 toughness as well.
Yeah, he's a 5/4.
If you block the Ares God of War, you know, you're just able to replay Ares. So this makes sense to me. Go to 5. 5 is not 4 for Truck Toss. Like, that's the main thing you got to avoid. But you do put yourself vulnerable to 2-drop Villain into Truck Toss if you don't block.
Sure.
And honestly, Lorenzo would be, like, devastated about that, because this is a game where he feels like he is going to win as long as he doesn't put himself in a compromising situation. And it is compromising if he doesn't block.
Yeah, precarious predicament.
Look at Bernardo putting the 2 red lands to the right. Just be like, that kind of leads me to believe that he doesn't.
think he's got it.
No, that he doesn't.
He doesn't have it?
I mean,
You don't think?
This is kind of speculative, but it might be trying to say, hey, I want you to block because here's my 2 red lands. I have Trap Toss, you know?
Trying to give away some little tells that aren't actually telling anything.
Yeah.
Huh?
Of course, he could just be organizing his
He
lands.
could, yeah.
But
I do that too. So yeah. Everyone's got their method with their lands. It's either all over the place or very
oh,
neatly
come
piled.
on. He's doing it. He just put 4 lands to the right.
Uh-huh.
This.
Yes.
I think this is a little bit of a mind trick here, and I love it. He does.
That is going to do it. Lorenzo Gruppi with a 3-0 up against Bernardo Torres. A big congratulations to him. Absolutely awesome stuff. His deck and Cosmic Cube in particular just bulldozed his way.
Oh, we picked up the
into
table
the
mic
finals.
there of a little laughing from Lorenzo. I mean, he's got to be on top of the moon here. Big congratulations. So incredible to be heading to the finals
That's
here.
got to feel so good.
Yeah, no
Winning
kidding.
a 3-0, like, what does that do for his confidence boost going into the finals now?
Got to be a lot higher than if you would lose this one.
Awesome stuff there as we see him go over to his teammates. They've had an excellent weekend. You love to see it. Magic is about the gathering, and what better way to celebrate a win than with the players that helped you get here?
Absolutely. Incredible team. They have just been dominating this Pro Tour so far. The highest win rate after day 1, put 2 players into the top 8.
Yeah.
They unfortunately had the team kill in the top 8, but they are going to be having a really, really happy and excited dinner after this. I'll be telling you that.
Absolutely. Let's go and hear from Lorenzo now. Riley got to chat to him after his win.
Lorenzo Gruppi will be playing in the finals of Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes. Congratulations, Lorenzo. What a win, 3-0. Did you feel like it was an easy victory?
I mean, it was not easy. I think my deck lined up very well against my opponents because I had many removals and lifelink, ways to gain life. He was Rakdos Pinks. So, yeah, he was playing good cards, but my deck lined up very well against his.
And as you look now towards the final, what's going through your mind? Are you feeling nervous? Are you feeling prepared? Are you feeling confident?
I feel confident, yeah. I would say I'd be more nervous if it was modern, but yeah, I feel confident in my limited, yeah.
You've obviously, you and your team have prepared really, really well for this event. You did incredibly across the 2 days. How important has the support of your team been in getting this far?
Oh, a lot, like really a lot. I think we tested really well, and well, it showed in the tournament.
Well, and it showed in the fact that you're in the final of a Pro Tour. Lorenzo, we're going to give you some time to prepare. Congratulations on the win. The best of luck to you.
Thanks. Thank you.
Massive congratulations to Lorenzo. Up next, we have our second semifinals. Timo Bertram or Yuki Ichikawa will meet Lorenzo in the finals of Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes.
Check out Magic Spotlight here in Brussels, Belgium, coming up very, very soon, July 24th through the 26th. It's going to be Team Trios Limited, so a very fun format to play with a couple of your buddies. Coming up soon in Belgium. If you want more information about this super fun event, you can check out mtg.social/spotlightmsh. Hey friends, and welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Magic the Gathering Marvel Superheroes, live here from Amsterdam in the Netherlands, playing top 8 draft for the first time in 15 years. So a really historic tournament here today, and an incredible trophy on the line for the champion. Take a look at that, as well as $50,000, and of course the title of champion. Welcome back to the news desk. Maria Bartholdi and Frank Karsten here with you as we work our way through our top 8 today. But now we want to pause for just a moment to talk about Player of the Year. We talked about the Player of the Year race heading into this weekend, Frank, and somebody had a big lead. So what does it look like now?
Well, Christopher Larsen, who finished second and first at the 2 Pro Tours before this one, had kind of a lackluster tournament. He went 9-7, so he did not pick up all that many points. So he came in with an enormous lead, I believe 21 points over the next best. Now that lead has shrunk to only 14 points. The asterisks behind the players' names means that this is the number of points they had coming into the top 8, so perhaps additional points may be picked up as well. But the main thing is the Player of the Year race this year will be decided at the World Championships. Christopher Larsen still has a lead, but players like Eduardo Sajgalik and Alex Rohan in the top 8 here picked up a lot of points and will be right on his heels as the World Championship comes in.
All right, so we've got it until the end of the year, everyone. Hold on to your seats to find out who our Player of the Year will be. Let's set up our second semi-final here today. We're going to be watching Timo Bertram versus Yuki Ichikawa. Both very good players, but kind of a story of 2 different approaches here, because Timo Bertram, this is only his second Pro Tour, and Yuki Ichikawa has already had a ton of success in the game. Timo, second Pro Tour, like I said, he's gone 7-9 at Pro Tour SOS. So this one doing a little bit better than that, Frank.
Yes, absolutely, Maria. He's actually gone undefeated in the draft round so far. Only a draw as a small blemish on his draft record. And he has just been crushing it. Incredible story indeed in his second Pro Tour.
Congrats to him on such an incredible finish already. Yuki Ichikawa, opposite story here, has been playing the game for basically forever, has 6 top finishes to his name. He's a winner of the Innistrad Championship in 2021 with 9 Grand Prix top 8s and 4 wins.
So in the draft so far, he has not shied away from red, which is a color that has not been popular. Also one that he picked up in his top 8 draft. Now, in his draft so far, he hasn't trophied yet, 2-1, 2-1. To win this Pro Tour, you have to go 3-0, which means taking that trophy.
All right, there is a look at the players. Now talk to me about the decks that they drafted. I know Timo loves his deck, Frank.
Yeah, Timo's deck looks pretty solid. He has a fine curve and even some decent removal in his white-blue deck between Murder's Crusade and 2 copies of Supervillain Lockup. Also, a bunch of powerful 5-mana flyers on the splash. There is, well, Photon, the back face of Monica Rambeau, and Thor, God of Thunder. Now, he only has 3 red lands and 2 land cyclers, but if he will be able to cast those powerful red flyers, they easily threaten to take over the game. A solid deck overall, and white-blue has always felt strong in this format. Yuki Ichikawa on the other side of the table drafted a streamlined green-red deck, splashing black for just the Wrecking Crew. He has 7 2-drops to facilitate a very fast start, and he was actually one of the only 2 green drafters at the table, so he picked up a strong green uncommons like She-Hulk and Khazar. In this matchup, one thing that Yuki will have to keep in mind are the 2 copies of Supervillain Lockup in Timo Bertram's deck, which exile a tapped creature. So maybe the Hulk, right? We have the big gold 5-mana Hulk, might not want to smash and actually stay untapped as a reach
don't
blocker.
know anything but Smash, Frank.
Well, maybe the Hulk has to contain himself if you don't want to run into that super villain lockup.
Taking a look at our bracket now, you can see where we're at. It's time for our second semifinal. You can see Lorenzo Gruppi is waiting for an opponent in the finals. Who will it be, Timo Bertram or Yuki Ichikawa? We are about to find out. Here at Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes, I'm going to send it on over to the booth with Marshall and Paul.
Yes, thank you, Maria. Welcome back to the booth here at Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. As we enter into the last stages of the tournament here, Paul, we've got our second semifinal match between Timo Bertram and Yuki Ichikawa. Take a look at Timo as he strolls into the feature match area. He has been really impressive here this weekend with relatively less experience than some of the opponents that he's played, yet it has not stopped him. He just keeps on winning. On the other side of the table is Yuki Ichikawa, much more experience at the high levels here, and a really interesting matchup. As we join, we're going to be popping into game number 4, where we find Yuki Ichikawa up 2-1. Yuki's deck looked more consistent than Timo's with a really, really good curve that he's got there. But, you know, Timo's in the coveted color pair of blue-white. He's splashing a little bit of red, but most of his deck is just blue-white. It's pretty dang good, too.
Yeah, it's got some really good top-end stuff, but Yuki just kind of punishing people looking to play multiple colors, slow things down with land cycling, and that's where you can, you know, curve out, play a Hulk Gamma Goliath, play a Hulk Smash, and just kind of get your opponents dead before they can get to their expensive cards. Yuki currently up 2-1 here with fairly solid looking red-green aggressive deck here. The Gorillas going to be very, very good against the supervillain lockups that Timo has as his interactive spell of choice. The Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. hopefully can muck up the ground here for Timo. Yeah, lots of 4-drops here, but nothing great here to kind of attack through the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. There's a Repulsor Blast, but he's 1 turn away from casting that, so might just have to run out either the Gorilla or Knight of Wundagore, and choosing to go with Knight of Wundagore. Would really love to find a way to put a +1/+1 counter on a permanent.
One kind of interesting addition that you'll see in the hand there for Yuki is a card out of his sideboard, or that he put back into his deck this time around, which is Team Tactics.
Yeah, a card that you don't necessarily see played that often, but in the right shell with, I mean, it's at its best in a red-green deck because you get the double strike and trample, and the green decks are is the color that gives you access to the largest creatures. So if you can kind of combo this with Hulk, Gamma, Goliath, you can try to kind of kill your opponents out of nowhere.
You can steal a win. Aim Scientist here for Teemo. He is resolving his Connive.
Yeah, and for Yuki, this is a really big draw step here. I believe he was on just the 3 lands, has a bunch of 4-drops, needs to find one here to play one of them this turn.
Bold Biochemist goes into the graveyard here for Teemo, really showing the difference between this matchup and the one we saw earlier with him against Ken Yukihiro, where Bold Biochemist was one of his most important cards. Now he'd prefer just to have an extra counter on the Aim Scientist here to make sure he doesn't get ran over by the green monsters from Yuki.
So Yuki going for
the Vision.
Highest upside play here in the Vision. However, Teemo does have multiple ways to deal with the Vision there. We saw the Trickster Stratagem, but also Murdoch's Crusade in hand. Trickster Stratagem would, of course, be the far more mana-efficient line here if you don't have another thing to do.
It is, however, not a permanent answer to the Vision. It would come back in a few turns and still be a problem.
Absolutely.
Still, that's a long way off. Does Teemo fancy himself the aggressor here?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Yuki, he's got the 4/4 in play already, so he's kind of already winning the race on that front. So I suppose if you think, if Yuki tries to attack with the Knight of Wundagore, you can Murdoch's Crusade, kill the Vision, attack with both creatures, and then still use up a supervillain lockup on one of those creatures if you want. Yes. Alternatively, you can just attack with Aim Scientist, get in for 1 less damage, and have a 2/4 in play that can just brick wall both of the Knight of Wundagores.
Yeah, still an attack for 5 there.
Right.
Down to 12 goes Ichikawa.
And now probably just going to be running out the She-Hulk.
Ruinous Wrecking Crew there for Ichikawa.
Yeah, so that is a 4-mana 4/4, and Yuki Ichikawa can choose the mode of both players sacrificing a creature, would lose his 2/1, but Teemo would lose a bigger creature in the process.
Yeah, and an important one either way. Clearly the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. would be the first pick there for Teemo, but that's a valuable trade there for Ichikawa, and he would get to put in pretty big Ruinous Wrecking Crew, although I guess he doesn't have a land for the turn, so
yeah, and the
4/4.
And the problem with Repulsor Blast is it's kind of risky because Teemo does have Take Up the Shield in his deck, and he does have 3 mana up. So if you just go for it, it might put you in a bit of a difficult spot. So it might be best just to put a creature in play that can kill one of these large 4 toughness creatures.
Yeah, and this actually works out well for stabilization for Yuki.
Gets counters too, right? Which bumps up the Knight of Wundagores.
Exactly. So he gets both of those going, and assume that the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. goes away.
So I imagine a Rummage here, and each player sacrificing a creature.
And remember, the Aim Scientists only attacked for 5 last turn because of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Right.
It would be equal in power to the Ruinous Wrecking Crew. So even with just the 4 lands, this is a great start, or a great start to stabilizing here from Yuki.
Yeah, and and the Wrecking Crew is an awkward card to Trickster Stratagem, right?
It is.
Because you just play it back and it might just be larger.
It could just be even better.
Right.
So this is the Rummage. And did Yuki find a land? It does feel like he kind of wants to just hit his land drops.
Absolutely. Gets in for 3 here.
He did not, though.
Did not. There's a undercover scroll with 2 creatures in the graveyard, so can play it next turn as a 3/3. Teemo ahead on the race here. And Teemo does have that supervillain lockup, but choosing just to take the 3 damage here. Perhaps hoping that Yuki attacks with the Wrecking Crew, use it there instead. Although that leaves you, and even if you kill the supervillain lockup with something like a She-Hulk, you wouldn't be able to pay the X, so it would only just come back in as a 2/2.
Oh, that's only when you cast it.
Right.
U.S. Agent John Walker.
Yeah, I suppose you can move the shield over. Just
that
get
does
into a big
unlock an
racing
attack.
situation. Yeah. 5 damage coming in. Yuki down to 7.
Teemo has been using Sturdy Shield like nobody I've ever seen before. That thing is all over the place for him today.
Ooh, but Bullseye is also a pretty interesting option here because now
Wow.
you can play that and get U.S. Agent John Walker off the battlefield, get in for a big attack, and keep in mind, he's got the tactics in hand, right? All you need to do is kind of get Teemo low enough where you can get that double strike effect going on an unblocked creature and perhaps steal a game.
So awkward, though, for Yuki, just missing a few land drops here.
Right.
Even with the ability to cast a 4-drop or...
Yeah, I mean, at 7 life, if you just get the Bullseye down, you get a very clean attack here for 7, get your opponent down to 10, and it's not like the Aim Scientist is lethal, right? It just would attack for 5. You could even chump if you really feel like you're in danger. And here you can discard probably an Undercover Scroll or a She-Hulk.
Yeah, probably a scroll, I guess.
I think you're going to definitely keep that team tactics because you're going to be very close to finishing off Teemo here.
Yeah, and the scroll is a 3/3, or would be a 3/3, so maybe you just keep that in your hand.
Okay, and just...
It's going to be the blast, actually.
Yeah, because you can double spell next turn with scroll and tactics if needed, and this takes Teemo down to 10.
And Bullseye Death Dealer, really nice here, because when you are stuck on mana, that allows you to use one of those cards in hand and kind of turn it into a spell.
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind, if Yuki draws land number 5, if the Ruinous Wrecking Crew is unblocked, you go Team Tactics, hit you for 8, and then you can just discard a card to deal 2 damage anywhere.
That's right.
It's not just creature, I believe.
And also, I mean, look at Yuki's board.
Yeah. Now, Teemo does have those interactive spells, right? He does have the Supervillain Lockup, which is an answer to the Ruinous Wrecking Crew, and also has Trickster Stratagem here, too. So if he casts Trickster Stratagem, that would be 6 damage coming through.
Wow.
Not lethal, right? 1 damage short.
Yeah, and that's the only scenario that you would feel comfortable ditching Supervillain Lockup.
Right.
Now, he could also just find a non-land spell off the top that isn't as important, but that is his insurance policy right now, and he has enough mana to do both.
Yeah.
The Tricksters to set back and then have the backup plan and try to ride these attacks to victory. Aim Scientist is going to get in there.
Yuki takes it here. And interesting that Teemo didn't lead with the Trickster Stratagem, as you can still cast it, right?
Well, now he kind of has to, right? He
But
just used Supervillain Lockup proactively.
Proactively here, it's just, if you did, you might have wanted to just see what you draw off of it first, because it's the only other thing he can play out of his hand. Perhaps just bounce the Knight of Wundagore just to minimize the damage you take.
Yeah, also there's a sort of secret mode with Trickster Stratagem where, you're targeting a card that's kind of not that good and not something you really want to top deck. It
Might
just
just
can
kill
turn
it.
into a removal spell.
Yeah. I think he is considering probably Team Tactics. Remember, we are heading into game number 4. We don't really know how some of the games ended.
That's
Yuki
right.
could have stolen a game with that Team Tactics. Okay, and just passes and goes up to 11. So has that Trickster Stratagem, can't cast it here. With Team Tactics, that would be 6 damage from Knight of Wundagore and 2 from the Bullseye, so not quite enough there.
Yuki misses lands again.
Misses lands again, but you can perhaps set up a... Can you go with a defensive Team Tactics, maybe?
Oh.
Where you kind of potentially offer a trade? Nope. All right, so if Teemo can find another removal spell here, this would be the game
But
here.
it has to be proactive. It
Murdoch's
can't
Crusade.
be- yes, exactly.
Or, I suppose, Thor would also get it done here.
Yes, it just cannot be Supervillain Lockup.
Right.
I mean, that would be pretty fortunate to fire off 2 removal spells this turn. Although, let's
Yeah.
not forget the Trickster Stratagem will also get him 1 card deeper.
The thing is, worst case scenario, you can Trickster Stratagem the Bullseye, right? Because you still have a draw for Murdoch's Crusade, and the She-Hulk has to chump block this turn as well.
Ooh. He found Shield Deployment Drone and has the mana to cast that
as well.
Plus, yeah.
See, but if you do it this way, you don't have the outstep just winning on the spot, right? With Murdoch's Crusade.
No, because now you don't have a target for it.
but going for the She-Hulk here.
Maybe just, yeah, and Yuki actually put it on bottom of library too.
Yeah.
I guess Teemo feels that he's in a good enough position that he doesn't need to do that.
Okay. Yeah, and this
so this
gets
forces the
block.
chump block, and then he's going to
Kill
play
the
a
deployment
lethal
drone.
flyer. And this looks really
Yeah.
rough for Yuki Ichikawa. Teemo Bertram just slowly
don't think
but
it's-
surely building up his advantage.
I don't think this is going to be enough here.
He did finally find the mountain, but it's just too late.
Too late, and Yuki had 2 life with the flyer. I mean, you just have no way to actually deal with the shield deployment drone. I suppose you can get Teemo to block with the deployment drone so you don't die.
That would be the...
And then play more creatures on the ground to stay alive.
Yeah, it just seems like Teemo...
He's thinking, all right.
He's thinking, how in the world would I actually die here? Team tactics is part of the equation, but it's not lethal.
Giant growth, maybe, right? Giant growth, or team tactics plus lightning strike. There are combinations of cards. I don't know if Yuki is actually even playing any of those cards that I mentioned.
No lightning strike, yeah, and that is
All right.
going to do it. So Teemo's going to even things up and force a Game 5 decider. Is it going to be Yuki Ichikawa or Teemo Bertram who finds themselves in the finals
Is
against Lorenzo Gruppi?
Is Teemo just going to play grindy Game 5s every single step of the way here?
It does seem like his style, you know?
Right? Yeah.
We saw that even in earlier drafts, you know, before the top 8 here. It's just kind of how he vibes.
And Yuki with a Teemo with a mulligan here, and Yuki with an excellent draw here. No cheap thing to play, but he's got some powerful top end there in the Vision and Khazar of the Savage Land in hand. Probably just taking. Oh, wants the bow. Okay.
Wow.
Interesting.
Just
just
he
runs
wants
it out.
cheap things, I guess.
Yeah. I guess you already have a 5-drop locked up there in the Khazar. And Teemo running out Brave Brawler here for some offense. Can Yuki find a relevant play here? Yep.
Absolutely.
There's
Hercules.
Yeah, Hercules. Just blocks the Brave Brawler here.
Yeah, just a nice 3-drop to play.
Yeah, that was a pretty important find here for Yuki, just so he doesn't get run over.
Oh,
okay.
Cancel that order. There's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., so the attack actually is live.
And Yuki choosing not to block because he
could
does have
trade.
He does have Go Nuts, I believe. And
I
that
see.
would be a nice clean way to deal with the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. while also pumping up your Hercules.
So he wants to leverage that.
But if you have land number 4, you might want to just slam the Vision.
It is really tempting to get that card on the battlefield.
Yeah.
Especially, like you said, if you have Go Nuts or things like that in hand, then
right.
you want to play those after you get the Vision down because they're just going to start replacing themselves at worst.
Yeah. Let's see what Yuki is working with here. Oh, Ant-Man's Army as well. So doesn't have land number 4, so might just move the artifact over here. And then I guess has Hulk Smash as an option too, and that actually lets you attack too if you want, although it's a little tricky to try and outrace the Brave Brawler. Hulk Smash is a little more mana efficient here.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's just going to go for it now.
This lets you attack for 5 damage here. That would get Teemo down to 19. Then, of course, Teemo can attack back here with the Brave Brawler, but choosing not to attack. Playing the longer game here with the Vision, Ant-Man's Army, and Khazar.
Yeah, Yuki likes what he sees in his hand and figures if this game goes long, I like my chances.
Yeah, and then I suppose attacking also exposes you to one of the 2 copies of Supervillain Lockup in Teemo's deck.
Those have been a big part of the equation.
Yeah, and as it stands here, Teemo doesn't have an answer to the Vision. So if Yuki can just find land number 4, run that out, and then play a Go Nuts.
I mean, this has to
across
be the
cards.
best case for Yuki.
Yeah,
It's
just
Ultron drone on 3. That doesn't do hardly anything here. He needs
don't think
that
it's a land.
though.
I don't think it's a land.
Body language says no,
Right.
and it's a nice Knights of
Yeah.
Wundagore,
Yeah.
but
And
he
Man's
is going
Army
to
is
set up
good.
for the next turn. He can make a treasure here.
Right, absolutely. And now you can, if you still draw a land, it's still great, right? Because you can still play Vision and then cast Go Nuts and still draw your card.
The question is, can Teemo find an answer? There's Supervillain Lockup, kind of.
Yeah.
But Yuki Ichikawa seems very keen to not walk into that card.
Right.
And if he just leaves the Vision sitting there.
And the Vision has Vigilance, right?
And that too.
So you just, if you cast a Teamwork effect, you just tap your Ant-Man's army, right?
Yep.
That's the one that you're okay losing.
There's Captain Marvel Spaceborne there for Teemo, so he finally finds a more powerful play, but much more important here is that he doesn't have a clean answer for Vision.
Yeah,
the Vision.
He used Hulk Smash earlier, did find a land here, so you do have the Vision to go with the Go Nuts here, but you would be losing one of your creatures if you just go for the fight effect here. Because even if you put a counter on Hercules, it would be a 5/4 off the Go Nuts.
So maybe you're okay trading off your Ant-Man's army.
Perhaps.
You get the card back, you get Captain Marvel out of the
Yeah,
sky.
and you still have Vision in play.
But you also burn the +1/+1 counter.
Right.
Which you'd like to have on the Vision, for example. Okay, let's start off with the Vision.
Yeah, because the thing is you can wait a turn, move the bow over, turn the Vision into a 3/5. Then if you put a counter on the Vision, it would be a 4/6, which would then cleanly kill the Captain Marvel.
Yeah, and you're also at 19.
Right?
Like,
nope, going for it now. He's like, look, the thing is you could just have Murdoch's Crusade.
Right.
So
and
it's
then
like, I
you
just
never
want
get
my
any of
card.
this. Totally.
Right? I just want my card, and let's just get your flyer off the battlefield here.
And is he going to do it on Ant-Man's army and just sacrifice it effectively?
Yeah, a lot of good targets. He could.
Oh, he's just going to kill a smaller creature.
Sure. That way you just keep your value.
Well, and it also makes sense because remember, the Hercules has reach right now.
Right, so it would trade with Captain Marvel
Right.
if he were to attack.
Right, so maybe that's just okay too.
Yeah.
Is there an answer for the Vision? That's the real question here for Bertram, because the Vision's a type of card that can 100% run away with the game if left unchecked.
Absolutely. Has 2 copies of Murdoch's Crusade, needs to really
Super
find
suit.
it. Hey, well, that is a decent trick. I guess if you attack with the Captain Marvel and Teemo chooses to only block with Hercules, right? That would save the Captain Marvel, as Hercules is currently a 5/4 with reach.
Yeah, you still like the long game here for Ichikawa with
Absolutely.
Khazar of the Savage Land. Again, though, remember, Yuki's on 4. Like,
Yeah.
that treasure was what enabled the Vision plus Go Nuts last turn. So these lands have not been flowing for Yuki, but you feel like he's just about ready to break through.
Right.
And right now, Bertram,
Yeah.
he's got some stuff, but...
All right, now Bertram is attacking here, and now Yuki's thinking, should I just block? And the super suit's going to do work here.
Yeah, that's really nice.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know how that looks for the long term still for Bertram, but that is a nice exchange for him.
I mean that is what are we looking at here? A 5/6 creature?
Yes.
Yeah. So can't really block it that well, even if you move the bow over. So let's see what Yuki can find.
Undercover Scroll, man.
It
his
has to be
library
online.
Has just I guess so, but
it is a 3/3. It does give you that mana on the following turn.
So I guess he's just going to double spell here.
No,
I'm wrong. He's just going to play Undercover Scroll.
Well, I suppose you could double block, right?
Yes.
Yeah, because this is 6 damage. 6 damage. So I suppose you could just double block.
But you lose.
You lose the Vision, but you don't lose. Do you lose both of the creatures? I don't think so. You only would
No.
lose one of the creatures.
Only
and
one.
Right now, Yuki doesn't have a spell in hand.
Yeah.
And, I mean, you're still facing off a 5/6 flyer with Vigilance.
True.
Like
No,
that
that's
is a
true.
huge creature.
This is a hold your breath moment
Right.
for Yuki.
He's like, well, I got you to
he
use the
knows he's going to double. He wants
Right.
to double block, but any combat trick, removal, or interaction
Yeah.
might lose him the game.
Yeah, absolutely, right? Helicarrier strike or take up the shield, of course, here.
Yeah, Yuki is faced with a
His Teemo
really
attack.
untenable
Oh, he does
decision.
it.
And he holds his breath and goes for the double block, and it's actually going to work.
And he's going to be so happy here.
Look
that-
how nervous he is.
Yeah, he's like, please don't have anything. You're gonna see a little sigh of relief.
Oh, he's so there it is.
There it was.
Visual sigh of relief on camera. And it was in fact the Vision
Right.
that gets put away, but Teemo has nothing left
Oh,
outside
man.
of Brave Brawler.
And now Yuki has land number 5 here. Doesn't even need to play the mountain. He's at a pretty healthy life total. Probably just play the Khazar, and if there's a land on top, can play it here.
Wow, this is looking really good for Yuki Ichikawa at this point.
No land, it looks like.
Well, that's the first time that's ever missed.
Right.
He's thinking about playing the mountain from his hand, but
Yeah,
he should.
certainly will. most likely.
Oh, he's looking probably at the Knight of Wundagore in hand. Because if he plays it, the cat gets a token, then he could get another one on that.
Yeah.
I think you just play
No,
it.
you just play. You don't want to miss these land drops.
No. Land drop's more important than an extra counter. But
right.
That will be a nice little combo.
No, for sure.
I mean, it won't matter if Teemo keeps drawing lands.
And now I wonder if Yuki's thinking, can I attack now? Right? Can I attack with Ant-Man's army for 5 damage and then offer the trade with my cat token if you want to do something with the Brave Brawler? Because you can move the equipment over as well to give it enough power to attack, to block through the super suit.
Even with
it would be
plus super suit?
No, I guess you wouldn't, right? Because it would be It would be a 5/5.
Yes.
Right. And then the cat, so you're just taking the damage, I suppose.
I guess Yuki just says, well, I'm at 19.
Yeah.
Although the lifelink kind of negates that. Oh, and there's a take of the shield. One
too
turn
late.
too late.
Oh, God. How insane would that have been on the previous turn here for
Oh, you
Teemo?
would have seen a different reaction from Yuki Ichikawa.
Right.
Like his head might have hit the table on that one.
And Teemo, I mean, I think his only place to attack here, and I think Yuki's just going to take it. He's at 19, take 5. But Yuki, if you can rattle off a few lands here off the Khazar, just going to continue pulling ahead on resources.
Takes a look.
All right, just drawing spells.
Team Tactics.
Team Tactics, okay. Certainly a reason to attack on that previous turn.
Okay, here's Knight of Wundagore. And there was a land on top, trigger plus an extra.
Right. Okay, see what's on top. Use that extra information here. Yeah, and things looking really, really nice here for Yuki. He can also just play Loki and power it up this turn if he likes. Right, just kind of utilize your mana. I don't think there's going to be a need to cast Team Tactics this turn.
I mean, just having Khazar on the battlefield means that
right.
Yuki's in a good position. Unfortunately for Teemo, he's just got Take Up the Shield and Supervillain Lockup. These are 2 cards that are going to have a meaningful impact this game.
Yeah, Yuki doing some math here. Of course, has to be mindful of Supervillain Lockup.
Whoa!
Wait, is Teemo not using? No, that's the 1 damage from the bow.
1 damage from bow? That means that
but I imagine
Khazar's going to get hit here, right?
He's certainly going to go after the Khazar here. At least that would be my guess. I wonder if you make this attack if She-Hulk is on top, right?
Oh, because he played a land and then actually knows what's left. So
Right.
if you're like, I don't care, yeah, Gorilla or a She-Hulk.
Mm-hmm. Actually, it doesn't kill the Khazar. Actually, he wants to keep things in check because of the Knight of Wundagore.
And maybe also anticipating exactly what we were just thinking, where if,
Like a
if Yuki's
disenchant
planning
effect.
on getting it back
Right.
anyway, now it doesn't matter.
Okay.
It's also a little less damage. So
this is still just a whole lot of damage coming in, but Teemo does have a giant lifelinker here as well. Can he find something here?
See Loki.
Does he have Thor mana? He does.
He does.
But doesn't have anything to actually cast here. Found a Murdoch's
Crusade.
Nothing.
No
there are
targets.
no targets somehow. Playing against
How
a red-green
does
deck with
red
all
green
that.
have no targets?
I suppose there was a target in the cat.
Yeah. Teemo deciding if he has got an attack here.
I don't think so anymore. I think you just need to keep that Brave Brawler back on defense.
Oh, big sigh from Bertram. This does not feel good to him.
If you keep this back, I mean Yuki just basically can't attack.
And Take Up the Shield means that even some damage-based way to get it out of the way won't work. I am really curious to see what was on top of the library there for Ichikawa. He still has Team Tactics. Wow, another Forest too.
Land here.
But that will not trigger the Knights of Wundagore this time.
Right, but just extra value.
It was Hulk Gamma Goliath.
Wow, and that is a target for the Murdoch's Crusade.
It is, and he needs it too because Team Tactics is sitting there, and you said that's a way you can steal a match.
Right. I imagine we are going to power this up here and turn it into a 11-10 Trampler.
With reach.
Oh, right, of course. With reach. Hey.
Hulk can jump.
Right. And that does put a counter up on the Knight of Wundagore here as well. So Teemo at least has the answer for the Hulk. But again, as the game just goes on and on, those extra lands from the Khazar just continues to add up.
Burrow backup here for Bertram. That does mean he gets to beef up his board state a bit.
Right. It could put you in a position where you can actually attack potentially, right? You can kill the Hulk, attack. If Yuki makes a double block of some kind, you also have take up the shield on top of that.
And if not, you're getting in for a nice hit, 5
Right.
damage. So first things first, though, Murdoch's Crusade.
Yeah, I will kill your 11/10 with my 2 mana.
That had to happen.
Now 5/5 lifelinker here, potentially coming in. Because even without a combat trick, I think Yuki would have to lose 2 creatures to deal with the Brave Brawler, given his creatures don't really have a lot of toughness. He's got a 3 toughness creature there in the Knight of Wundagore, and then everything else has at most 2 toughness.
Timo really trying to see if I do attack and you don't block, what am I looking at on the crackback? But
with the Burrow backup,
I feel backup, it feels all right.
Yeah. And Yuki might feel like the coast is clear to just take it and then just attack back. A little bit of a tricky spot here. Now, at the same time, we also have to keep in mind, you know, if Timo plays the Burrow backup, he would be tapped out.
Yeah.
And there is a team tactics. Can that change things on the following turn? Remember, you can also copy it with Loki.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
You can.
So if you have a couple of 4-power creatures, you can fork that spell and give double strike to 2 things. So that would be 16 damage coming through.
He took it.
Yeah. Now Knight of Wundagore has trample too, so you don't even have to teamwork that one. But Timo is at 18 because he just gained a ton of life here off the Brave Brawler.
Yuki draws for us for the turn, looks at the top of the library.
Yeah, this is the worst case scenario when you play a land off. When you play a land off of Khazar and then there's another land on top and you know you're going to draw it.
I mean, you just have to be grateful that you're that much further into your library.
That's right.
Yes. As you can see, Yuki wears his emotions on his sleeve here.
Right. Now we can also power up the Loki here in case we have larger spells to copy here, but he's got a couple of Hulk Smashes, he's got the Teamwork Tactics, Go Nuts. All of those cards can be copied with the Loki. Another land there, and then, yeah, of course he's got, and did he just pass?
I mean, maybe asking for life totals.
Yeah. And these 3/2 Vigilance creatures are also really annoying.
They are. He's going to have to, like, trade for them probably.
Yeah, this might even potentially be a defensive team tactics where you give multiple things double strike, right? And just try to eat the 3/2s while copying it with the Loki.
Looks like he's trying to line up any kind of attack that he can.
Right.
He also has the power up.
He just
on
can't
Loki
have
if he
enough here,
wants it.
right?
I mean, even with the one from the bow, 18 damage is a lot.
What is this?
He's just attacking with the knight.
And you can just block with the 3/2 and kind of force some kind of a trick here, right?
Yeah, I think so. And that seems like
that's a good exchange for
reasonable
Timo.
exchange for Timo.
Right? You take a decent amount of damage, but it's not lethal. Yeah, giving something double strike twice doesn't really do anything. And if you take this, it's just okay.
So he's just going to power up Loki to get
the
one
extra
additional counter. Well,
yeah,
but the fact that Timo didn't block.
I mean, the big thing here though is just Timo's now down to 11, so he's kind of in team tactics lethal range here.
Yeah,
potentially.
And I guess that extra counter is why Timo couldn't just block with one of the 3/2s.
Right.
It just ends up being a chump.
Yeah.
And if you block with both of them, then that's a whole different ball game.
But Timo can continue cracking away here with the Brave Brawler and keep gaining a bunch of life. 5 damage coming in. And Timo drew a mystery card, right? That we are not sure of. Yeah, tricky spot now, especially if he is mindful of the existence of team tactics in Yuki's hand. Yeah. Because of the amount of time Yuki also spent in kind of lining up that attack. But yeah, Teemo getting very aggressive here. Now, the biggest creature in play is just a 3 toughness creature. So those 3/2s would trade with anything on Yuki's side of the battlefield here.
Yeah, it was the planes that he drew for the turn, so nothing doing. I assume that Teemo thinks that he can rely on take up the shield here, either on some type of double block here or on one of his 3/2s.
Right. Yeah, Yuki wants to try his best to clean up the board, and this technically would get the job done here. But man, remember, because he knows that at least he didn't have take up the shield 2 turns ago or 3 turns ago, right? With that attack from the vision, but it certainly could have it now. And man, if you put that Loki in front of the Brave Brawler and you run into the take up the shield, that is problematic.
Is that the kind of thing that Yuki could come back from?
I mean, depends. I mean, if you can find a Hulk Gamma Goliath, right? Power that up again. It's just going to be gigantic.
And there it is.
There it
Take
is.
up the shield there from Teemo Bertrand. And it's going to be a lot of life total swinging in his direction.
Yeah, gaining 6 life here, going up to 17. And the creatures on the right all trading.
Yeah, Yuki says, sure, you got it.
Okay. So board clear here. And Yuki could use team tactics just to save one of his creatures, I suppose. Oh, but just doing this just to ping for 1 damage. You can just say I copy something and then not cast anything.
Right. Just good tight play there, but
Right.
it is back up to 16 for Teemo.
Now, if Yuki can just find a Hulk smash, you could just kill the Brave Brawler.
Yeah, I mean, that's
right?
the thing, right?
Yeah.
Get that Brave Brawler off the battlefield, and all of a sudden
Teemo has nothing.
back in business.
Yeah, because that Knight of Wundagore has 5 power. Okay, and now Yuki is trying to get into a racing situation here. Getting in for 5 damage this turn with the bow.
But he's left the Knight back to trade.
Right. Can move the bow,
Mr.
of course.
Hyde.
Okay, that's another card. Hey, that works. It's a nice way to just dig, right? Find more cards.
Absolutely. That's not even too bad here.
Yeah.
There's a big draw step here for Teemo.
Right.
He needs some action,
Yeah.
and he needs it quick.
Yeah, like a Murdoch's Crusade.
Oh, it's another planes off the top.
Ooh. Yeah, or Thor, Monica Rambeau.
He's got so many good draws, and he just draws lands.
Yeah, and now, I mean, given the Knight of Wundagore is currently a 6 power creature, you no longer have that take up the shield to protect the Brave Brawler. So you don't really want to trade with the Knight of Wundagore, right? But I guess if you do, then Yuki can't draw cards by removing counters from the Knight of the Wundagore with that Mr. Hyde in play, right? And just choosing to put counters here. I mean, you do have that team tactics, right? You're getting very close now.
And there's Gorilla. What's the target?
Super suit
only?
Yeah, Super Suit's the only thing here. Ooh, did he reveal that?
He might. You look at his face.
You saw nothing.
Yeah. And he's just going to continue to attack. Can he just go for it here?
Is he at 10 life right now? I mean, does Teemo have to block here? This is a
Okay, he picked
6/5.
up his pen, but maybe he's still deciding.
Yeah, I feel like you kind of have to block,
Yeah,
and then
he does.
Yuki can decide. Okay,
And there you go.
So no-
Team tactics
Right.
to run it over.
and you don't gain any life. This is double strike here.
Exactly, and he's going to get through for a good chunk of damage still, though, right?
I don't think you need it to teamwork it, by the way, because it already has trample.
Oh, it already has trample.
7. Oh, 7.
Unless the teamwork part is the double strike.
And then he blew
Yeah.
up the super suit beforehand, right?
Right, yeah.
So that's 14 total coming across.
Trampling over here.
Wait, for 10,
Plus damage step. Yes.
right?
No, it's a 7 power creature right now.
So that's
14,
14
and that's
total?
4 toughness. Yeah, is that lethal?
That's game then.
7 damage. Got it.
Yeah.
And that's going to do it. Yuki Ichikawa picks up game number 5 and eliminates Teemo Bertram after his epic run here in Amsterdam. He gave Yuki Ichikawa about all he could handle there. Look at him. He's still trying to shake it off.
You got another
can
match,
see
buddy.
How stressful that is. Yeah, take
Right.
a deep breath because there's more magic here. Lorenzo awaits in the final.
I should double block Arijan. That's supposedly right wing +1, +2 degree. Attack, attack, attack. Oh, main. Yeah, right. I think I take risk. Yeah, I should double block. Yeah.
This is a classic thing too,
Right.
Paul. This is what great players do. Is he just made the finals of the Pro Tour, and does he look to the skies and say, "Yes, I did it"? No, he says, "I think I should have double blocked like 3 turns ago."
I mean, this is how you become a top-level pro. And, of course, Yuki Ichikawa has been playing on the Pro Tour, playing competitively for more than 10 years, 15 years even. And, the way you improve is just kind of self-reflection after every single match. What could you have done differently? What better way than to also speak with your opponent on the different lines and how he should have approached that? He said he played it a little bit risky. Perhaps he should have gone for the double block earlier. But, of course, still managed to win that one. The card advantage from the Khazar, and Timo unable to find some additional answers there at the end.
That's right. Wow. What another incredible 5-game match. We've got the finals coming up next. It's Yuki Ichikawa versus Lorenzo Gruppi. Don't go anywhere.
Well, you've been seeing incredible shots from the MagicCon in Amsterdam here all weekend long. Don't you want to go to one? You can join us for the final MagicCon this year, MagicCon Atlanta. Badges are on sale right now, and you can get yours today at mcatlanta.mtgfestivals.com. We would so love to see you there. Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Magic the Gathering Marvel Superheroes live from Amsterdam here in the Netherlands. It's been an incredible weekend for Magic. 17,000 people here for the MagicCon. Now just 2 competitors remain standing here at Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes. Welcome back to the news desk, Marie Bartholdi and Hall of Famer Frank Karsten. We've had an absolutely fabulous tournament so far. Let's take a look at our bracket and find out where we're at here as we set up our finals match. You can see everything that's happened so far today in our top 8, and there has been a lot of action, tons of games going all the way to 5 games. Yuki Ichikawa there has already played 2 best of 5s, and he still has the finals to play, while Lorenzo Gruppi there kind of breezed through into the finals, just 3 games. So Yuki might be a little bit tired heading into these finals, but he's a well-seasoned competitor, so we know that he can do it. Exciting stuff ahead. Before we get there, though, we're going to talk about the World Championship, which, of course, is coming up later this year, and all the players that have been invited to play. It's a very exciting tournament. Everybody wants to play in the World Championship, Frank.
Absolutely. The World Championship is just the yearly pinnacle of competitive Magic. And this year it's going to take place at MagicCon Atlanta in November. Now, the first group of players who qualified for this year's World Championship were the top 8 from last year. Right? The Seth Manfield took the title. And everyone else, including finalist Akira Shibata, will get another shot at it this year.
Let's take a look at some more competitors here who will be playing in the World Championship. These are the people who qualified at Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipsed here. A lot of huge names. You see Eduardo from this top 8. Tony Portolan will be back there to play. Guglielmo Lupi, who had a chance to talk to this weekend, will be there. And Christopher Larson, of course, who took the whole thing down.
Well, the World Championship field also includes champions from MTG Arena and Magic Online, and this is their chance to really shine and show off their skills. Top contenders from Arena include Michael Plummer, champion of Pro Tour Age of Eternities, and Andrei Strasky with 8 total top finishes over his impressive career. Magic Online also showcased a lot of talent.
All right, we also have regional championship competitors who will be battling at the World Championship, which is a very cool way to qualify for the biggest tournament of the year. We've got a pair of brothers there. John and Joseph Puglisi will be competing at the World Championship. Will they play each other? Well, you have to tune in to find out.
Well, the regional championship qualifications continue because all the winners from the United States, Canada and elsewhere managed to qualify for the World Championship. I want to highlight United States regional champion Will Kruger, as well as January Adams, who got her qualification in the Canadian RC.
And the qualifications from the RCs continue. There you see Samuel Estretti on your screen. The first modern Pro Tour winner will be joining us at the World Championship. Li Shitian as well, Hall of Famer.
Well, Rasmus Annegren, the regional champion from Europe, who actually posted a 7-3 record in Modern with a sweet Song of Creation deck, and Yuchen Liu from China are also among the qualifiers. There are just so many nationalities all around the world, and every region will have someone to root for.
Here are the qualifiers from Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven. Tons of big names here. Of course, Nathan Stoyer, the champion from that event, will be back to battle at the World Championship. He knows how to win one of those tournaments. Matt Nass will also be there.
And there's a relatively small group of players who punched their ticket here at Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes, because many players like Eduardo Sajgalik and Alex Rohan already had their qualifications coming in, but we will also see these 7 players at the World Championship later this year.
Then here we see some people who have qualified on season points, so this is rewarding consistent performance if they didn't qualify another way. Here you see our survivors are going to be at the World Championship. Eli Cassis and Javier Dominguez, who have made the day 2 of 15 back-to-back Pro Tours.
And Shuhei Nakamura and Masahide Moriyama from Team Moriyama are not only going to be rooting for teammate Yuki Ichikawa in the coming finals, but also joining him for the World Championship in Atlanta, just based on the strong and consistent Pro Tour finishes across their season.
All right, let's take a look at some more season points qualifiers here for the World Championship coming up. We've got Ian Robb, Pro Tour top 8er there, and of course Shota Yasuoka, the Goda, the Hall of Famer, will be there at the World Championship. Well, Frank, it's been a fantastic tournament, and it all comes down to this. It is time to set up our finals here at Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes. Drum roll, please. We've had a draft top 8 for the first time in 15 years, which is utterly incredible. It's been a treat to see it all morning long here. And we've had a lot of Magic as well. Like we said, these players have played a ton of games, especially Yuki Ichikawa, who's played a couple of best of 5s already. Here are your finalists. Yuki Ichikawa from Team Moriyama Japan up against Lorenzo Gruppi from Team Novo TCG eBay. You can see the decks they drafted underneath both players there. Yuki Ichikawa, we're going to talk about him first. This is his 6th top finish, an absolutely outstanding career in Magic for Yuki. He's your Innistrad Championship winner. He has 9 Grand Prix top 8s and 4 wins, which is incredible. In draft, he went 2-1 both times ahead in this Pro Tour, drafting blue-red.
Yuki Ichikawa went 6-2 on day 1 and 6-2 on day 2, basically squeezing into the top 8 as the 8th place based on tie breaks. In round 13, he actually faced Lorenzo Gruppi, where he, well, ended up with a loss. We'll see if that fate will change in this finals.
All right, there's a look at Yuki Ichikawa. Let's take a look at the other side of the table. It's Lorenzo Group. He started playing Magic in 2016. This is just his 3rd Pro Tour and actually his first day 2 of competition. He was part of the best performing team here this weekend, that Novo TCG eBay player team from Italy. He qualified here today through a Spotlight Series in Lyon.
Well, Lorenzo Gruppi had a fantastic start to the tournament, starting off 7-0 before losing to Martin Juza for the undefeated spot overnight. He then picked up some wins and some losses and actually clinched 12 wins already with a round to spare.
There's a look at the players. Talk to me about these 2 draft decks here today, Frank, that we're going to see in action.
Yeah, both of these decks look pretty solid, like fairly streamlined 2-color decks with just a small splash. And let's start off with Yuki Ichikawa's deck. Now this is a green-red deck, just splashing for the Wrecking Crew as a 3rd color, and a lot of 2-drops to get off to a fast start. Ichikawa will be planning to rumble in with enormous creatures, Hulk smashing the opposing ones, and he can even use team tactics to create an enormous trampling double striker. His card quality is quite high as one of the only 2 green drafters at the table. Strong uncommons like She-Hulk, Khazar. I also see a Division in there as a powerful bomb. So high card quality overall, with especially strong creatures in his draft deck. Now Lorenzo Gruppi, he felt confident, especially after a 3-0 in the semifinals. He drafted white-black with some attack alone synergies, a good curve, fairly low to the ground, good strong removal, and even some bombs in the form of Agent Phil Coulson to boost his heroes, and a Cosmic Cube which can just run away with the game if it goes long. Small splashes for both Captain America and Killmonger, branching out into 4 colors, but really it's like base white, black with some dual lands and land cyclers. What might be key in this coming matchup is rationing your removal. Lorenzo may have to save it for the right moment to answer bombs like Division, those enormous Hulks, and other big threats, but if he is able to line it all up, well, maybe he can go undefeated just like in his semis.
Frank, I gotta ask you, which 2 of these players do you think is gonna hoist that trophy?
Well, I gotta say that Lorenzo Gruppi is on a super impressive run. 3rd Pro Tour and then like first day 2, first top 8. Like what a story it would be if he actually manages to clinch the trophy here. Yuki Ichikawa, by contrast, a more seasoned competitor, has already won one of these major events. But looking at how the semifinals went, I gotta give the edge to Lorenzo Gruppi.
All right, well, let's find out what happens. It's time for the finals here at Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes. I'm going to pass it on over to Marshall with the call.
Thank you, Maria. Welcome back to the booth here. It is, in fact, time for the finals. That's Paul Cheon. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. Thank you so much for joining us. We've got a real treat on our hands. This whole Top 8 Sunday has been awesome. Really great matches. It feels like every match is going to 5 somehow, and we'll see what we get here for the finals. Matchup-wise, we've got a little bit of splashes on both sides, but primarily it's black-white versus red-green.
Yeah, black-white versus red-green, both decks actually with very, very nice mana curves when you kind of saw that line up. But I feel like Lorenzo Gruppi might have a few more bombs in his deck. We did see Agent Phil Coulson. We did see the Cosmic Cube. So it'll be interesting to see. And he also just cleanly 3-0'd his last opponent to make it to the finals.
That's right. He's one of the ones who's broken from the tradition of 5-game matches here. But his opponent is going to make it very difficult. Yuki Ichikawa, 6 top finishes for Team Moriyama Japan versus Lorenzo's first top finish there for Nova TCG eBay. And I cannot wait to see how this one plays out. Do you have a sense for what you like, Paul? The big red-green or the more streamlined black-white, as we see Yuki Ichikawa with a big smile on his face? He looked more stressed out over the last match. It's nice to see him smiling. And there's Lorenzo Gruppi from Italy as well. And a friendly handshake before the battles begin. Do you have a sense for if one of these decks has an advantage over the other?
I feel like the matchup's just going to look pretty close overall. Now, noting that Yuki does have some nice, clean answers to some of Lorenzo Gruppi's bombs, notably the Cosmic Cube, which is a really powerful artifact. However, Yuki Ichikawa is playing 2 copies of Hulk Smash and 2 copies of Gorilla in the main. So with 4 clean answers to the Cosmic Cube, at least that card is not going to be that big of a problem. But all in all, I just feel like the overall power level of Lorenzo's deck is a little bit higher than Yuki's.
Lorenzo's in for a bit of a double splash, but primarily black-white, as you can see here. No plays early. Also, if you're just joining us, remember this is best 3 out of 5. We're going to play 2 games, and then regardless of the outcome of those 2 games, we will be letting the players go to their sideboards for any subsequent games after that.
Yes, really solid hand for both players, noting that both of these players with really, really good mana curves, being able to go turn 2 Red Room Recruit into Agent 13 Sharon Carter. Meanwhile, on the other side here, Yuki Ichikawa with a 2-drop of his own into a Bullseye in case Lorenzo gets a really good start. That Bullseye, of course, being a really nice answer if Lorenzo deploys Agent 13 next turn.
And you see the Knight of Wundagore here for Yuki Ichikawa. He did pretty good work with that, actually, in his semifinal match. It's a slight underperformer in the format. There it is, by the way, Agent 13.
You get your value at least.
And the attack. This is why that card is so good.
Right.
Because even if Yuki responds by killing it, the damage is done. There's a clue on the battlefield.
Yeah, now fortunately for Yuki, he does have the clean answer here, so Agent 13 will only get Lorenzo 1 extra card, but hey, especially limited, every single card matters. So the damage has kind of already been done, even if you find a way to get it off the battlefield. But excellent hand here for Yuki. Can play out the Bullseye, follow that up with a Vision, and then a Hulk Smash.
Wow. That is a really good curve here.
Right, just discard the Dinosaur here most likely and swing in for 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, so really liking Yuki's hand here. And I mean, Lorenzo doesn't have an answer for the Vision there. He has Madame Mask, which is really powerful, but at least this turn, it doesn't look like it's going to be all that impressive.
No, and an Agent of Atlas off the top certainly isn't going to help things out either. Yuki with the green light here.
Yeah. Lorenzo can either run out a couple of creatures or at least play 1 creature in the Agent of Atlas, perhaps just pass, keeping up the Clue Sacrifice plus Stolen Stark Tech as an option here.
Yeah, one of the cards that Yuki really doesn't want to see on the other side of the battlefield between the Vision and his other huge green creatures is Murdoch's Crusade, and lucky for him, he won't be seeing it this match.
Yeah. Timo took all of them?
Yeah, he had 2. But Murdoch's Crusade is one of the cards that's really, really good against this strategy. All right, so Yuki looks like he wants to try to keep up Hulk Smash plus the Vision in the same turn.
Yeah, just taking a more measured approach. If Lorenzo has a removal spell, maybe you can get Lorenzo to use the removal spell in Mr. Hyde, because you really want to, because if Yuki puts a counter on Mr. Hyde, well, Knight of Wundagore also gets a counter. And then on Lorenzo's side, cracking the clue, doesn't find anything here, so probably just going to run out Madame Mask to try to find some answers to that Mr. Hyde in play. Of course, doesn't know about the Vision. And generate an extra token. I wonder if Lorenzo's considering attacking here with the Agent of Atlas before running out the Madame Mask. Decides against it here.
Okay.
Probably just throwing away an excess land here. Not the Avengers Hangar. That's a great one. I think Lorenzo, I added it up. He is a black-white base deck, so you have access to less heroes, but he's got something like 8 or 9 heroes in his deck.
Okay,
so still a respectable number here. Probably hit it one in every 2 attempts or so.
Yeah, and he's not playing like Avengers Assemble or something that really wants a ton of heroes. So
Yeah, he does have Agent Phil Coulson, which is a good one for sure.
Okay, that counts.
Yeah. So, but that would be a nice one to hit too, of course.
Let's see. Okay, it's Undercover Scroll here for Ichikawa. So if he does want to commit to this line of the Vision plus Hulk Smash in the same turn, he can do that.
He absolutely can. I mean, the thing is, Undercover Scroll is a mana source here, right? So if you just play the scroll, next turn you can go Vision plus Hulk Smash and just ensure that you will be able to at least have the Vision replace itself here.
Yeah, and he gets to start drawing cards too.
Right. Yeah. There's just a lot that Lorenzo actually needs to deal with here. And if Lorenzo does try to draw a bunch of extra cards here somehow with Madame Hydra, Yuki does have the ability to just cast the Hulk Smash to get the Madame Hydra off the battlefield here. Lorenzo with a Burrow backup. Not going to do too much here, but certainly still just adds to the board. But no real ways to draw cards here for Lorenzo. And no real great attacks either, especially because the bullseye is active. So, you know, if you attack it with an Agent of Atlas, Yuki just blocks with a 3/3, and then if Lorenzo plays a spell in response, you can just discard something with the bullseye to finish it off. It actually does make the attack here interesting. Yuki thinking, what combination of tricks can you be representing? Certainly, you know, one kind of trick in Stolen Stark Tech, but I think Yuki might be okay with just putting something in front of the Madame Mask here and just passing and seeing if Lorenzo does something right.
Absolutely.
Oh, and of course, this is just a free block here. Actually just going for, you know, it's like,
oh,
you can have something. So I'm just going to double block here and just take 3. I'm at 20 life.
Right. And even though it's tempting to try to get that card off the battlefield, well, is he going to go for the Stolen Stark Tech?
But this is into an active bullseye.
Yeah, this is a wild.
Right.
Very risky. I mean, it's face up.
I guess it forces you to discard a card.
From bullseye?
Yeah. So you just discard the Hulk Smash, I guess? Oh, excuse me. It's in play trigger on the stack, so you can use the Hulk Smash to kill the Stolen Stark Tech and fight, or bite rather, and kill the token as well. Or excuse me, does it get, he's reading it as well.
The timing on when it gets.
Right, when it gets indestructible, because otherwise you would rather kill Madame Mask. Let's take a look at Stolen Stark
attach
Tech.
it to target creature you control. That creature gains indestructible until end of turn.
So even if the equipment's not in play, will the creature get indestructible until end of turn? I've played this format a lot, but I've not run into this interaction.
I don't think it just gets indestructible no matter what.
If you kill it with
That's
the Hulk Smash,
interesting.
right? It's like if you kill the Stolen Stark Tech with the Hulk Smash.
Well, he can just do it in response to the trigger because it hasn't resolved, so it won't get indestructible
Right,
there.
but the question
he
is, do
won't
you
be
want to
able
kill the
to
Madame
kill
Mask?
the Madame Mask
Right.
in that case.
Exactly.
I don't actually know. That's funny.
Looks like
you would
Yuki
think
knows.
it would need to have it on it.
Right.
Like that's what's giving
Yeah.
it indestructible.
So I suppose it just gives indestructible, so went to kill the 2/1 there. But it wouldn't get +1/+0, right?
No.
So wouldn't it be better just to kill Madame Mask then? Because your creatures wouldn't die?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. It still was just going to hit for 2
Yeah, because he had
against two, three toughness
three
creatures.
toughness creatures. It doesn't get the +1/+0. So I actually think you were supposed to use the bite spell there to kill Madame Mask because the 2/1 menace would just bounce off. It would be indestructible, but it would just bounce off the 3 toughness creatures.
So too. Well, Yuki made his choice, and now he's got some decisions to make about whether he wants to get an extra card here.
He wants to find action with that vision in hand.
Right. Go nuts. Another Hulk Smash.
Oh, that's action.
What did he find?
Khazar and Hulk Gamma Goliath.
Holy smokes.
Oh, wow. And now if we hit a land here.
Oh, and he did.
Gosh, the Knight of Wondergirl. Oh, man. Now, I mean, this is just an avalanche of value here. Mr. Hyde giving you value, Khazar giving you value, and you still have Hulk, Gamma Goliath, and Vision in your hand. You know, Agent Phil Coulson, one of Lorenzo's best cards, just not even going to do anything here. Cosmic Cube, I suppose, would be something that you can maybe use to kind of give yourself a shot.
He's going to run out of creatures to attack with.
Right.
And look at this. Ichikawa wants to get aggressive. Sends the knights in right now.
It's like, all right, what's a 4-3? You don't really have good blocks. You have to double block to even get this,
right,
kill this creature.
And with only one card left in hand here for Lorenzo, he's just going to take it.
Yeah. I suppose you could block with Agent of Atlas and Red Room Recruit. Because that Knight of Wundagore can get out of hand
It can,
at this
I mean,
point. There's multiple ways to put counters on things.
This was the window. Well, yeah, and I mean, just on board,
right?
The Zabu plus Landfalls is just going to
and Mr. Hyde.
Both of them. Yes. Yeah.
All right.
I wonder if he actually needed to take that thing out right now. I mean, it's going to pick up 2 counters a turn.
Yeah,
maybe
you can't. Yeah, at a later point, you can't even chump block it here. So it's really, really tough spot here. Lorenzo's best play is just playing a Burrow backup, right? And that's so a lot of the times that's not bad, but your opponent just has a far superior board position here.
I mean, it's just been rough because the plays that Lorenzo have made have been solid, powerful, on-curve plays,
right?
But they just don't seem up to the task. Yuki's just gone over the top. Wow.
Oh.
He's going to risk this again?
Did he draw some? Oh, because he's got the decoy ploy. So he's happy trading this with anything because he wants to get it back and replay it.
And it looks like Ichikawa's going to say, nah.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Right.
It's attacked twice and gotten through.
Right.
And it's like a low toughness, high value target. And it's like, nah.
He's like, you know what? That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
But things looking very, very good here for Yuki Ichikawa. Drawing multiple cards a turn. Has 2 very powerful late game cards in hand. And Yuki can now decide whether or not he wants to continue removing counters here to draw cards. It looks like he is, because all he needs to do is find a land to be able to trigger that Knight of Wundagore.
Oh, yeah. And Knight of Wundagore only triggers once per turn at most, which still, it feels like it's got good odds to trigger at least often enough.
Pet Avengers
Pet
are
Avengers.
also really good, especially if you can get Hulk, Gamma Goliath, and play first, right? Because it gives you a discount on power on your other creature's power-up abilities.
Significant discount.
So you just
too.
play Pet Avengers, and then you basically just make a 3/2 for free.
Yeah.
If you have Hulk, Gamma Goliath in play.
You see it reduces it by 3.
Right. So when you cast it, basically Pet Avengers costs 7 mana to play and activate, but with Hulk, Gamma Goliath in play, well, just free, 4 mana.
Yes.
The Knight just continues to smash too. I mean, remember this is his 2-drop.
Right.
Like,
yeah, normally a card that really doesn't perform all that well, but there does seem to be enough ways to put counters on things where it can potentially get out of hand here in Yuki's deck.
Yeah, he's playing multiples too.
And now he's going, well, kind of wish I blocked with the Recruit and the Atlas before, but now I might have to lose a 3/2 and a 2/2 to get this off the battlefield. I suppose you can go 3/2 and Red Room Recruit, right? As it is a 5/4.
It's a 5/4.
Looks like he's just he doesn't want to get blown up by maybe a Hulk Smash and just putting 3 creatures in front of it.
Wow.
Because at 5/4, no matter what, you can't kill
if any
all
one
3,
creature dies.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Even if Yuki has a trick here.
But that means that he's going to lose both 3/2 heroes to it.
Yeah.
Whoa.
It's not ideal here, especially because Yuki has a really good follow-up. It's like, all right.
And let's not forget, this is also the game where Yuki has the vision. He's just done better stuff every turn.
Right.
And by the way, here's another one.
Here's an 11-10. Can you deal?
Decoy ploy, not it.
And even if you can, I mean, there's still Khazar and Mr. Hyde in play.
This is a key draw step here for Groupie. He really needs to find something. And it needs to be able to answer a massive threat. Cruel Alliance.
Sure.
That exactly does that.
Yeah, I mean, that is an answer here. Too bad he can't copy it 2 more times. There's Khazar and Mr. Hyde still on board.
Yeah, it's funny because, sometimes when they top deck a great removal spell, it's like, and that's the game. And with this one, it's like, well, we get to keep playing that.
Well, I hope I draw 2 more removal spells here to stay in the game.
This is just so that the game doesn't end in the next turn or two.
Yeah, certainly should fire it off here. I mean, you have to kill the 11-10 Trampler here. You don't really have a good set of blocks. So.
This triggers and again 3.
Okay, that's going to get exiled, and 3 extra life there for Lorenzo.
Can attack with Agent of Atlas if you like, as it is currently a 3-3. Might attack with Madame Mask again, as you still have that decoy play, right?
Yeah, he's still happy to trade that thing off for about anything on the battlefield.
Right. So Yuki might be in a spot here where wants to preserve that life total and just block the Madame Mask, or take 6 and go down to 8 life. So this is a little bit closer of a decision here. All right, he's like, all right. Black-white usually doesn't have a whole lot of reach. I just need to make sure I have enough creatures back later.
Plus, this
Let's take the
fourth
damage.
state is so nice for
Right.
Ichikawa. He has so many great options. He'd love to see another form of interaction also.
And drawing another card here. And now I get to look at the top. Is it a land? Just found some lands and a Gorilla. No targets currently.
Is it finally time for the Vision to show up, or is this Pet Avengers?
Probably Pet Avengers. You still don't have a spell to play with the Vision. But of course, it also depends on what's on top if he sees a spell on top. But often, I mean, especially when you have this much mana, I think oftentimes you just want to wait to at least be able to have the Vision replace itself and draw you a card.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean, you can play Pet Avengers, activate, and get the Gorilla out there. All right, we are getting into the red zone here. Look at this.
Wow.
I wonder if Lorenzo's happy to just block just to get Red Room Recruit back with Decoy Ploy, because then you replay it and then you make an extra Menace token off the Madame Mask. And what is the other creature in the graveyard? Is there a hero in the graveyard?
Don't know, actually.
Tell what that one was.
There's-
Agent 13,
oh,
yeah.
Agent 13
yeah,
Sharon
so,
Carter,
So
yeah.
then just blocking with the Red Room Recruit, and then you can get the Red Room Recruit and Agent 13 back next turn.
Yeah, no, that makes sense, especially because Yuki hasn't seemed to want to play the game of blocking or trading with your Madam there.
Yeah.
And this is kind of a better way to do it anyway, because you still get the trigger, but you don't have to pay 5 mana.
Yeah, just block the Khazar here. All right, taking 2. Yuki likely running out the Avengers here. Oh, going for Vision here instead and keeping up the activation of the Bullseye. Because you can just discard the Gorilla to kill the Madame Mask, now that
That's
the decoy
interesting.
play has also been played.
So it's Agent 13 Sharon Carter, Red Room Recruit, plus draw step here.
Right.
For Lorenzo. And he found Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. He has just like a bunch of fine stuff.
Right. He hasn't drawn kind of the cards that have won him a lot of the other games in Agent Phil Coulson and the Cosmic Cube. Now I like this. I think Yuki, oh, he looks happy with the top card there. But I think Yuki's also kind of read Lorenzo for Decoy Ploy, given the fact that he has been attacking with the Madame Mask, which is more reason to play out the Vision there instead of tapping out and playing Pet Avengers plus activate. And now we might see Yuki fire off the Bullseye here, but there's actually multiple things you really want to kill here. Oh, he's tapping out. Okay.
He has Agent 13, the number 1 target.
Yeah, I thought maybe he was going to run out the Red Room Recruit just to force maybe a Bullseye trigger here. But now Yuki can just kill Agent 13, and no cards will be drawn this turn. Yeah.
And that's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to throw the Gorilla.
And now
Bullseye.
if Lorenzo attacks, Yuki certainly will block because Lorenzo has already cast that Decoy Ploy. And this is whatever the awesome card it looks like Yuki has on top of his deck.
And he even gets an extra card.
Yeah, just any interaction, Hulk Smash. That's a She-Hulk. Okay.
Wow.
Not bad.
And he gets to keep a forest on top.
Oof.
Wow.
There's an Ant-Man's army too. Nice thing about the Ant-Man's army is if you make a food, might just make a food here, but you can actually sacrifice the food to the bullseye.
Oh, right.
Instead of discarding a real spell.
The Vision's going to get in for a couple in the air.
Is it Pet Avengers time now? Because you can go Pet Avengers, activate, and keep up bullseye.
Yep.
Yeah. And I mean, this is just going to be really tough here. There's multiple creatures with reach and flying, so you can't really get damage through that way. Yuki Ichikawa has She-Hulk with activation available for a Cosmic Cube and can pay for the ward cost. So kind of has everything covered here. I just don't see Lorenzo coming back.
No.
Yuki is just too far ahead on resources here.
Yeah, it just feels like the Khazar's been on the battlefield for way too long.
Right. And Mr. Hyde too, right?
Mr. Hyde's drawn 3 cards.
Yeah, I feel
maybe
like
4.
I feel like Yuki's just been drawing 3 cards a turn for the last 3 turns. Very, very hard to beat here.
Lorenzo did find one of his splash cards, Killmonger, Scourge of Wakanda, but is it just too late? I mean,
Right.
look at this board state.
Yeah, I mean, Killmonger is certainly an incredible uncommon, one of the best uncommons in the set here, but what do you kill, right? Is it the Vision? If you kill the Vision, Yuki's still drawing basically 3 cards a turn.
Also, even just targeting the Vision with a destroy effect is a risk, right?
Because you can give it indestructible, of
Right.
course. In which case, Khazar?
And it just feels
Yeah.
rough if you're in Lorenzo's seat because Khazar's already done so much damage. I know it's a sunk cost and you do what you got to do, but that is really tough.
Did he pass?
I think he just passed.
Okay. Yeah, and Yuki can just discard the Ant-Man's army, deal with Madame Mask, and just decimate his board while just continuing to draw extra cards here. So, oh, yeah, that's fine. Leveling up the Brave Brawler there. Now that won't die to the bullseye, but of course there's just a million blockers here in the way for Yuki, and Yuki at this point can start getting pretty aggressive. You know, the Pet Avengers can potentially attack. We got the cat that's likely going to be a 4/4. Did Yuki draw for turn yet?
Trigger thinking. Yes, yes.
Oh, he's just considering what to do with the trigger on Mr. Hyde.
Right, because he may want to keep a slightly more buffed board state.
Oh, actually decides to put a counter on Mr. Hyde here.
Yeah, so he does go for that.
Oh, and that is a repulsor
blast.
Yeah, so now you can get that Brave Brawler off the battlefield here, playing out the She-Hulk first so that you can teamwork off of her, take 2 damage. Yeah, double strike on the Vision.
Double strike
That's how
on
you
the
know it's
Vision
over.
Is when they say
Right.
double strike on the Vision.
If they don't say draw card and they
Yeah.
say double strike, you are in trouble.
You're dead for the most part. And now he gets to
He
just
did the
send
math.
everything into the red zone here. 4 in the air means that Lorenzo goes down to 8 regardless.
Yeah.
And that is going to be game number 1 going to Yuki Ichikawa. I have to say, Paul, it never really felt in doubt that game. I know that Lorenzo did a good job of curving out. He did a good job of playing some pretty dang powerful spells. It felt like he never really ran out of gas on stuff to do. And it also kind of felt like he was never really in that game.
Yeah. I mean, Yuki's just cards lined up really well, and Lorenzo couldn't find enough interaction for those value-based creatures that Yuki just kind of had in play for the last 5 or 6 turns of that game. And once that happens, Lorenzo's 3-mana creatures and 2-mana creatures just wasn't able to keep up.
Now, I'll remind you here, that was just our first game. And that means that while the players do look like they may be reviewing their notes here, they are not going to be able to do any sideboarding just yet.
Right. And Lorenzo will be on the play here. And again, you know, Lorenzo had a totally fine draw. He even had that turn 2 creature into Agent 13, but that bullseye certainly did a lot of work there.
I think that's the best I've ever seen a bullseye.
Yeah, I mean, you play against the bigger green deck, it just kind of sits there. And I mean, it costs you a real card to actually get it. But when
Right.
you're playing against an aggressive white creature deck, that's really where it shines.
Yeah, took out a few really key 2 toughness creatures there. We saw Sharon Carter twice. As we take a look at Yuki Ichikawa concentrating, thinking. You know, when we first started seeing him show up at the top tables here at the Pro Tour, he was streaming. So he's definitely no stranger to reviewing your plays. Or,
right.
Paul, I'm sure you're aware as a popular YouTuber yourself that, you know, any little mistake that you make, your wonderful commenters in chat are there to point it out.
No, they're always very reasonable.
Yeah.
Every
In fact, they're
every
so
take is
nice,
pretty
they'll
measured.
even point out mistakes that aren't mistakes.
Right.
They're
yeah.
that helpful.
Yeah, just in case.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But yeah, that was a pretty convincing victory there from Yuki Ichikawa. Taking a look at his list here. Great curve. The Gorillas doing a really good job of dealing with many of Lorenzo's problematic permanents. Just enough interaction, right, to be able to kill some of those creatures. Bullseye actually being very, very strong. And a pretty robust late game package there with the Hulk, Gamma Goliath, Khazar, Vision, and the Mr. Hyde also able to draw you a bunch of cards. And yeah, there's also that Ruinous Wrecking Crew, which you can kind of put all the way at the end, depending on how much mana you have. Then see Lorenzo's deck here. Again, basic, good curve. You got tricks. You have just enough removal, probably, right? We're looking at Widow's Bite, Web Up, Cruel Alliance, Hour of Defeat, and that Killmonger. And then you have Agent 13 and Agent Phil Coulson there as well with that Cosmic Cube. But I think, again, we saw Lorenzo just go nuts with Cosmic Cube in some of those other rounds. He won't be, it will be very, very, it's going to be very, very unlikely that he gets to kind of do the same thing here against Yuki Ichikawa's build.
Yeah, we mentioned it at the onset, but Yuki has technically 5 answers to the cube main deck, but 4 good ones, mainly ones that only cost 2 mana so that the ward cost is tolerable there.
Right.
Technically, She-Hulk also would kill it, but we're talking, what, like 9 mana or something?
I think 8, right? It's like 4 to play, 2 to activate, and then 2 to pay the ward. So it was certainly the last game, he kind of had all of his bases covered, but if Lorenzo can get it out on turn 6, then he can at least get value for that one turn.
Players lining up for game number 2. As I mentioned before, no sideboards just yet. Any games after this one will include sideboards, however, so we'll keep an eye on that for you. Sideboarding in Limited is a little bit different than in Constructed.
Saw Agent 13 there as the top card for Lorenzo on the play.
So keep it no matter what.
Don't
even look at the rest.
Probably need a 2-drop in a land would be ideal. This is a rough one here for Yuki.
Was that Mountain?
Yeah, it was Mountain with Rapid and you have Rapid Rescue. So if you draw the forest, it kind of unlocks your hand, right? You can kind of know that you have a really good chance of getting to 4 lands, but you are on the draw.
Yeah, and against Rupee's deck is pretty assertive too.
So he did choose to keep it here.
All right, let's see if he can find a green source and quickly.
Beautiful hand here from Lorenzo, by the way. Oh, excuse me. That was just an Agent of Atlas. I thought it was Agent 13.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Maybe he'll draw it. Agent of Atlas hits the battlefield. Mountain for Ichikawa.
And that's
and a
rough.
green card this turn.
Yeah, so it has, I guess, the next turn to draw the forest, so you can play Hercules.
That would be really nice. Ichikawa thinking 1 card and 1 card only. Show me a forest.
Can Lorenzo punish this awkward start with another creature? I don't see one though, right? So look, Yuki will at least have a little bit of a reprieve here because he doesn't have a 3-mana play.
Man, if this means that Lorenzo just doesn't get to use his mana this turn.
Right. I mean,
maybe he goes for the Burrow backup.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see if he can find it. No, I don't
Forest?
think it was.
Oh.
Maybe?
No. Oh, yeah.
Oh, it kind of is. Savage Land Dinosaur.
Yeah, I mean, he would have been in a lot of trouble if Lorenzo had an Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. here on turn number 3. So that was really, really big here. And Lorenzo here most likely going to be cycling the burrow back up, getting that island, so that if he top decks Captain America, can play it out next turn.
Yeah, Lorenzo has some pretty cool combos.
Yuki also has, of course, that rapid rescue that he can fire off here. But kind of a similar situation here where if Lorenzo doesn't draw a creature, he doesn't have a play. He's got Decoy Ploy, Stolen Stark Tech, and a removal spell. Yeah, that was very, very key there for Yuki Ichikawa.
Didn't look like a forest, but close enough.
Right, yeah. Gets the job done. What can you find? Was that a blue card? No. No, it was an Hour of Defeat. So plenty of interaction. But Lorenzo with this hand, with how Yuki's hand lines up, really wanted just to be able to play more creatures here. So Yuki now, I mean, not really in trouble here, right? You know, you gain some life, and then you can start deploying some threats here.
So does he just want to land? Yeah.
Probably.
It's just another mountain, kind of awkward, but whatever.
Right.
He'll take it.
You now have enough lands to play Khazar on turn number 5. Although this, okay, oh, found an Undercover Scroll. Certainly going to fire that off. And Lorenzo could just choose to use up his mana. He does have that web up. I think he really wants to find land number 5 to play Captain Marvel. So use the Hour of Defeat on the scroll, slow your opponent down, and make sure that you can have the land for Captain Marvel.
I don't know how much Lorenzo is thinking about the possibility of Hulk Smash here.
Yes.
Doesn't seem... Seems like he's just got the way clear here, right? He can just fire away.
Yeah, I mean, I think you just go for it, and if he has the Hulk Smash, he has his Hulk Smash, and that's one less Hulk Smash to attack your Cosmic Cube if you eventually draw it.
Yeah, what's in the yard there?
It's a Burrow backup.
No, I mean for Yuki.
He's got a Knight of Wundagore and a Savage Land Dinosaur.
Yeah.
So it is a 3/3.
Paul, it's also all creature types.
It is also all creature types,
Could
correct?
be anything.
Yeah.
It's a
Wow,
amphibian.
and
Oh, and he
Lorenzo
doesn't go
saving
for
it.
it.
Does he have a what? I feel like I really wanted to draw. Well, I guess if you just know the swamp is on top. There is also that. But now you can't attack with the Agent of Atlas. You're saving your removal spell for something else. But I imagine if you're Lorenzo, you're just going to run out the Captain Marvel, right? Just because, I mean, you have that decoy ploy too. If Yuki kills it, you can just get it back.
Interesting decision there from Groupie. He's had to kind of strand a bunch of mana because Yuki hasn't done anything. You can accept that.
Right.
But now Yuki's starting to do stuff.
Yeah. I mean, I would be shocked if he uses a removal spell here. It's just, yeah, like there's not really much to consider. If you're not going to use that removal spell end of turn and you draw your 5th land, you just play Captain Marvel.
Yeah, then you don't have a choice. Hulk Smash, speaking of.
Draws the Hulk Smash. Now, not enough to kill Captain Marvel with the scroll, but does have that Repulsor Blast, which Yuki can fire off.
Yeah, he can do that. He also has Ruinous Wrecking Crew in his hand for
later.
When that's nice, yeah.
You can just go Gorilla, Repulsor Blast, Teamwork, kill Captain Marvel.
It's a pretty nice turn there for Ichikawa.
Sure.
Considering that he was begging for a forest on turn 3,
right?
This has been a very good turnaround for him.
19 to 18?
Yes.
20?
19 to 18.
Right. That is another land here for Lorenzo. Does not have the ability to get the Captain Marvel back and cast it this turn. It's a mana short. And not a whole lot of pressure. I mean, you can certainly hit for 2. And Yuki Ichikawa next turn has the ability to get that Khazar down. Make a token. And I mean, of course, that's also just why Khazar is just so fantastic. Even if your opponent just kills the Khazar, you're still up a 2/2 creature that grows with landfall. The gorilla, I assume. That does get the prowess going here for Agent of Atlas. So can swing in for 3.
Can you change the target to this?
Oh, it wants to change
Maybe
target.
reconsidering targets here.
Huh.
Ichikawa's tapped out, so pick your poison here,
Okay.
Lorenzo.
Yeah.
This is an atypical way to do this just
Right.
because at any point Yuki can say, well, I'll just trade in my gorilla for the web up.
Get this.
Okay, just maximizing damage here, getting in for 4.
And it's going to settle for just getting Captain Marvel back rather than 2 cards with Decoy Ploy.
Yeah. That's why I just still kind of go back to that hour defeat turn. Just kind of feel like I would have just fired it off there.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to use a web up later.
Right.
It also ended up being pretty important here because from Yuki's perspective, that is his black mana source sitting under that web up. And he's looking at Ruinous Wrecking Crew again when that's relevant.
It does. Can attack with the gorilla and kill the web up if you really want that black mana. You can also play the Hercules here and power it up to get a nice
jam with
4/4
both.
Vigilance indestructible creature until end of turn. This is 6 damage coming in.
6.
And then you can get the scroll back if you like.
That's why it's normal just to take out the gorilla.
Right.
Because now you just take 2 extra damage or...
Right, but I guess he
would've been
wanted to
3.
keep him off of the extra mana. Would
Just
be
for
the-
that one turn.
For that 1 turn window.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But now with the Hulk Smash, I mean, the Captain Marvel, oh, did he find a land? Because being able, oh, it's a tap land. Because you really wanted to be able to play the Captain and keep up Stolen Stark Tech.
Oh, sure.
Still has access to Hour of Defeat. Maybe you just play Hour of Defeat just to make sure, because the only way a red-green deck can kill Captain Marvel, no exile effects, right? It's all damage-based effects. So use the removal spell, kill whatever you want. The scroll probably, the Hercules is a little bit bigger, but doesn't give you access to black mana. But no, actually going for the Captain here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now I think Yuki certainly has a clean answer in the Hulk Smash here. Now remember that Undercover Scroll is sick, as it just came into play from a web up that was destroyed by the Gorilla. But you can start things off with just Khazar, because you can play the Khazar and still have mana for Hulk Smash. So Yuki thinking a little bit. Might want to actually even hold a land in your hand because you have the Ruinous Wrecking Crew, and you might want to just rummage away the land.
Just
It's just a 4/4. Yeah.
Everything is until end of turn.
Yeah, it's only that first turn.
It's very impressive the turn you power it up, but then it just becomes a 4/4. Does he have a land? No land.
There's no good news for Lorenzo on that one. If
Right.
he slams a land, you're like, oh, man.
Yeah.
And if he doesn't, it's like, wow, there's a spell sitting on top of the library.
Yeah, and if you want to kill the Captain, you want to do it now.
You definitely.
Before your opponent untaps. So does it now. And this was the 1 turn window where kind of there was a shields down moment with the Stolen Stark Tech. And now you're just taking a bunch of damage.
6? 7?
It's 7 points of damage.
Wow. That's a big hit right now.
That is a huge hit. So,
yeah, Lorenzo just can't get any forward momentum here.
Yeah, I think there were just a couple of little things there with the sequencing just to try to keep your life total afloat, maybe protect your creature here. I mean, now you do have access to the Hour of Defeat, but you're already down to 6, right? Even if you kill the Hercules, that's still 9 damage coming in, potentially 10. And remember, Ruinous Wrecking Crew also in Yuki Ichikawa's hand.
That's quite a nice card to finish up on.
Able to just deal 2 damage.
Oh, the crew, one of the options is they lose 2 life?
Yeah, they lose 2 life.
Oh, my goodness.
So Lorenzo add an effective 4 life here. And if you really want to push damage through, you can just sack the Ruinous Wrecking Crew itself, right? And so just make them lose 2, sack the Wrecking Crew, they sack a creature, and surely you'll be very close to lethal based off of this board. Brave Brawler the draw here. Oh, did he not play the Aim Labs last turn? That's kind of awkward because now you can't go Brave Brawler, activate, and play Stolen Stark Tech. Now you can just play the land, play Brave Brawler, and then play Hour of Defeat. And then that would, of course, also give you a prowess trigger on the Agent of Atlas.
But Ichikawa's at 14.
Yeah. Or you can utilize the Stolen Stark Tech as well as a nice combat trick if Yuki gets kind of aggressive with his attacks.
Yeah, that would be pretty good.
Yeah, because you can just go Stolen Stark Tech on the Agent of Atlas. That would turn it into a 4-power creature until end of turn, and that would eat the Hercules.
Well, it looks like he wants to power up right now.
Oh, okay, sure.
And then he's just going to pass the turn back over here to Ichikawa, who
so
is inching closer to victory.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of those games where Lorenzo's going to go back, and they're like, a lot of really tiny decisions. Do I play the land or do I not? You don't play the land because if you draw a connive card, you can discard it. But if you play the land, you would have had the protection. Do I kill the scroll? Because you use your mana more efficiently that way and help sculpt your draws. And every little play, kind of the wrong thing happening here for Lorenzo.
That's right. He had a chance to use his mana, kill the scroll, decided against it, had to use Web Up later to just keep him off of the mana for a little while. Didn't play the land last turn.
Right.
Now he played it this turn, but it's tapped.
All right. Bullseye as well here.
Ooh, is Ichikawa lining up a nice big attack here?
He's like, you know what? I'm okay with this trade. You want to make a trade? This is fine. I have plenty more action in my hand. That is a 4-3. Just put that in front of the Hercules. I mean, this is a lethal attack, so you have to block. And you're not in a position to play around anything either.
No, Lorenzo can't play around anything, and Yuki doesn't need to. There is no Helicarrier strike in the list here for Lorenzo, and Yuki knows it.
And are we just going to go max Ruinous Wrecking Crew here?
Go for the biggest crew you've ever seen?
Yeah.
Wow, he sure is.
So I imagine...
What is that, 6?
Okay, so it's an 8/8. It will die to Hour of Defeat, but... You lose 2 life. Would you like to rummage? Oh, that's it. Just choosing the lose 2 life as... Well, Yuki's creatures are all better than Agent of Atlas.
That's true, by quite a bit.
Okay.
And Lorenzo more or less has 4 mana tied up just to take care of the Ruinous Wrecking Crew, but that would still leave him dead on board.
Yeah. I wonder if you wanted to consider, just because of how behind you are, cast Hour of Defeat on upkeep.
Yeah, maybe
try to find
so.
another removal
Get
spell.
that Surveil.
Yeah.
At any rate, that is going to do it for game number 2. Another impressive win there for Yuki Ichikawa, as it really mirrored the first game there, Paul. Yuki just methodically moving his game plan forward, and it felt really similar from Lorenzo's perspective too, in that it's not like you can look at the game and say, oh, well, he didn't hit his mana or he flooded out. He played spells throughout the course of that game. Maybe not the best sequence on a few of them, but still fine. He still played out everything, and it really never felt like he was in that game.
And the issue is Yuki actually kept kind of a risky hand in that game, and Lorenzo's deck is capable of a smooth curve, but unfortunately for Lorenzo, his hand was far too reactive in that game. If he went 2-drop, 3-drop, 4-drop, I think he has a really good shot at winning that game.
That's right. We're going to take a short break here from Amsterdam. We're going to let the players sideboard. When we come back, though, we'll have game 3 of the finals. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to coverage here of Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. We're in Amsterdam in the Netherlands, a beautiful city. God, really is a nice city.
Yeah. And I was a little concerned about maybe the weather coming in, but we showed up and it's just been incredible.
I brought the weather with me from Seattle. You're welcome.
Nice chill breeze.
Nice cool days here.
Escape the heat dome.
But you know what? We've been inside for most of the weekend because we got a MagicCon going here, and in this case, a Pro Tour Finals. Right now, the perfect start for Yuki Ichikawa. He is up 2-0, and honestly, he's been cruising.
Yeah, and it just feels like Yuki's deck kind of has a lot of the answers here for what Lorenzo's deck can provide. Has enough interaction, has a bunch of synergies. Doesn't look like Lorenzo's deck also has that much removal. So there's a lot of creatures in Yuki's deck that kind of needs to be killed or answered in some way. And I think Lorenzo only has 3 or 4 ways to kind of remove those permanents. But hey, if you're Lorenzo, look, you got a clean 3-0 in the semis. You've got Agent Phil Coulson. You got heroes, right? Certainly, you can come back from this, right? Just being able to find that extremely powerful 2-drop, follow that up with a hero, and that can snowball the game, especially if Yuki doesn't have an answer.
Fine. Finish the side of one. Yeah.
It's been a little while since we've seen Yuki Ichikawa here in the top 8.
Yeah, he's always doing well at these events. He basically is eternally qualified. And by the way, it's not easy to be eternally qualified in the current system. You have to just have consistently strong finishes every single year. And at least from a Pro Tour standpoint, I believe he was saying it's been something like 10 years since his last top 8. So tough. Now he finds himself in the finals. And remember, with all the discussions that we've had with some Hall of Fame talks, right? Perhaps, a win and 6 top finishes, you're right in the mix.
Hopefully that's not what he's thinking about right now.
He wants to win, win the $50,000, qualify, get eternal glory, do everything he needs here.
I'd settle for that trophy. Look at that thing.
I'll take the. Okay, you know what? You can have the trophy, and
You get the 50K?
I'll take the 50.
Rethinking my thoughts, but all right. Beautiful trophy. Oh, it looked really cool in my place. I think you might have a deal there, Paul.
Right, and look, and they even because we have had a few of these trophies, but they do kind of customize it for each set or each Pro Tour.
How year old? How year old?
How?
Yeah. How year old? Old.
How old are you?
Oh, me, 28.
28, yeah.
You?
37? Well, I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, good answer, Yuki.
Best answer. Yeah.
I don't understand what you're saying.
He says, best guess, 37.
How old are you? 28. How old are you? I don't know.
I don't know.
It doesn't seem like I'm 28, but I have my age.
Yeah, that is true. Lorenzo has a kind of a youthful look.
Yeah, I would have guessed early 20s.
Yeah. It's always nice to see the players being friendly, a little bit of sportsmanship there as well. Of course, once the games start, it'll be all business.
Yeah, strangely, I don't know if it's because
Top 8, they said yesterday.
I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
Imagine not knowing.
just a play.
That's great. He's like, how many top 8s do you have? He's like, I don't know.
Whatever.
Just play,
Yeah. I come to game, do the best that I can.
Yeah. We'll count top 8s when I'm retired. How
Right.
about that?
Yeah. I'm not quitting anytime soon.
No, Yuki, he is a well-established pro. But this is one of those runs you just don't get very often in a career.
Yeah, definitely.
He snuck into the top 8 too. He was our 8th place finisher.
Yeah, I just feel like he almost kind of came out of nowhere there. He had to win the last 3 rounds at 4 losses all in a row just to even make it in here.
And then rely on tie breaks. So that's how close it can be sometimes. Players taking a look at their opening hands, as I mentioned before. We're sideboarded now. When it comes to limited, Paul, sideboarding's a little different than constructed. Constructed tends to be more kind of silver bullets, but limited, you can make more subtle changes.
Yeah, it's just a handful of cards. 2 or 3 cards usually is kind of what you're looking at here, whereas in constructed, the sideboard can completely flip a matchup on its head.
Yeah, here it's more kind of massaging the deck. I mean, we saw, you know, for example, changing your mana curve a little bit is a thing that you can do, you know. Okay, we are underway here in game number 3. This could be it if Yuki Ichikawa has a great draw. But it's Agent Phil Coulson on turn 2 now for Lorenzo. That is perfect for him. Does he have a hero follow-up?
Yeah, there's an Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and a Ronin in hand here for Lorenzo. Now, Yuki Ichikawa does have a bullseye in hand, and Agent Phil Coulson does not pump itself.
No. He's more of a helper.
But Lorenzo does have the decoy ploy here to kind of get that back if he needs.
And he's going to leave a +1/+1 counter on Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. as well.
Wait, is he attacking?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, with the 3, of course. Yeah, yeah.
And then he's going to go ahead and activate as well.
You don't want to just... you want to get that counter on as soon as possible. And then, of course, for Yuki, a very easy bullseye targeting Agent Phil Coulson.
Easiest bullseye of his life.
Right.
Discard anything.
Oh, excuse me, Knights of Wundagore.
Yeah, looks like he may just need that land drop. Okay, so Agent Phil Coulson down, though. He did still get some value before he departed.
Right. And Lorenzo has a pretty fun play as well. I mean, first of all, he can just get a free attack in. But what he can do is land cycle the Aim Scientist. Aim Scientist is a villain. Agent Phil Coulson is a hero, so you can get the extra value off of that decoy ploy that he has in hand. It would also just allow you to find a swamp.
That sounds pretty dang good. By the way, as far as sideboarding goes, it was 2 cards for Lorenzo. He brought out Kree Commandos and Agents of Hydra, and he brought in Ninja of the Hand and Masters of Evil. So he made his deck a little bit more towards the villain end of things, as well as a little more towards the expensive end of things.
Yeah, I mean, Death Touch is just very, very effective against all the green decks, right? So just having access to Ninja in Hand, allowing you to kind of trade with some of the, you know, Pet Avengers or any of the other big green cards makes a lot of sense here. So 4 damage coming in here.
For Ichikawa, it was a much more subtle change. It was Team Tactics came out. I think he saw some instant speed removal that maybe he thought, and he brought in a Hawkeye's bow.
Sure.
So a little more protection against the
flyers.
Yeah.
And Lorenzo going with the aforementioned cycle into decoy ploy play here. The alternative, of course, was to just run out a Captain America here.
Now, of course, the problem with Agent Phil Coulson in this situation is that he hasn't yet answered
the bullseye
Death Dealer. So that'll need to happen at some point as well. But man, if he can find an answer for it, he doesn't have one, right? No, not yet.
He doesn't have one, but he
Captain America, Living Legend plus Agent Phil Coulson.
He's got the combo here.
The Mondo combo is assembled.
Right. Yuki running out Pet Avengers now. And Lorenzo going for the double value decoy ploy play here. But this is a lot of damage coming in from Yuki. Can Lorenzo find a way to get Bullseye off the battlefield?
And, you know, just to map out a little further, he needs to find a way to get Bullseye off the battlefield before Yuki finds another removal spell as well.
Right.
Of which he has quite a few.
Yeah, he's got a couple of Hulk smashes in there and a Go Nuts.
I'm curious how Lorenzo approaches this problem because, you know, the on-board removal spell means, okay, well, that's just a no-go.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of just depends on how you want to sequence this turn. You could just go Ronin into Agent Phil Coulson, or you can just go land Burrow backup, right? And just
You can also play Captain America Living Legend.
Yep. Also,
that has
also
4 toughness, so that's not
right. And you get vigilance on your creature, so this is great for a racing situation because you have a 4/6 with vigilance here. I mean, if you do play it, it still makes Yuki use his entire turn to kill Agent Phil Coulson, right? It's like, hey, I still have a very nice board of creatures, and you can't afford to let me activate Phil Coulson. So Yuki will spend 3 mana and tap the bullseye here.
And have to discard a real card, right?
To get Agent Phil Coulson off the battlefield. And if you do that, Yuki still has a pretty decent attack with just Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. next turn, would at least be able to trade with that Pet Avengers.
Yeah, Lorenzo would be able to battle still. So a tempo play.
Yeah.
Forcing the issue. I thought based on the way that Lorenzo had played the prior 2 games that he might try to play the really long game and wait it out, but it looks like he's decided that's just not going to happen here, so I'm going to use this as a tempo play.
Right.
And again, you know, it's also card neutral because Yuki needs to discard a card, and it's even upgraded beyond that because it can't be a land.
Right. Now Yuki has plenty of action here in hand. Oh, never. He's got a. Did he just draw that? He's got a go nuts in hand.
In his hand?
That is huge because not only can you, of course, discard a card here to kill Agent Phil Coulson, you can also use the go nuts here to kill one of these creatures in play.
Yeah, Captain America Living Legend would be a nice one to get rid of.
Yeah, or the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., right? This is a real decision here because the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. is more power and toughness getting in, letting you attack through the Pet Avengers.
That's right. It's just bigger.
Yeah.
Wow,
so
what a turn for Ichikawa. It wasn't only 2 spells, we'll call it. It was 2 removal.
Yeah, I mean, that is the power of Go Nuts, right? Just allowing you to have a double spell turn. So huge here.
And then if there's a land on the top for Yuki, he can just slam Hulk Gamma Goliath and have the biggest thing on the battlefield by a lot.
Yeah, so Lorenzo needs to...
What does he need
continue digging here, maybe find a Cruel Alliance. I mean, there's a couple of options here. Burrow backup is a nice, clean way to spend all of your mana. You can also maybe run out Aim Scientist, hope to find a land, and then cast Visions of Villainy. But Burrow backup would just allow you to go super wide. But if you do, the problem is Yuki has not only the Pet Avengers, which is a 5/5. If he draws the land for the Hulk Gamma Goliath, then even if you draw 1 removal spell, you're not going to be able to get through the other large creature in play.
Yeah,
what a draw.
This just kind of feels like what we've seen from Lorenzo from the other 2 games, which is more reasonable plays. Like, let's say he plays the Burrow backup, good play. That's developing your board. It's using your mana. But it doesn't quite get you to a position where you can start smashing.
Yeah, do you just go for the high upside play here of Aim Scientist and try to draw a land? Right?
So that you can
play Visions.
Yeah.
And with all the spells in hand, presumably it's going to be a 4/4 here. Yeah, all right.
Does he hit the land?
He hits the land.
Okay.
All right, can discard Ronin because it's not doing much. You get a 4/4 in play, and you get to draw 2 cards and try to find an answer to these large monsters.
It's going to pass the turn for now. But Visions of Villainy in hand here for Lorenzo. Did Yuki find an untapped land that he can use to cast Hulk Gamma Goliath?
He did not.
No,
He's
so
looking for a land here.
He's going to have to go for Rapid Rescue instead.
Go up to 8.
There's
okay,
a land for
there's
him.
The forest.
Oh, but there's Vision. So awkward.
Yeah, but he's got 2 5-drops. I guess they're both Hulk Gamma Goliaths.
But if he takes Vision, he just does, well,
he does.
I guess.
He kind of does nothing regardless, right?
Right.
So taking the land here, play the land. You can pitch the Hulk later if you need, but I don't think we're in a position to attack here for if you're on Yuki's side here. So yeah, all right.
Jeez, this would be a nice time for a removal spell here for Lorenzo. Can he find some
action? Some Masters of Evil. That's a card that he boarded in, by the way, and there's a villain in play, so that would turn it into a 6/5, which would allow you to trade your Aim Scientist with the 5/5 Pet Avengers.
That's also an interesting draw there. He found Ninja of the Hand, I think. which he could use to take one of the 2 remaining cards from Yuki. You know he's got really nice stuff in his hand when you see him take a land over the Vision.
Right.
And then play it immediately. This could be a good time to try to nab one of those 2 spells. Now, he doesn't know that they're both Hulk, Gamma, Goliath, but you're getting something.
Because if you play Masters of Evil and Yuki Ichikawa has a Hulk smash, kills Masters of Evil, then you eat the Aim Scientist. That is a tremendous blowout.
I can't even look.
So he might just go for Ninja instead, but he's thinking. Certainly thinking.
Oh, I can't even look. He knows he has 2 spells in his hand, too.
Yeah, it's can you attack?
This is so risky for Lorenzo.
There's 2 Hulk smashes in Yuki's deck here. Oh, and he's going for it.
Wow, he must just feel like he's in a kind of desperate situation here.
Right.
Because this is...
Yeah. And if you're on Yuki's side, you probably need to block here. You're at 8 life.
Lorenzo tapped out, and he really... I think he just started thinking about what you said, Paul. He goes, wait a minute. Double block. Yep. And there we go. Well, that's going to get the Aim Scientist off the battlefield, land, and then the rest of the turn is done here. Lorenzo passes the turn back to Ichikawa, who finds Knight of Woundagore. So that's just going to be an easy one to discard, I guess.
Yeah.
But here comes Hulk Gamma Goliath on the battlefield. And once again, Lorenzo really wants to find removal, and instead he finds land.
Finds land, but can go Ninja of the Hand. I mean, the Ninja of the Hand is going to be a 5/4 Death Toucher, right? If you can level it up, or power it up, rather. Lorenzo, is he going to consider attacking with a 4/5 here? Doesn't seem that great. I guess he's concerned about the power up on Hulk, but Hulk costs 7 mana to power up. No, it costs 8 mana to power up. He attacks.
He's just going to trade off.
Trade off, okay. And then plays Burrow back up.
I guess he's just trying to kind of clear the board up.
Clear the board up here. Now Yuki's simply going to play another 5/4 here, which would block all of those other creatures in play. And there is the Hulk Smash.
Wow, that's really interesting, because if he decides to go Knight plus Hulk Smash, he could lose the Hulk.
Right.
Maybe he just prefers to play the Hulk, and then if Lorenzo goes for the Knight of the Hand, just discard the Knight of Woundagore.
Now Lorenzo played out the Ninja of the Hand, but didn't activate it just yet. So I wonder if Yuki's considering just killing the Knight, the Ninja.
Just use the Hulk Smash on that, right? And then he could play the Knight and move on with his life.
Right.
He also could turn the Knight into 2 damage if he's just planning on trading it off anyway, for example. Wow, lots of options here for Ichikawa. Lorenzo, little surprised at that attack last turn.
I think you want to lead with the Hulk Smash here. That way with Bullseye, you can block and discard to kill the 3/2 and also shoot the other 3/2.
Oh, just get rid of both of them and take no damage in the process.
Keep your life total high. Yeah. So killing the Ninja here.
Bite the Ninja.
And then just passing.
Wow.
Or I suppose you can also, this is kind of the same as discarding to kill the 3/2, except it's against a combat trick, it's less bad.
Because you block?
Right.
I see. Very similar result here. If Yuki wants to trade these 2 cards for those 2 cards, he can do that.
Because if Lorenzo top decks Stolen Stark Tech or something, you would just take all that extra damage.
And that's a lot, by the way.
Right.
Yuki's at 8. These are not small decisions. Yuki is trying to stabilize this board and then play Hulk Gamma Goliath and try to take over from there.
Right.
And right now, Lorenzo is out of gas.
He is out of action here. The board is kind of all he has. The 3/2 is definitely... 3/2 is probably attacking here. But does the Captain America also get in?
It looks like no.
No. So on Yuki's side going, okay. I mean, I'm certainly going to block here.
Well, it's a decision now for Lorenzo. Does he want to leave him with Bullseye or a Gorilla? But it's working, by the way, for Yuki. Like this plan of cleanup everything and then finish up with this huge Hulk Gamma Goliath is working.
Right.
He even gets to keep the bullseye.
Yeah. And he gets a nice 6-5 trampler. Lorenzo would need to find a way to get that off the battlefield here. If he does, then Captain America can crunch away.
Absolutely.
Oh,
This
that's
is
another
huge.
land.
It was a land? Oh,
It's
no.
another land here.
Really needed a removal spell there. He's going to gain a life off of Aim Labs and pass the turn back over to Ichikawa.
All right. Oh, and Ichikawa, look at this, turning it sideways.
He's smashing right now.
Must have drawn something else here.
He did. He draw Kazar of the
Wow.
Savage Land.
Does he hit a land?
And of course he hit a land straight away.
No.
Oh, is Yuki Ichikawa just a turn or two away from a Pro Tour title here?
Needs a big draw, maybe a Cosmic Cube?
Yeah, that would be great. He drew Widow's Bite.
Okay, so that is an answer to Kazar. Right?
Is it too late?
You can get Kazar, or you can also block Captain America with Hulk Smash, and then teamwork, give Captain America Death Touch to get rid of the Hulk, rather, and then you can -2/-2 the Kazar.
So this could be a way for Lorenzo to get 2 creatures off the board for his 2 cards.
Right, but still has to deal with the Bullseye and the Zabu. And I feel like you kind of need to do that because this Hulk Smash is a problem. I keep calling this Hulk is a problem.
Yes.
It is smashing.
It is. Hulk going to smash, no
Hulk
doubt about
going
it.
to smash. Look, he's smashing.
Right. 6/5 reach trample. You can only take a few hits from that.
Yeah, I think you just kind of have to take the chance that Yuki might hit a land off of the Kazar here, just to be able to clear up the board.
This has been a long journey here for Yuki Ichikawa, getting back to the top 8 at our biggest stage. And he looks poised to take a 3-0. He took it there. Looks at the top card of his library, draws his card for the turn.
Oh, and Ant-Man's army is...
Oh, Hercules, Prince of Power.
Wow, this is so much damage coming in.
And that's a free, by the way.
That is free. That's an active Bullseye potentially here as well. I mean, this is so much damage coming through.
Because remember, the Hulk also has
I think
trample.
This is lethal,
is it
Marshall.
lethal?
I think this is lethal because even if you kill the Kazar, you take the damage from the Hercules, which is 4. You
Yep.
take 2 from the Bullseye. You take 3 from the
6,
Zabu. That's 9.
7, 8, 9. And then the
you
trample
you
damage.
trample over for 2 more points of damage. So that's 11 damage going at Lorenzo here.
Yuki Ichikawa has the win. He's turning everything sideways. And in comes the team. Oh, is he left back? Oh, he can.
Bullseye can go to the face.
He can just use Bullseye to go to the dome here. And Yuki Ichikawa is on the verge of victory. A clean 3-0 sweep over Lorenzo Gruppi.
Lorenzo adding up.
He says,
doing
well,
the
I'm
math.
going to do it anyway.
Right.
Here's Widow's Bite.
I hope you have nothing. I hope you don't have a non-land card in hand. But of course, Yuki would have attacked with the Bullseye here.
And he goes down to 1, and he gets the thrown at his face, and that's it. Yuki Ichikawa is your Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes champion.
What an incredible run there from Yuki Ichikawa, playing so incredibly tight the entire way. It's been so long. It's been a long time coming. He's been playing on the Pro Tour for many, many years. Gets his top 8 here, gets his chance, and takes home the title.
Looks like he can't believe it, honestly. It's really interesting. It's one of those things where you just won the Pro Tour, and it seems like it's very much still settling in for him about what just happened.
Right. I mean, you know, when you kind of decide that you want to play Magic at the highest level, this is what you dream about. This is the Pro Tour. You want to take it down. And also, I mean, how cool is it? We haven't had a draft Pro Tour in, what, 15 years?
So awesome to get to see that, and it really delivered for us too. Yuki Ichikawa says, let's do more of these. I like these draft copies. Oh, a huge smile from Yuki. What a win for him.
Yeah, what a great run. Clean 3-0. That Gruul deck looking very, very impressive in his hands.
You saw his fans and supporters leaning over the rail there, clapping for him as well. And it's really interesting. You could see kind of on his facial expression. At first, it was like, oh, I just did it. And then it started to kind of settle in, and then that smile joined him.
I mean, you can just really see how much that means to him, right? And maybe a few minutes later, it'll really sink in. He's had some pretty intense games. I mean, not only did he play in the finals, he went to 5 games at that semis, and that was a very, very exhausting affair. But now, I mean, he gets to walk away and be the first limited Pro Tour champion in 15 years.
That's right. An incredible run for him. And somehow it felt like the finals was the easiest for him, right? That was pretty straightforward for him. I mean, he kind of just marched to the victory each time. Yes, he had to make a whole lot of decisions in between to do it, but there was basically no time in the finals that I thought, he's way up against it. He wasn't even really behind.
Not at all. And I mean, this was a game where Lorenzo, even in that final game, Lorenzo had to turn to Agent Phil Coulson. He had the dream start, right? He had a 2-drop into 2 heroes, but man, that, like you said before, that's the best bullseye I've ever seen.
That was incredible, and an incredible performance for both of our players, but Yuki Ichikawa is our champion. That is going to do it for us in the booth. For Paul Chiano, Marshall Sakov, let's send it back over to Maria at the news desk.
Thank you so much, Marshall and Paul, Maria Bartholdi, and Frank Karsten here at the news desk. What an incredible finals it was. Can I just say, bullseye, Yuki Ichikawa, our newest Pro Tour champion. Frank, for you, talk to me a bit about this finals.
Yeah, this was an awesome finals, Maria. 3-0 sweep. You know, didn't drop a single game. Yuki Ichikawa absolutely crushed it and showed off his skills at this game. Now, in the first game, he really showed off what his deck was capable of. When at some point he was just drawing 2-3 cards a turn, just getting so much value with Mr. Hyde, Kazar, Division. But then in this third game, I mean, that bullseye was just essential. Not just dealing the final point of damage, but also like the ideal answer to that Phil Coulson. Not just once, but twice after it came back. And also a key play, I think, was when Yuki had the Rapid Rescue, had to decide between taking a land or the Vision. Well, he took the land, which gave him the 5th mana to play, well, the first Hulk, which ultimately traded. Then the second Hulk came down, and the Hulk smashed in for the win. A really crowning achievement on top of Yuki Ichikawa's career, just adding to his previous victory at the Innistrad Championship. 6-top finish. Awesome.
Yeah, awesome stuff, everyone. And it's time to give Yuki Ichikawa his trophy. So I'll pass it on over to Riley Knight with our trophy presentation.
Thank you very much, Maria, and welcome everyone to the Pro Tour feature match area for the last time today, because it is time to crown a Pro Tour champion, Yuki Ichikawa. Yuki, you've had incredible finishes over the years, but I want to know, what does it mean to you to be a Pro Tour champion? We've got Myra from Team Worldly Council who will be acting as an interpreter. Thank you so much for your help, Myra. Yuki, what does it mean to have won a Pro Tour?
市川さんの長いキャリアの中で数々の入賞やトップ8などを得たと思うんですけど、その末にそのプロツアーチャンプになった感想をぜひお聞かせください。
そうですね。MOCS とかアリーナチャンピオンシップは勝ったことあったんですけど、プロツアー勝ったことなかったんで、あとその競技マジックを始めるにあたって最初に目指したのがプロツアーチャンピオンだったので、10年以上かかりましたけど良かったです。はい。
So Ichikawa-san has won the MOCS as well as the Arena Set Championship, but as he was starting competitive Magic, Pro Tour and being a Pro Tour champion was something that he was striving for from the beginning. So it took him 10 years, but he is very glad to have made it here.
It sounds like a long-standing dream come true. But Yuki, winning a Pro Tour, as much as you're the one who lifts the trophy, it's not a solo effort. I know there's a team of players behind you. Who do you want to thank now that you are a Pro Tour champion?
プロツアーチャンプになった今、市川さんを支えていただいた、チームメイトだったりいろんな方々がいると思うんですけど、なんか感謝を述べたい相手だったりとかがいれば今の間に。
とりあえず最初にちょっと妻に感謝しとかないと怒られそうなんでとりあえず妻であと僕にマジックで関わってくれた全ての方々と あと森山ジャパンのねメンバーと、僕リミテッドはそんなにうまくないんで、ゆくひろさんとかね中村さんに育てられてますんで、今回の優勝はひとしおにチームのおかげなのかなと思います。はい。
So first of all, he would like to thank his wife for supporting him along the journey, but also he wants to thank the team and everyone on Team Moriyama Japan for helping him, especially in limited where he feels it's his weak spot. Players such as Ken Yukihiro, players such as Shuhei Nakamura, supporting him and also helping him grow as a player. So he would love to thank all the team for his support.
Well, they've helped you get here, but my friend Yuki, there is nothing left for us to do than award you with this trophy. Everyone here in the hall, all around the world, let's hear it for our champion, because Yuki Ichikawa has won Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes.
Congratulations to our champion, Yuki Ichikawa, who's been playing Magic the Gathering since 1999 and has had an amazing career. Yet another jewel on top of his already stellar resume. Congratulations to our champion, Yuki Ichikawa. As we say goodbye to Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes, we reflect back on what an amazing weekend it was here in the beautiful city of Amsterdam in the Netherlands. And we had an incredible Pro Tour that showcased fan favorite formats in both draft and modern. We kicked off the action with 362 players in the final Pro Tour of the season, each with the hope that they would make it to the storied Sunday stage. We learned that Marvel Superheroes Draft is truly something of a marvel itself, rewarding the fundamentals of excellent draft strategy. And we also got to revel in the beloved format that is modern and relearn why it is so loved. You can bring your pet deck and win, or retool an old favorite and give it new life, and surprise the rest of the field with a stellar record. At the end of the weekend, it was Yuki Ichikawa in a clean 3-0 sweep in the finals, hoisting the trophy and claiming the title, along with $50,000 and a place in the history books. Can we all just say, bullseye? Thank you to everyone who joined us this weekend to celebrate everything we love about competitive Magic. See you in Atlanta for the World Championship. Good night, everybody.